boss, they might be the team winning this. In a couple of seconds,
look at the damage from Eclipse, though.
catching up.
The damage is insane from them. Can they get the one phase off?
Oh my god.
They can. They're gonna kill the boss. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
There's actually Cauterized struck by Hopeful as well, and Spike goes down too. They don't have battle rest. It's going to be a full wipe for Legendary, as they cannot handle all of this trash on top of the last boss.
This is also wiping. Both teams going down.
Wait, what is AJ doing outside of Eclipse? What is he doing?
He's dead. He's dead.
That's
This
so
strategy
bad.
does not work out for them. This is a huge problem for Eclipse.
This is their moment. This is their opportunity. They got out of perplex. It's going to be coming down to milliseconds here. One more second. Who won? Did they get it? Okay, who won?
They're catching up. They're taking over. Dogs are 9%. They're zooming through this boss fight. 4 to go.
Here we go, off to the races. Do they have the damage? No, they don't. They're into the intermission phase. On the other hand, Bald Bandits are going to get the burst off. The cast is there, but it's too late. Bald Bandits kills the boss, and they're going to take the dungeon.
Welcome everybody to the final day of the Mythic Dungeon International. That's right, it's the finals of the group finals. I'm your host Doa. Here with me to start off the day are Tettles, Makes, and Nagura, and we've got 4 teams remaining. They're all amazing. I mean, Echo is on, track to maybe win another one. However, Makes, going into today, I feel like we can finally make a big argument, and I kind of feel like I say this every season, but I'm going to say it one more time. We can finally make arguments that maybe, just maybe, we'll have a different champion today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a good narrative, so we're gonna keep on banging that drum. I'm with you, Doa. Echo going up against Mandatory, and despite Mandatory looking a little bit sketch in the group weekend, they're looking up to peak form this weekend. We've been really impressed with everything we saw, even beating out Perplexed 2-0 yesterday, and who knows how that next series is going to go between Echo and Mandatory.
Just talking about those two teams as well, whenever we look at all 4 of these final teams, Echo is in the lead with the most dungeons that they have the fastest time in with 3. Perplexed and Mandatory both have 2 dungeons that they have the fastest times in, and then Last Hope has 1 in that fall that we saw yesterday. So this isn't a season where, you have one team that's really, really dominant in all 8 dungeons. This is one of these situations where all of the teams are incredibly close, and there might be 5 or 10 seconds just here and there that separate these teams and make them just a little bit better than one another.
Yeah, and for those keeping track at home, too, nobody on Mandatory has died since Friday. So they are putting together an extremely good set of dungeons here. They have 1 death total on the weekend, by the way. I'm not trying to jinx them. I'm just sharing the important stats and facts that people at home can get excited about. But Nagura, how excited are you about these medals that we see on the screen now? They look great, don't they?
They're actually beautiful. Yeah, they actually look amazing. I'd like to have one of those medals.
Yeah?
I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, and hey, we even do see
the casters
Moonkin
get like a
while,
participation medal.
I mean, actually, good comms. I need one.
Participation ribbons, we got to have
It's just caster on the bottom of it instead of first place.
That would actually be really cool.
I like it.
You make it to every finals.
Insane
Nice.
comms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm down. All right, we'll put that in there for next time, I suppose. But these are the gold, silver, and bronze medals that we're giving out, and these are what they're going to have to fight through to get those medals, the keys and the levels and affixes, of course. And we've got those 225s that have been kind of the ones that have been the ones people have been trying to avoid a little bit, especially that Atal Dazar. We've seen some pretty crazy stuff happen there. But most of all, or perhaps I should say least of all, is Throne of the Tides. It's a 23, but we just have not seen too many games on that this weekend, have we?
So
No, we
I
haven't.
think... Yeah, go ahead, Tunnels.
I was going to say, so it's going to be a required play in map 12, but I think it's unlikely that we actually see Throne of the Tides again today, except for as the starting map of that lower finals, which is Perplexed versus Last Hope.
Yeah.
It's game 7 of the best of 5, which requires a lot of things to go right for us to actually see that Throne of the Tides, which, I mean, is possible. But if there's like a double ban into a map or something like that, then that completely removes Throne of the Tides from potentially seeing play in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, we will see. It's been fun seeing the teams kind of navigate through all of this, and I think the big thing with Throne of the Tides that we've been thinking about all weekend is that Echo kept banning it out. We were like, what do they have planned on Throne of the Tides? And now, just the way that the bracket is kind of lining up, and the way that the dungeons are kind of lining up, we'll probably, like Tuttle said, unless we get to the very last dungeon of the very last match, we probably won't see Echo in that one this weekend, which is too bad. I would have liked to see what they had.
We will
in
see
mind.
other dungeons, though,
Oh,
and
we
that
will.
Ataldazar is
Like
the
that.
very first one on the menu here. I already mentioned it. Ataldazar gave Mandatory some problems in their group weekend, so I'm personally really excited for that one. But interesting bands.
Nagura was cooking these bands before broadcast
Yeah.
started. These are the ones that you called out.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking, okay, so that's a little bit of a tinfoil theory, but if Echo wins against Mandatory here and they're gonna go to the final, Fall is not part of the final at all. And they already banned Fall against Bald Bandits before. So if they win this, it's only gonna be in their dungeon map pool twice. So they can ban it twice and then they don't have to practice it that much. I don't think Echo is a team that did not practice Fall at all. Because if they drop to the lower bracket, at some point they will have to play it, right? But Echo being Echo, they know, it's a possibility that they just stay in the upper bracket. And then if they ban it out, they don't have to be as good in Fall as in other dungeons, and therefore they can just put more practice time into other dungeons, which kind of makes sense for them, and I think that's actually what they're doing here. And Everbloom has been banned twice already by Mandatory as well. So it makes sense that they're banning it just a third time. Either they want to keep it a secret, I don't think so, against Echo at this point. So maybe they just think it's too volatile of a dungeon.
I think you
mean-
kind of look at
That's
it.
Oh, go ahead.
really interesting, because in their questionnaire, they actually said that they think Everbloom is the easiest dungeon this weekend. So seeing all these bans from Mandatory against Everbloom is very interesting to me, and I'm wondering if maybe they're banking on having it in like the very finals, and they're actually holding back something.
Wow.
I
mean, it
feel
would
like
be-
it's more likely
It would
that
be
you
crazy.
like. I mean, you saw Echo's time, right? Like Echo's time, and if you're not confident in your own, then you just are like, oh, okay, maybe your Everbloom sucks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you can go up against Echo and be like, but we're gonna hold something back. You need to be an extremely good team, and honestly, Mandatory has been playing on the level that maybe they can do that. That is conceivably possible if they can keep the level of play that we've seen so far this weekend. But I don't know. Echo seems to always find a way to win, even if it's only by like 0.07 seconds or something like that, like we saw them do against Bald Bandits yesterday. Like, they seem to always kind of find a way. But if anyone I think is going to give them a run for their money, it's going to be Mandatory at the level we've seen Mandatory in the last couple days. So I'm excited for this one. I know the players are getting ready right now to jump into it, but I think this could be a really, really close one. It should be a really, really close one.
Should be, but like we said, it is Ataldazar. It is 25 this time around, and this
is.
dungeon does not play nice with the players thus far. We've seen a lot of deaths claimed all throughout the Ataldazar this weekend. Could go either way. Very volatile.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some funky stuff happen with Razan. We've seen some funky stuff happen with Sky Screamers that haven't been interrupted. Dare I mention portals that are in the slightly wrong place to leave your teammates to fall back ignominiously? That's a word I can use here. Into the pit? Who knows? And then you got Razan.
I don't know what that word is. I feel like
I don't know what that word is either, but I just pretend.
Hold on, I'm going to look it up.
If you would make up
Yeah,
words, I would
deserving-
just think that they exist. right?
Ignominious.
Same.
Ignominious. It's humiliating, deserving of shame or infamy, despicable. So, like, yeah, it's humiliating, right?
Yeah, I knew that.
So that was good. Yeah, that was okay. Yeah. All right. Sometimes words don't work out for me, but that time it did. All right. And it looks like we're going to see
Alright.
which of these teams has a dungeon workout for them. As we are loading in right now, Echo versus Mandatory. Let's go.
All right, well, we do have the Moonkin here from Echo's side, so both teams are playing that 4 DPS comp, but Echo choosing to play the Moonkin like they did in all of the other dungeons in the global finals here, whenever they played the 4 DPS. And we have Mandatory with the Red Paladin, which is a very common 4 DPS that we've seen from other teams as well, which means though that they don't have this full Shadow Melt composition or this full combat drop composition, while Echo is able to fully drop combat on their side.
I also think that this first pull from both of these teams is going to be a pivotal moment for both of them. Since it is 25 Fortified Raging, there's a lot of room that things can go wrong. There's no AoE soothe on either of these teams. There's no Evoker present. So making sure that you get the Confessors killed off in time, making sure that you get the Augurs killed off in time, those are like huge points of contention for both of these two teams. And both Echo and Mandatory pulling a bit more trash into the first pull. It looked like they grabbed some Sarad packs, and both of the teams having that trash pack dealt with about at the same time. Also, both of them having 39.56% enemy forces.
Yeah, and Zelia almost going down there at the very end as one of the casts went through from the Augurs, putting a magic dot from that firebolt on the Moonkin player there, but did manage to survive somehow, just getting so much off healing onto him, and did manage to survive. So good on them, not having to use a battle res, not having a death there at all, not losing any time. Mandatory, even though they pulled the boss a bit later, they actually are DPSing the boss more, which to be fair is not necessarily faster on this boss, right? Because Alonsa does of course cast a transfusion, which removes 25% HP of the boss each time.
Yeah.
Every person has the debuff on them. So as long as you know, okay, we need 2 transfusions, then you can also just focus the damage on the trash rather than the boss, if it's not gonna save you 1 extra transfusion.
Yeah, the fast cycle a lot of these MDI teams are able to do on like a 25 Fortified. You just basically have to do 50% of the boss's HP in a minute 20, which again is pretty reasonable. Mandatory here going to be having that transfusion coming out, and because they pulled the boss a couple of seconds later, they're going to be coming off the boss a few seconds. Actually, Mira's died in the last take of the Tainted Blood, which means that Alunza didn't die. Okay, so Mandatory is in a little bit of a lead here. Got about 5 seconds ahead, plus 5 seconds of depth differential.
Yeah, and they immediately used the battle rest, which is also interesting, right? Because the boss was already dead, basically, but they know how fast-paced this dungeon is, so they immediately used that battle rest to make sure that they can get to Rasan quicker. They also all used Shadow Melt here, too, so that means that they actually had to drop combat of that, I think the Juggernaut pack that they skipped, right? Instead of walking past.
I saw they were doing something a bit weird early on with their routing, where they were emceeing a Juggernaut and then melding it off, but I don't know where they're getting the count back from.
Look at the count. They had more count, so they definitely pulled something more onto Alunsa.
Yeah. And then they melded off a Juggernaut. I don't know where they got bonus count from, though.
Interesting. All right, that's something that maybe our analyst makes can take a look at just to see what exactly they did. And that also makes sense with the full Shadow Melt comp. So, yeah, interesting. We'll see what they do later.
I tried to route their key the other day, and I was like a 1.5% short, so I don't know where they got the mobs from. It's still a mystery for me.
You routed it? No, but the last time they did that Telestar was the group stage, right? And then they definitely did it differently there, because I actually did a video on the Warcraft channel on YouTube. You can check it out, guys.
Good plug.
I routed out their whole strategy, and they didn't do anything like weird on Alonsa.
Yeah.
So,
We'll see. All right. Mandatory going to be able to kill Razan off about the same time as Echo, but again, that 5 seconds of death differential is kind of important in a key like a Tal'Dazar. Depending on the season and depending on the dungeon, whenever you have like longer dungeons, 5 seconds doesn't necessarily make like a huge differentiator. But whenever the key is 10 or 11 minutes, that 5 seconds of death differential is actually a pretty big deal. And Mandatory getting a good gateway skip. Echo also doing their gateway to perfection here, and both of the teams are going to be running into the Volcall area.
And this is actually a very difficult pool that both of the teams are going to be gathering up here, because they don't have a lot of offensive cooldowns available, and just the gathering of this pool is super dangerous with all of these swords jumping around on top of the Sky Screamers that need to be interrupted in the back. You can see Echo actually jumping up on his ledge here to make sure they don't get the Raptors jumping on them, so this is very nice by Echo. It's going to be a little bit safer for them. Look at Mandatory just taking so much damage with all the swords jumping around. Yeah, all of these interrupts on the Sky Screamers, and the Witch Doctors casting these Venom Blasts, and the Hexes going through as well. But it looks like they're doing a good job so far. Solar Beam actually being a really nice tool for a pull like this for Echo.
And then we get the raging, and then it goes away. I actually like the fact that they put all of their DPS up on those pillars. I think it's one of the advantages of the full ranged comp. With Mode playing that Ret Paladin, he wasn't going to be able to get up on that spot and actually be able to contribute damage, and so all of Mandatory had to be playing in the bottom area. And I think Echo is a couple of seconds ahead of Mandatory now. Volcall being pulled for both of these teams. Ooh. Okay.
It looked like Mandatory pulled the boss slightly earlier. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, so one of the big differences here, which actually might be the advantage here for Echo, is even though they're completely even right now, they pull the boss at the same time. But because both teams are going to be pulling the Witch Doctor and the Honor Guard. Well, yeah, they have... Oh.
Shield Bearers.
Yeah. Oh, where did Shield Bearers come from? Interesting.
I think... Are they the patrolling ones, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting.
Alright, that's really cool. So that... Okay, so the Honor Guard pack, either way, was engaged by both teams as well. So one of the differences here for Echo is that they all have Shadow Melt, which means they can drop combat from the Honor Guard at the end, and they can all mount up and get to the last area faster. While Mandatory, of course, having that Paladin, not being able to get Shadow Melt on the Paladin, meaning that Mode cannot drop combat and Mode has to walk to the last boss area, which is not going to make that big of a difference, but, you know, when it's this close between those two teams, it might actually...
Ugh.
Yeah, the couple of seconds that it takes to walk there, I don't know.
I don't love the Raging Shield Bearers on Volcall. If they put that
look at how much faster Mandatory is than the boss.
Yeah.
Look at the boss HP.
Does this save you a pull? Like, I just don't see how this... Like, I think Mandatory is about to do just the remainder of the trash of the boss.
Yeah. Alright, so Mandatory is done. They are still in combat with this Honor Guard. Again, they're going to be Shadow Melting off the aggro, except Mode. Mode is going to stay in combat with this Honor Guard, so Mode has to walk all the way to the last boss, but the rest can mount up. They're going to be gathering some Sky Screamers to Yesma here, which is the last percentage that they need. Maybe also a sword pack that is going to be trickling in as soon as they engage the boss. Echo, on the other hand, yeah, Gingy actually taking some damage. This phase is taking a really long time for them. I'm not sure if this was intended, but this is taking super long for them. They still need percentage too, so that means they also need at least like Sky Screamers on the last boss. They all should have melted off that Honor Guard. But yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to catch up at this point. Mandatory is about to pull the boss.
I like this position that Mandatory's in. Even though they're they have 4% less count, all of that trash is coming straight into the boss, and they're pulling Yasma somewhere in the order of 20 seconds ahead. There's also 5 seconds of death differential that's in favor of Mandatory. I think this is going to be a win for Mandatory, assuming that there's no deaths, but Mode going down to the Soul Ring right as I'm talking about it. Mason is going to be able to get that Soul Stone off, but Mode loses... Did he lose Bloodlust? No, he doesn't lose Bloodlust, but he does lose his cooldowns, which is a bit scary, but I think this is still fine for Mandatory, assuming that they don't have any more mistakes.
Yeah, I think so as well. They do have this Honor Guard here, which is a little bit unfortunate, as they did not manage to get that CC out. So that means that they're just going to have to deal with that one, off-tank it. They have to finish off these Sky Screamers, but as long as they just passively cleave the Screamers and just focus full damage onto Yasma, they're looking very, very strong. Echo, on the other hand, did now also engage the last boss, and they only need those 2 Sky Screamers on their side because they get that extra trash onto Volcall, so they need to do a little bit less cleave, but I don't think that really matters. They do have Bloodlust coming out for both teams in about 2 minutes, and Celia does have that incarnation that he seems to be holding for that cooldowns. We also see PI ready on mirrors as well, while most cooldowns for Mandatory are actually still in CD. We see Combust coming up by Crims, Macene's Infernal coming up soon as well. Looking really good for Mandatory.
Is this about to be a sub 10 minute Ataldazar, Nagura? We saw it a couple of times during the group stage.
They're so fast.
We didn't think this was going to be doable in a 25, but Mandatory is going to be able to put up a 9 minute and 30... I would say 2-second run, and this is going to be a huge map 1 victory for Mandatory.
Wow.
And I think they're probably spamming the hammers.
Wow, a near flawless run for Mandatory to take the lead in the series. And I thought for a second we were about to have like an epic caster curse from Tettles there, where he's like, as long as they don't lose it, then
he died.
You know, then Mode dies, and he's like, well, as long as they don't make any other mistakes. I'm like, don't say that. But it worked out anyway. It worked out. Mandatory got the win there, got the lead in this series, and makes another sub 10 Ataldazar, but this time on plus 25. It's crazy.
It is crazy, and I have seen a caster curse because if I remember correctly, Doa, you said they went into this game with 0 deaths and somehow someone died.
No.
So I think this one is on you, but let's focus on what actually changed the series, and that was this death here. The cast not finishing up on Alonza, throwing Echo bound back a bunch in their overall dungeon progression, and Mandatory just played it clean, was able to finish her off, did get that little advantage onto Alonza. I love this little safe spot here that they use to deal with all of the Saurids, just making sure nothing is getting in their face here. Also good control. And then of course at the end we did have that 1 death 4 mode, but you know, it was already basically won at this point, and they played it out safe, were able to rest them back up and then clutch it out. I was a little bit confused on the routing from Echo. They had some extra count going into the Alonza poll. So before that they had the same count, and then coming out of Alonza, Echo had extra count, but I wasn't able to find those extra packs that they played that Mandatory didn't. So I'll need to go back and check that one more time maybe, but definitely a very, very clean run for Mandatory.
Yeah. 9 minutes, 34 seconds. Impressive stuff as they take the lead over Echo. And I want to be clear, too. It's the caster cursed, but it's the host bless.
Oh.
So that's right.
So you blessed them to have a death.
I have
see.
indeed. I blessed the fans to get a more exciting map. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. Well, I mean, what a start. I mean, we talked about it going into this, so Mandatory, the way they've been playing this weekend, they have what it takes to take down Echo. And you know, now here's the question for Echo. Is this the moment where they do what Echo always seems to do and tightens things up, becomes unbeatable?
Well, okay, so I think this is a really, really good sign for Mandatory here, because Echo had 1 death on Mirrors there at the end of Alunsa, but they did not have any major mistakes. And Mandatory looked really clean in their run. So they didn't just beat Echo because Echo made mistakes. I think Mandatory just had the better route. And I think that is a really good sign going into this upper final here for Mandatory. And then the next dungeon we're playing is that Waycrest Manor, which, to be fair, Echo does have the fastest run from this weekend. But Mandatory did not play Waycrest at all. So Mandatory knows exactly what Echo is doing, and they were able to prepare for whatever Echo is showing this dungeon. So it is a possibility that Mandatory can do better than Echo, or at least like have a similar strategy, a similar route.
I think it's really interesting that Mandatory actually won the Atal Dazar, because I felt it was more Echo favored. I think if we're getting to that rise, Mandatory looked really good in that. Yeah. And I think the Waycrest Manor, for the reasons that you're saying, is also still on the table for both sides. So we could be getting ready for a very spicy series.
It's just one of those things, too, that like if I'm an Echo fan, I'm actually really, really scared going into this Waycrest Manor because it's so volatile. Echo does have the best time in Waycrest Manor, and it seems like they had a better strat than Bald Bandits yesterday. They had a death on Rawl, and that cost them a little bit of time. But Waycrest Manor, like especially the Soulbound Goliath area, you can lose a minute to Sanguine healing. Like if you don't have perfect Sanguine management, if you have any like Soulthorn deaths, we've seen. I think there was a Shadow Priest. I think Fragnus got Soulthorn 7 times yesterday in a row on Soulbound Goliath. Like there are things, and there's a lot of variance in Waycrest Manor that can throw these MDI teams for a loop. And if you're Echo, I would be a bit concerned here because it feels like you're kind of coin flipping with Mandatory as to who's going to be able to take this map.
So to me, the big question is, we saw Echo in the Waycrest Manor already, like you said, and they do that very big pull onto Raw with Bloodlust right at the start. And I think it's a good pull if you're able to pull it off, but of course there's a lot of risk involved with it specifically, and we have seen them struggle with it when they did it. So is Mandatory going to do the same thing, try to replicate that, try to play it cleaner then, or are they actually going to go for Sisters first, like we've seen many of the other teams?
Well, we're going to find out as the players are loading in. I mean, for me, it's like with Waycrest, you know, they either win it or they don't, right? It's very volatile, like Tuttles was talking about. But when you look at that rise, that's what I'm more concerned about. If we go to Murazan's rise, Mandatory has the 2 best times this weekend on that dungeon. And it's a small sample size, of course, but it seems like they're very comfortable on it. You know, even if Echo wins this one, it's still far from over, but we'll see.
How strong is the plot armor?
We're about to find out. I mean, ask Bald Bandits about that. It feels pretty strong coming into today. Oh, man. In case you didn't see it yesterday, there was a heartbreaker where Echo won by 0.07 seconds over Bald Bandits. But we're going into this one, Waycrest, Echo trying to tie up the series, a sentence we don't say very often. Let's see if they can do it.
Yep. Let's see if they can do it, as both teams are ready for this Waycrest Manor. And now we will immediately see which routes they're choosing. Looks like Mandatory is going left. They're not doing the route where they're going to Ral first. So let's take a look. It's going to be very interesting to see both teams doing different routes here.
Now popped Shadowflame Rocket Tinker and was zooming, and then he melted off all the trash in the Huntsman's Lodge area. I didn't see that they did that
last
yesterday.
time
Whenever,
too.
yeah, I didn't notice that he did that whenever he was grouping the pack. That is an insanely quick group to be able to get that just at the cost of your tank's potion. That's so sick.
Yeah, I love that. Now, all eyes on Echo, because Echo is actually doing a much more difficult pull with all of this trash that they gathered up here. You can see the bleeds on everybody as they're jumping around the Gorgers onto everyone. Mira's having triple dot on him here. Bloodlust, of course, running for both teams. Another dot on Gingy and Mira. They're just taking so much damage. Sally has to heal so much. Sanguine everywhere as these mobs are jumping around. Now they also have to dodge frontals and all of these explosions coming out as well. So really good job by Echo as most of the trash is done now. We did see some Sanguine healing. Actually, a lot of Sanguine healing. But it was all on the trash, so it doesn't matter that much. Ral, of course, being the highest HP enemy in this pool, and therefore getting some healing on these stewards or on the other mobs, not that big of a problem as long as they can live. So looking really good for them. It just does look really bad in the healing meter if you have 37 million healing. But yeah, as long as the boss is not healed, they're fine. Mandatory on their side, though, did a much smaller pull you can see in the enemy forces because there's not that much trash they can pull on top of this boss.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the advantage of the Raw first route, is that whenever we're going to see Mandatory doing that Raw area, they're going to be doing a lot of that trash, but it's going to be without the boss. And so that's where you're getting great value out of that Lust, but that pull is incredibly scary for Echo. But being able to get through that first bit without any deaths is like a huge deal. And Mandatory on the right-hand side, like you were saying, just a large count disparity. It's going to be hard to tell how far they're behind until we see both of the teams start to go down into that Lord and Lady Waycrest downstairs area, though.
Yeah, we'll see what Mandatory is going to be doing later on. If they have to do solo trash pulls without bosses, that's of course going to be a big disadvantage, which presumably they have to, because without that last, it's going to be very difficult for them to do this Ral pull. But Echo, we do know, is basically not doing any solo trash pulls at all in this upstairs area. Now, Soulbound Goliath is already engaged for Echo. This is actually incredible because Ral is a boss that takes a bit longer than Sisters, so the fact that they already engaged Goliath here before Mandatory is pretty crazy.
That is a very bad sign for Mandatory and a very good sign for Echo. In addition to that, I have some splits from yesterday. Echo killed off Rawl at 2:34 yesterday, so they're about 15 seconds ahead of where they were, or about 20 seconds ahead of where they were yesterday in this dungeon, which we already praised as an incredibly fast key. But there's a lot of problems that can happen for Echo, as you see on the left-hand side of the screen. The Ring of Peace coming out. Do not Sanguine Soulbound Goliath. Those are the only rules for this area. If Brindle gets healed, it's not like great, but it's not the end of the world. The boss getting healed is the only thing we have to avoid.
Yeah, unfortunate Soulthorn target here for Mandatory, as Maysteen has the second Soulthorns on him. Not having that human racial available anymore, they have to get through these thorns to make sure Maysteen does stay alive. And it does look like they managed to do so. Same thing happening for Echo here. Second Soulthorns on Mirist without the human racial available. So not the luckiest targets here yet for both of these teams. Does look like we did see quite a lot of Sanguine healing for Mandatory. I did see Brindle, the mini-boss, standing in Sanguine, which is not too bad, honestly, because Brindle not too big of a threat in this pool here. And Brindle, of course, having less health than Soulbound Goliath there, should be okay.
Yeah, I think that I would much prefer to be in Echo's position here, right? How do you kind of feel about these two teams?
Oh, I definitely think Echo is pretty firmly ahead at this point, just because they're ahead of the boss. And as we talked about earlier, Sisters probably faster boss than Ral. And Mandatory, I think, has to do an extra trash pull, like where they only pull trash, while Echo does not have to do that. So I think Echo is quite a bit in the lead at this point. Unless Mandatory somehow manages to do all of this trash onto Ral without Lust. which would be insane.
I will say a slight advantage of doing Soulbound Goliath, or doing Raw third and Soulbound Goliath like this, is you're able to, like you're seeing on Mandatory's side right here, grab so many trash mobs into Soulbound Goliath, where Echo is more or less just kind of, they'll pull just mobs that are in the courtyard, they'll pull like that guard disciple pack occasionally as well, but it's less dense mobs and honestly a little bit easier of like trash packs that you saw the Mandatory just do on pull. And so I think it's a bit more efficient, I think, for Mandatory to be doing Soulbound Goliath with these mobs, but Echo is firmly in the lead. They're going to be downing this trash packs. They're downing Soulbound Goliath somewhere in the order of 30 seconds ahead, and so they are looking really good. And they just kind of have to do Triad with some guards and captains, but it's not going to be that big of a deal.
I think the boss just healed for Mandatory just one tick, if
Ooh.
I saw that correctly. So they get a little bit of healing on the boss, I think. Either way, they're still going to be done with Goliath very soon. Echo already engaging the next boss. They did unfortunately get the fire onto Goliath here the last second, probably spawning underneath the boss. Don't think they were intended to do that. Either way, Pretty has to sit down for a little bit to get some mana back up. And it looks like they are going straight into Rawl here. Alright, so they do not have to do a solo trash pull because they pulled so much trash into Goliath. Which means that they still have a very good chance here against Echo. Of course, engaging Rawl later compared to Echo engaging Sisters, a little bit of a disadvantage. Also, on top of that, the path they choose to go downstairs, Mandatory, if they go through the kitchen area, there's actually a Rune Weaver there, while Echo can take a different path without a Witch. So if Mandatory has to solo that Rune Weaver without being able to pull it down, that would be another time loss for them, unless they somehow take a different path from here, which would also just be a more travel time. We'll see what Mandatory is going to do.
I think for the viewers as well, something to kind of note, and what Nagura said earlier that was maybe a bit overlooked, is Heartsbane Triad is also just a shorter boss generally than Raw. Like with or without cooldowns, it just has less HP that you kind of have to chew through, and so that's kind of like whenever we saw Echo kill off Raw first, it was a bit of a surprise. Because look at this. They pulled Heartsbane Triad about the same time that Mandatory's killing Raw, but they're going to be killing Triad somewhere in the order of, I think, probably 20 seconds ahead.
Yeah, we do see Sister Selena already going down. Once Melody is dead, they might even be pulling some more trash onto Briar. This is something we see a lot happening too.
Yeah.
Actually, they already pull it now. They don't even care. They're just pulling it with Melody. Melody, known to be one of the sisters, actually does the most damage with that dot on you, plus the debuff that is getting applied as a special ability. Either way, Mandatory actually chewing through around really fast. They're actually doing a lot of damage to the boss here. And they're pulling the Rune Weaver in. Okay, interesting. So this is the Rune Weaver I talked about. It spawns if you take that left path downstairs. And they're engaging it now. This is a bit late though, because Ral is already dead, and now that Rune Weaver is still full HP, so they're not cleaving it down. They're just having it here, which means that they're probably doing another trash pull on top of this Weaver. So definitely doing at least one extra trash pull here without a boss.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, I just look at the count differential. Echo has, 13% more count right before going down. There's a Witch that's right here where Echo is gating through. I wonder... Oh, are they pulling this Witch downstairs?
Oh, they're melting.
They melted it off. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Oh, wait, Clicks doesn't have
but they're not all
melt.
melt. Alright, so Clicks and Mirrors do not have melt. So they must have figured out a way on how not everyone gets in combat with it. Because usually these witches, whenever they spawn, they have global combat. So everyone just gets put in combat. But we saw the melt come out from everyone except Clicks and Mirrors, who are both humans for the human racial for the Thorns on Goliath. So, interesting. So they definitely found out a way on how not everyone in your group gets in combat with the witch spawn.
Maybe it's something with, if those people are the first people to hit the gate, it doesn't pull the witch. It doesn't, global combat them.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
What were you going to say?
Maybe. No, I thought the witch is in there, but it's not. It's just a soul charmer from this pack.
All right, Echo pulling all of this trash onto Lord and Lady Waycrest. Lord Waycrest is healing a little bit in Sanguine. It's not the end of the world because it was also during his phase where he was recharging, where Lady Waycrest was doing the health transfer. But there was a little bit of healing on the boss there, which is not ideal. Mandatory on the right-hand side is trying to claw back a little bit. There is one stage of differential between that. You see Lady Waycrest for Echoes at 70%, where Mandatory has Lady Waycrest still at 100%, so there's one phase that's going to be separating them. But Mandatory's trying to get into a position where they're able to come back.
Yeah, and also both teams are actually pulling Alma onto Lord and Lady Waycrest here. We've seen some differences in strategy, where some teams using the Transcend from the Mistweaver to get Matron Alma pulled onto the last boss. But we saw the difference in strategy and it actually being better on this boss here. So you can fully focus onto the last boss by single targeting it basically without having to deal with Alma. And I think that that actually is the fastest strategy. It is a little bit difficult to have Alma onto Lady and Lord Waycrest because there's so much other trash as well with the Soul Charmers that has to be disrupted. But both teams dealing with it really, really well, being able to finish off Alma here. Both teams also engaging those 2 Soul Charmers that are in this room. And yeah, I mean, Echo is for sure a little bit in the lead at this point, but Mandatory is not that far behind at all.
I think the final pull of the dungeon is going to be make or break for both of these teams. Whenever you take all of those slavers into Gorak Tool, it's a situation where if you have like 1 or 2 ticks of Sanguine Healing, that's going to be a big deal, especially in this moment. There is 0 deaths on both sides, so death differential is not necessarily something that we have to look at. But again, it's just going to be like Sanguine Healing. If Echo doesn't Sanguine Heal Gorak Tool at all, I think they're in a position to where they cannot be beaten.
Yeah, and it is difficult to not get any Sanguine Healing onto the last boss because you have all of these horrors of course jumping around. So we'll see how they deal with it. It's Lord Waycrest about to go down here for Echo. Mandatory, as I said, not that far behind, but of course with only the last boss left, it's going to be difficult for Mandatory to catch up on pure damage unless Echo makes some sort of mistake. There we go, Gorak Tool engaged for Echo. They have Bloodlust available. They might be waiting for some cooldowns to come back up, but never mind. All of the cooldowns are ready. Infernal being used by Clix, PI being used as well, Plastic Combust by Gingy. They're going to be blasting through Gorak Tool here as long as they don't get any Sanguine Healing. Let's see how they manage that.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the access to the Ring of Peace on both sides to make sure that there's going to be minimal Sanguine Healing, and that Ring of Peace and those mobs die, those Glenmores die at the exact same time. That was basically perfectly executed by Echo, and they still have Bloodlust running. Gorak Tool's at 45% HP as this Bloodlust is about to fade here in a couple of seconds, and man, Echo looked insane in this dungeon.
Both teams look insane though. I mean, look at that. Both teams have 0 deaths. The fastest run we've seen yesterday was from Echo, actually, and it was 13:02 with an almost perfectly clean run. So both teams playing better than the fastest time we've seen. Mirror's almost going down there, actually, from the AoE from Gorak Tool here. It might have actually made it really close still, but yeah, Echo just looking so strong in the second dungeon here against Mandatory. Mandatory, as we talked about, though, also looking very, very good. If Echo would have made any mistake in this dungeon, then Mandatory would have been right behind them to capitalize, but Echo does not make any mistakes in this Waycrest. 100% clean one, 12 minutes 31 clear. Wow, what a dungeon by Echo.
Yeah, Echo brings the score to 1-1. Fastest, definitely fastest Waycrest we've seen from them yet, and that's what they needed. I love this match, right? Because it's like you said, Nagura, it's a situation where both teams are playing so well that any minor mistake by either side is going to tip the scales to one side or the other, and that time it was just, what do you think, Makes? Do you think it was just a slightly faster route? What do you think gave Echo the edge?
Yeah, so I said this going in, right? This raw pull that Echo does at the beginning, I think it's one of the best things you can probably do. This mob has so much HP, you get so much value out of the Bloodlust here, and pulling everything on top of that just makes it so good in terms of dungeon progression throughout the route here. They dealt with it perfectly, not a single tick of Sanguine Healing on the boss. It is pretty hard to Sanguine Heal Raw because he has that weird hitbox, but then on the other side, the Mandatory team was already a little bit behind, and then they had 1 tick of healing also onto the Goliath, which already is like 5 million HP that you're then going to have to do as well. I like that they pulled the extra trash here onto the boss to try and equalize the trash count again, but it just wasn't enough. They were playing from behind because of routing difference. You can see it here, that's where the tick comes in. They go down to like 16% on Goliath, and then it ticks back up to 20.
Wow.
Really painful to see. Of course, you don't want that. You'll try to always move that boss out. But Goliath is notable for getting some extra healing. Then Mandatory actually pulling off a similar style pull onto Raw, where I thought this is really cool, but of course it's not the same size, right? You saw at the beginning how now kind of treks through the right way of the dungeon to grab a bunch of extra mobs and round it all up. They're obviously not able to replicate just that, then had to pull extra trash, and both teams pulling Matron Alma onto the Lord and Lady boss, I thought was also really cool, and it's not easy to pull that one off without any sanguine healing, so well done from both sides. But yeah, I think it's just Echo had the faster route here with very clean execution.
Yeah, that roll pull always impresses me so much whenever we see it in this dungeon, because there's so much going on, right? I mean, you're having to manage the Sanguine, which, like I said, isn't as tough as Raw, but you're having to manage the Volcanic, which I know is kind of a meme, but at the same time, when you're dodging all the other things going on in that fight, it does become another, thing on the checklist that you can get burned by. No pun intended, I guess. But anyway, you slice it, we're going to our third dungeon in our first series of the day, and we knew this one was going to be close, but now we get to that Murazan's Rise, and we see if Mandatory can be the team that keeps momentum going on that dungeon, because it's been so good for them all weekend.
Mandatory as well. If you look at the Waycrest Manor, they had a 13-minute even run. If they played against Echo's Waycrest Manor from yesterday, which was not bad, that was a winning run, they would have beaten them today. That is, Echo had a perfect Waycrest Manor run, I think, is what we were seeing today, and so now, are they going to be able to maintain that extra gear that they've kind of shifted into the Rise? Or are we going to see what we saw at the very beginning of the weekend, where their Rise looked... they had a few mistakes, is what I would describe it as.
Yeah, and that difference between that Waycrest yesterday and the Waycrest today for Echo is just one death. That's it. They had one death, and that's what caused it to be that slower time. So, again, it's like we've been all saying, it's like the tiniest of errors, the tiniest shifts, one sanguine tick, things like that can make the difference between winning or losing a map here. And this is a big one. This next map decides who goes to the grand finals. And, Echo, of course, I would imagine you almost come into a weekend like this expecting to be there. That's just what they've done for years at this point. But it is not set in stone, not by any stretch, going into a dungeon like Murazan's Rise that Mandatory has looked so good in all weekend long.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this Rise because, of course, Echo were the first ones to kind of showcase that Rift Mage tech, and then everybody caught up to it and now prepared it. Every single team we've seen in the Rise has done it, but it is not always 100% clean. We've seen some issues with it, getting in fight, having weird patrolling issues, so there is a lot that can potentially go wrong and can slow you down in your run. So I think it's still very open to where this goes, despite Mandatory having a little bit of a cleaner time in here thus far. It is a dungeon with a lot of possibilities, as I would say it.
That's one way to say it. Yeah, possibilities, pitfalls, traps, things to worry about. Definitely has a lot of all of that stuff. But we'll see. I mean, the thing is with as good as Mandatory has been looking, I feel like even if they do drop this one, they're kind of going to be my favorite to make it back to the grand finals later. I don't want to call too much in advance, but again, I just feel that they are the team after seeing the way they've played. And to be fair, none of us, except for Makes, sort of, pick them as their top two predictions. I mean, I don't know if I can give you full credit for that.
How smart would I look
Sort
if
of,
Mandatory
sort of.
won it all? Come on, let me have this.
I mean, you would have looked a lot better if you'd only picked Mandatory instead of Mandatory and Legendary for one spot.
It's just cursed. I picked them to win the last TGPs and MDIs, and they just always come second, man. Please.
All right. So the Tettle's Curse or the Makes Bless. We'll see which is stronger here as we go into Murazan's Rise. Any final thoughts going to this one, Nagra?
Well, I do want to say that Echo, of course, did play this dungeon already before, and they had quite a few mistakes. Even though they were the ones that debuted the strategy with the Rift Mages, they actually struggled quite a bit when they played. I think it was even the very first dungeon they played in the very first series of Friday.
Yep.
So, I mean, of course, they played super, super clean today, and it's very possible that they're not going to make those same mistakes. But Mandatory just looked so clean all weekend, and they also just executed this Rift strategy and this Rise very cleanly, having the two fastest times in this dungeon.
So I do think that Manator is actually looking really strong here against Echo for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small sample size, but for what it's worth, Mandatory's best time in this dungeon was like almost 2 minutes faster than Echo's time on Friday. So, I mean, I can't stress small sample size enough when I'm saying these things, but, you know, this is what we've seen. This is what we have to go off of this weekend, so we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, it really depends on where the issues come in, right?
Yes.
If something with the snapping goes wrong, it can be so crucial to the route, but we're off to the races.
Both teams playing balanced druid here, Nagura. This is so good for us.
This is great for us. One thing, did you also notice that Celia keeps playing Orbital Strike in like all dungeons?
I have noticed it. I was not going to comment on it because people get weird when we talk about Moonkins on broadcast.
I know. Alright, interesting. So we do see both teams gathering up all of the trash, with Bloodlust of course being used. And here's the difference now with the cooldowns, right? Celia using Orbital Strike, using Incarnation to get all of this damage out, while we saw most of the other Moonkins that are playing, that are not playing Orbital Strike, they're not using their cooldowns on this big pool. They are saving their Incarn for the boss. So because of the difference in cooldowns, having a 2-minute Incarn for Celia and a 3-minute Incarn for Mode, they have to use their cooldowns in different spots, which is very interesting to see. I do like the 2-minute Incarn, but you're gonna have less damage outside of your cooldowns compared to the other Moonkins with the Pulsar.
Yeah. Another thing that I just noticed as well is Mode is actually running the Fire Act Tank Trinket, which I have a suspicion that's for like the snapping stuff. Like if they get meleeed by a Rift Mage and die, we are down horrendous, and so I think that's probably just like a safety pick.
Very interesting. Do see both Infernals being popped here, of course, as well by Clix and Maestine, and they're completely even on boss HP. So even though Mandatory did pull the boss a little bit later on their side, they actually caught up on boss damage even. Of course, might be the difference with the cooldowns we just mentioned earlier, right? Mode saving that Incarnation for the boss while Sally did use it on the trash. His cooldown's coming up in 20 seconds. We'll see if he actually just sends it again for this boss or if he's holding on to it. Yeah, 44% for Mandatory in the first intermission, 52% for Echo. So already a pretty big boss HP difference here in favor of Mandatory.
Yeah, dead even in terms of trash count as well. And so this next area, not the dragon pull, but I think the maze is actually where the teams lose an okay amount of time sometimes. If you get all 5 people through that maze first try, even if you do go and unlock that checkpoint, you're significantly faster than other teams who have only two or three people that make it through the first time. And so that's actually a big deal, is just kind of how you're going to be running through that maze, making sure that you get it the first time and getting it perfect and not getting sent back to the start.
Yep, we'll see how they handle that as both teams are now moving on and engaging those 2 trash mobs to get through to unlock that maze. And now again, we might see a difference in mainly the Moonking cooldowns. All the other cooldowns seem to be pretty lined up between the 2 teams. Actually, Combust is a difference too. So we do see Crims using Combust here for the 2 mobs, while Gingy did use it one more time on the boss. Mold not having the Incarn, but Salia popping it here. So small differences on offensive cooldowns here. Doesn't necessarily mean that the trash dies differently, because we have so basically Mold used it on the boss while Salia didn't, but then Gingy used it on the boss for Echo while Crims didn't.
Both of these mobs, by the way, both of these Dragon Pulls that we're about to see are incredibly scary for no healer compositions, just generally speaking. It's something that we may be a little bit desensitized to since we've seen it a few times this MDI cycle, but not having a healer for these Dragon Pulls is crazy difficult. And now this is that gauntlet that I was talking about earlier. This is where you can actually make up or lose it an okay amount of time, depending on whether or not all 5 players make it through the first try.
Yeah, let's take a look if everyone makes it. They still have to open the portal anyway, because if they don't open the portal, then they won't be able to release here. So everyone does have to click on it. Maestine, the last one to get there, it looks like.
Mira's had to.
Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, Mira's had support as well. Looks like Echo made up a couple of seconds here. So both teams did finish off the 2 trash mobs previously, pretty much the same time, but Echo engaging those 2 dragons earlier. So a few seconds in favor of Echo for this gauntlet.
slight cooldown differential. Incarn is being pressed on this double dragon pull for mode, whereas Xaylia doesn't have that cooldown available. Instead, you just have the Infernal, you have the Combustion, you have the PI Void Eruption for the Shadow Priest. That's all consistent, but then the Incarn is coming up for mode, and look at that. It's actually not even making... Oh, Mason actually held his Infernal. I assumed he was going to press.
Yeah, so because mode uses the Incarn, they're holding the Infernal, right? So it's always a little bit of a back and forth here. So Clix does not have the Infernal for this pull, but Xaylia has Orbital Strike, using it right now, getting the Incarn out. But we do see the Infernal probably being used in a second here from Maystine. So much incoming damage onto the group, though, that you have to watch out for. Just like Stove popped the PI, but we did not see the Infernal being used.
Interesting. All right, so this is the part of the dungeon that Makes was talking about in the analyst segment before we went to this map. This is the most important part of the key where teams have lost a decent amount of time by not setting up these Rift Mages properly. We're going to be porting around in between Battlefield and Morchi. If you've seen the MDI the past couple of weekends, you kind of know what we're talking about. But for those who haven't, basically the teams are going to do like meld juggling to snap Rift Mages onto the Battlefield and to the Morchi platform. This is going to involve... Mode is going to meld, and then he's going to Wrath a Rift Mage, and then he's going to still be in combat with the Rift Mage, and then Skylark is going to Infernal Strike, leap away, and meld that Rift Mage back onto the pack. And then Mandatory, as this three-player group with Krim, Stove, and Maystine, they're all pressing meld. They're going through the portal like you see on the right side of your screen right here. They're going to set up a summoning stone, and then summon Skylark and Mode to the platform, and Skylark is going to use Sigil of Flame and meld to snap Sigil Flame and the summon to snap one of the Rift Mages to this Battlefield platform, and then that will create a link in between the Morchi platform and the Battlefield platform.
It looked like Echo had some issues here, so Clix was not able to use Shadowmouth and get through the portal, presumably because of some pets, maybe, that he was still in combat with. As you can see, Clix just now arriving. So that means that Echo are having a little bit of a disadvantage here because they were not able to set up the summoning portal early. But we see the summons already going through here for Mandatory. So Mandatory making up a lot of time here because they did not have those issues. You can see the Rift Mage already being snapped here onto the Destroyer for Mandatory. And now Echo has their Rift Mage snapped too. Yeah, the issue that they had with Clix here, not being able to Shadow Melt earlier, costing them quite a few seconds here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of what happened last time. Okay, this was not as bad as what happened last time in Rise. But this is another just like small minor time loss where Mandatory, just by better sequencing of their Rift Mages, they're looking better. And they already have that Destroyer dealt with. Now Skylark is going to snap that Farseer Trash Pack on top of Morchi. This is something that we've actually seen a couple of tanks mess up. But Skylark does it perfectly, and he's already with the group. That Trash Pack snaps immediately. And now Echo is trying to catch back up, doing something similar on the left-hand side of the screen. But Mandatory, with, again, better sequencing that you pointed out a second ago, are able to get Morchi pulled faster.
Yeah, Mandatory doing an incredible job. And they also managed to snap the Farseer, right? Sometimes you've seen teams struggle to actually snap them up, and then the whole setup of the Rift Portals is completely useless. So good for both teams that they managed to pull that off. Again, we see a little bit of difference here in offensive cooldowns, but it's just a back and forth between the teams where one player maybe uses cooldowns on this pack, and the other players are using it a little bit differently. But Morchi already down to 56% as their first intermission phase already through, and the Farseers are just passively being cleaved down as they fully focus their damage onto a Morchi. Of course, the images, the acts are being sustained by the Druids and the Vengeance Demon Hunters, mainly with that Mass Root and with the Fear Sigil.
If either team is actually able to skip one of the more problems guessing game phases, that could actually be a pretty large time save, just kind of depending on how much they're able to save here. But it looks like both of the teams are going to get the same number of those more problems phases. Mandatory having the boss at 32% there as they hit their more problems. Echo having it 35. I don't think that's going to be too much of a difference. I don't believe we'll see another one. And so Mandatory here are going to be they're going to down Morchi and then immediately port to Battlefield, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're going to go back to Battlefield, finish off that boss, and then there's not much left in the dungeon. So this Rift portal setup was like the most difficult part of the dungeon. After this, you just go back to Destroyer, finish off Growmesh. You of course need to do the travel time a bit quicker to get to the next trash pack. But then there's only the last boss left. Now, of course, there's things that can go wrong on boss fights, but there's no there's no weird setups that happen. There's no like weird or difficult trash pulls that they have to do. Another difference is maybe the bloodlust timing. So we do see both teams have 40 to 30 seconds cooldown on bloodlust here. We did see some teams pop bloodlust for Grommash Hellscream, but of course, with it being on cooldown, neither of the teams can do that. So we'll see where they use it. Very likely in the last boss, I presume.
I think Mandatory was electing to press it on that double dragon section of Deos whenever you have those 2 keepers available. That way the boss actually never goes up into the air at all, and you're just like fully cleaving the entire time, and then you get just basic full lust value. In addition to that double keeper, whenever they put that dot on you, is very, very dangerous. And so I think it kind of makes sense for both of these teams to be lusting that point.
Yeah. Alright, well look at that. It looks like Echo did catch up a little bit on boss HP, but it doesn't matter. Mandatory is already done as they're moving forward to that next trash area. Crim's being super fast to be able to reach that portal to make sure they start their feet to open the next portal to the next trash area. And yeah, looking very, very strong on Mandatory's side.
Grims looks like he has speed while in invisibility as one of his talent options, or maybe it was just the triple blink and disguise made it seem like he was super fast, but he looked like he was booking it out of this area. And it's important that you run out of this area as fast as possible so you can get the RP started for Chromie to actually open up that portal. And it looks like Mandatory is going to have an easy time getting through this portal. It's going to be pretty quick for them.
Yeah, I just want to point out how clean both those teams are playing in this series. This is incredible. We did see both teams have such a good Atelazar earlier on, and then we see this absolutely perfect Waycrest manner by both teams. And I mean, yes, Echo won the Waycrest manner, but Mandatory was just so close behind them and just having such a perfect run too. And Waycrest manner just being so difficult to play. And now we see this rise, again, perfectly set up by both teams. Echo only having this one issue where Clix does not manage to get the Shadow Melt in, and that really was making the main difference here.
And look at this, Mandatory already able to get this trash pack pulled off while Echo still going through that portal, and I think that this is going to be great news for Mandatory fans. I think that they're in a position where there's no difference in the routes here. There's not much difference in the offensive cooldowns available for either of these teams. If Mandatory doesn't have any mistakes and any deaths, I think this should be their map to lose.
It definitely is, and we're already at match point here, right? So if Mandatory wins this, they're going to be through to the global finals. This is such an important dungeon for Mandatory, and they're done with the trash. They're so far ahead at this point. I mean, of course, there's still a last boss to do. Let's not jinx anything here from Mandatory, as they have to do the last boss without the healer, which can be very dangerous, right? There's just so much incoming damage with the Infinity Orbs and with the damage, especially in the last phase. Echo now down with the trash too. Let's take a look at the offensive cooldowns. So we don't have Infernal ready for either of the teams just yet.
Okay.
We have Combust for Gingy, we have Incarnation for Mode. We're only going to see one more Incarn. So there's not going to be any like 2 Incarns. We do have PI on cooldown. So one more PI, one more Incarn, and one more Infernal. Bloodlust available for both teams. Chronolord Deus is engaged for Mandatory. Well, let's see if they can survive. Any kind of death would maybe mean that Echo can catch up here, so they have to focus and not have anyone die here.
This is the hard part of the no healer composition. This is do or die for both Mandatory and Echo. There's a lot of danger on this pull with the keepers. So whenever the keepers spawn, they'll put like a magic dispellable debuff onto players. You do see that Mandatory marked with like the green icon. It has an imp. So they are able to get some dispels out. They also have the access to mass dispel occasionally. But that's not enough to actually get enough of these debuffs removed from either party for Mandatory or Echo. So instead they're going to have to lust this double keeper phase as it starts here in a couple seconds. Deus he's going to summon this next keeper, and then the double keeper after is kind of where I'm expecting this lust to be. The downside of that is that the Infernal's not going to be up for it, but it's not going to be up for either of the teams, so I don't think it really matters too much. I think you just have to press.
I think so as well, especially just because of the incoming damage from... There we go, the Bloodlust is being used for Mandatory. Yeah. They're sending all cooldowns except that Infernal that is going to be up a little bit later. Stove actually holding on to the PI, possibly also for the Infernal whenever it does come back up. They're looking really good. We see a lot of defenses being juggled here. Nature's Vigil running for Mode, getting some of this off-healing in. Echo I'm also waiting for the double keepers to spawn, so they're going to be sending their Bloodlust in just a second as well. Again, also without that Infernal ready. There it is, Bloodlust for Echo 2. Mandatory now down with the double keepers, and Deos is at 11%. They're going to be blasting through this boss so quickly on Mandatory's side.
Mandatory, unfortunately, has Deus fly up into the air. If you actually push the keepers fast enough, you can leave Deus on the ground permanently, allowing your tank and your healer to do a little bit more damage. Or, I guess no healer, but like allowing your tank to do a little bit more damage in this instance. But I don't think it's really going to matter. Look at this. Deus is at 8% for Mandatory, and for Echo, the boss has now just ticked over to 8%. I think this is going to be within 10 seconds.
I think so as well. Okay, Mandatory down to 6%. As soon as the boss hits 4%, we're gonna see some dragons flying in and helping out the damage. There are the dragons. Mandatory is gonna be blasting through this boss in just a second.
Look at Mason. He's nodding his head.
He's excited.
He's nodding his head. He knows. He knows that they're ahead. Then is this Mandatory going to the upper finals? Oh my God, Nagura. We talked about the plot armor of Echo. Mason nodding his head as Mandatory submit their place into the finals.
They did it! Mandatory by a margin of like 1%. You can see Macy ecstatic. Who wouldn't be after a performance like that? And we've said it before. This is Mandatory's weekend, and they did it. And that means now Echo has actually lost 2 matches in this tournament. They lost to Dogs in Group A, now losing to Mandatory for a spot in the Grand Finals. There are cracks in the plot armor indeed, but Mandatory blasting those wide open with some incredible dungeon running.
Yeah, I was really impressed by this dungeon. We're gonna break down some of the little details all throughout this dungeon that I just thought were mentionable. Of course, the big one, you guys already called it out, was the snap not going 100% right for Echo, but we'll get to that in just a second. Now, here on this minigame, you can actually see now just zooming by on these rocket boots that we've now seen a couple of times. That's insane tech. It's just so cool.
No, you can do that.
Wait a second.
They're called Shadow Flame rockets, and they make you go very fast. We've now seen it by a couple of teams, and they actually use that later on again after killing off Grommash and Morchi to try and get faster through the area where Morchi is. But then, of course, here for the snap, they actually had Maestian still have a debuff from that sandpit area, so he couldn't get into the Shadow Melt and into the Invis to actually get by these sets, which slowed down their snap. And yeah, that was the big thing that cost them a couple of seconds there that unfortunately, I think, lost them this map in the end. We did also see from both teams some CC to deal with this more problems. Just a neat little tip that you can maybe take for your own games if you're watching, using that Sigil of Misery or even the Root. But yeah, here's that rocket flame tech one more time. Now just super zooming through this area.
I mean, we've seen that in the past with things such as like light flip potions or sky step potions to be able to speed things up. And so it kind of makes sense that these MDI teams are loving the Shadow Flame Rocket Tanker to just speed through the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, it is about going fast, so it makes sense.
Does it surprise you that we haven't seen more of it earlier? Oh, by the way, speaking of surprising there, Mandatory finishing in 15:10. That's like a full 20 seconds or so faster than 30 seconds. Almost, yeah, faster than the last fastest run. So they continue to improve the time. That said, Echo would have beaten both of Mandatory's previous runs too, so blazing fast for them as well. But Mandatory just has what it takes to go to the finals, and I'm excited. I'm hyped. And now the lower bracket's going to be extra spicy with Echo down there. It's going to be crazy.
Well, this is the second time this season that we've seen them get sent to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
We know what happened last time.
They didn't lose another map. Yep.
But one thing to point out as well is I talked about their ban earlier, where they banned Fall twice, and it's not going to be in the final. But in the lower final,
now
there
have
is
to
Skeleton's
ban it again.
So they either ban it again.
Maybe.
Yeah, so that means they don't have like another ban in case there's another dungeon that they're not super happy about. So they just have to ban that Fall, presumably.
Yeah, there's typically
there's
two.
tech.
Oh, do you think there's tech?
No.
You never know.
I don't
you
think
never
so,
know.
but it would be cool.
But what would they save it for? For the lower final?
Well,
Just when you got him on the ropes.
You know, Echo's just trying really hard to give us a good story here, Nagora. Can't you appreciate that?
It's all part of the plan. It's all, here's what they wanted. They were like, okay, well, we're planning on Last Hope beating Perplex, and then we can have a Group A Finals rematch. You know, then we can show that, and then we can get to our rematch against Mandatory. See, it's all part of the plan. But I'm really wondering about Perplexed as we look at this this graphic here. You know, Perplexed has had a little bit of a rough weekend. They've been moving on, but it's been a little bit difficult. They did get dropped by Mandatory. They did manage to take out Eclipse, but it was a 2-1 victory. So we'll see. I mean, I feel like Perplexed has a bit of the chip on their shoulder coming into this one. They want to show us a little bit better performance than we've seen earlier in this weekend. Doing it against Last Hope is going to be tricky. But they're still in it, so we have our Group B winner versus our Group A runner-up in this next match.
Dude, I am like out of breath still.
Yeah. That was intense.
I was shaking a bit.
It's really more serious. Can you imagine?
They don't have us on camera, but I was like standing up for a while after that.
He was. It's true. Yeah.
Tettles literally jumped up in his chair.
Dude, I get hyped. I don't know. I'm just a big old nerd. I'm like, this is so
I don't get excited or nervous for many things, but if a team beats Echo in the upper final, that makes me excited.
Yeah. I get it.
I mean, Twitch chat didn't believe either. Only 17% picked Mandatory to win it. And, you know, all of us had Echo on the top of our predictions, so we will see. Oof. There you go.
I don't like my predictions now. I think my predictions are dead.
Yeah,
I
mine might be
mean,
that too.
It's still not.
Makes.
Well.
Yeah. It's
Why
not
does Makes allowed to
well.
have two? Why does she allowed to have legendary and mandatory?
You're just seeing this
It's
now?
for flavor, Nagora.
Yeah,
you
I
wouldn't
just
understand.
Yeah. I mean,
cheating.
inspired by Dratnos, I guess you could say. Yeah, there's you know, switch up the idea of the predictions. You know, kind of predict whatever you want. Yep. But you know, Tettles, you're not necessarily out of the running yet. What you have predicted is still technically possible.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
How?
Well, I mean, if
Mandatory is gonna be one or
Mandatory
two.
made it to the finals, man.
Oh, you're right.
How was that possible?
Never mind. It's not. See, I can change this stuff whenever I want to,
Run
too.
the fight
So,
real quick.
if,
Just showing the bracket again.
you know, if you know, if
Production.
you know, if we just change a couple things around, it's been a long weekend. All right. Let's look at a dungeon movement map. Let's forget what just happened. Let's forget what just happened in the last 15 seconds or so. And
Taught me
hey.
brackets and
Tristan.
English today.
Hey, have you heard of dungeon movement
Dude.
maps? You try to guess a dungeon boss based only on the movement of the players. That sounds neat, doesn't it? Let's take a look and see what bosses it may be. Raw the Gluttonous, Iridicron, Time Lost Battlefield, an amalgam of souls. That's right, we're bringing back bosses from earlier seasons. So show me what you got. What do you think it is?
Well, none of these are from previous
Yeah,
seasons,
they're all,
but
yeah. Let's see. I think it's a bit zoomed in, and I'm gonna go.
Okay,
with,
it's not raw, right? Because if it was raw, we would see one person just always staying in melee.
yeah.
So that one is not it.
Oh, this
now
one's coming up
for
fast.
it-
Oh god.
Yeah, for the
Paladin.
Oh, it's a paladin. It's amalgam. It's amalgam. It has to be
Yeah,
a
amalgam.
black rook, right? It has to be a black rook,
Yeah.
right?
I think.
Or
so,
Iridicron.
too.
It could be Iridicron.
One more chance.
It could be.
Oh,
It could
right.
be Battlefield as
Lock-
well.
lock
It could
it
be
in.
Battlefield too.
Lock it in.
Paladin
What's
there
it
as
going to
well.
be?
I'm gonna with Battlefield.
Battlefield for Nagura? Tettles? Makes? Time is ticking.
God. I like Battlefield movement-wise. God, I'm taking Battlefield. Fine.
All right, Battlefield for two
I'm
of our
gonna say
analysts.
amalgam. just
Amalgam for
funsies.
Makes. What is it? It is Battlefield.
There you
Fist
go.
pump in the
There
air.
you
Let's
go.
go. Let's go. We're so back.
Yep. That's like the weirdest rendition of the American Gothic painting I've ever seen.
Dude,
If you're an art nerd, you know what I'm talking about.
it's the
If you're
farmer
not-
and that woman.
If you're not, then I'm just speaking gibberish. Which,
It's the farmer, right? The farmer painting, yeah?
yeah, exactly, yeah. hmm
Yeah.
They're both just kind of staring at the camera with kind of blank expressions. Their belt buckles have more emotion than their faces do.
Okay.
There you go. I mean, hey, argue with me? I don't know. Oh, do we have another one?
wait, what is this?
All right.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
what?
Oh,
this isn't.
no.
This isn't
An
dungeon
arena?
running at all. This is arena.
How is that one guy going like in a perfect 90-degree
Why are
corner
they
is
going?
what I'm asking.
700%
Movement abilities.
speed.
Because it's an arena match.
I'm gonna go with Tiger's Peak. I don't know any of these arenas,
I'm gonna go.
but I like the
I think
name.
I
so
think
I'm
it's
gonna go with
Ashamane's.
I
but-
think it's
Hey.
Dalaran Sewers.
Me too. I'm
and
going Dalaran
That
Sewers.
90-degree corner is
Exactly.
where you just go around that corner and try to line of sight there.
Yeah, you just
That's
gotta
what
hop
I'm
down
gonna
there
say.
sometimes. I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Hiding down.
I don't
it's
know
Ashman's,
anything
but I
about PvP, but if I say it with enough confidence, it'll probably make sense.
It's not Lurder on
There's-
Ruins because it doesn't look like
you
there's
see
anything in
this
the middle.
just
People are
square?
avoiding.
Like the middle,
Yeah.
there's like some
Yeah,
rectangular
that's why I
shape.
think it's Dalaran.
PvP
Okay,
community
it's funny
tilted.
because I don't know how any of the
Oh, it is
Oh,
Order on
okay.
Ruins. Oh, come on. All right.
The idea was good. The execution was not.
Oh.
Look, that 90-degree corner, top right.
Oh yeah,
thing.
beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, man, what are we doing here?
I don't know. We're
Travis
filling
just
time.
types in our group chat a fitting final resting place. Why are we getting flamed by the caster that's not even on right now? This is insane.
Gotta do something, you know. What's your PvP spec of choice? Since we all PvP a little bit, don't we?
I'll get hated if I say it. So
Why
no.
not? No, you can play whatever you want.
I don't play this. No. No.
I don't think would any of us call ourselves competitive in WoW PvP. I'm a for fun
Yes.
WoW PvPer. Oh well, Tettles, what do you play in WoW PvP competitively?
Resto Druid, because I'm a
Oh my
cultured
gosh.
individual.
I have no
A
respect
healer
for you.
enjoyer, some would say.
Okay.
I only play Moonkin when Convoke is OP.
I've been there.
I've
that
seen
was
that
a good. That was a
video,
good season.
Nagora.
That has happened before. Yeah. Makes. Don't be afraid.
I play the same classes and specs I
That's okay.
always play.
That's
which,
perfectly fine.
Oh, DKDH. Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yep.
All right.
Good
I've,
classes.
I've
good
always
comps.
been I've always been partial to Arms Warrior. I know I talk about Enhancement Shaman a lot, but when it comes to arena, it's been Arms mostly for me. Out there, mortal striking, you know, charging, heroic leaping, battle shouting. Oh, we're good to go to a break. All right, well, we'll do that when we come back, everybody. We've got another match here on the Mythic Dungeon International. It's the final day of the global finals. Do not miss it. It's going to be Perplexed versus Last Hope in the lower bracket semis when we come back. See you in just a few.
Dude, Doe was just like.
we're back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host here along with titles Dratnos and Zyronic. Welcome. What a match. What a series of games we just witnessed, getting to see Mandatory sending Echo to the lower bracket. Obviously, we have a lot to cover today, but I just want to get your opinions, both of you, on that last series. What do you think? Who wants to go first? Go to you, Dratnos. Oh, I'm sorry, Zyronic.
No, okay, yeah, I mean, obviously it's just an incredible outcome, right? Like,
see ya.
So, okay, there's two different competing trains of thought that I have. One is, this is it, this is the weekend, right? This is the time where Echo get dethroned. The other one is, they've been in the lower bracket before, they get sent to the lower bracket every now and then, it happens, and then sometimes they just clutch it out and win out from there. So, I mean, it's a huge opportunity for Mandatory. Mandatory now have the next couple hours to just practice that Grand Finals matchup. Just get ready to fight Echo. Echo are going to have to instead be ready to fight the winner of this series that we're about to watch, which means it's also a huge opportunity for either Perplexed or Last Hope to potentially then also get against Echo and take them out too. So it's going to be an unbelievably intense couple of hours here. And honestly, you know, if you're a Mandatory fan, you're hoping these are some nice, long, grueling series that grind down your future opponents, and then you've got just some nice chill practice time for a while.
Well, yeah, there's also the added, thing where the winner of this series is then going to be going up against Echo, right? I mean, knowing that you'd go up against either Echo or Mandatory, it's a pick your poison sort of deal, right? But yeah, I mean, Echo sometimes does get sent to the lower bracket. We even saw it happen in Cup A, right? Dogs knocked them down to the lower bracket, and they had to fight their way back, and we saw what happened there. We saw what happens when Echo gets knocked down. They play insane games and come back, so I expect to see more of that from them, but of course we have to focus on this match first, and we already have our bans out here. Blackrook being banned out by Perplexed, and Ataldazar being banned out by Last Hope, but we're guaranteed going to be seeing a Throne of the Tides now, and I'm not sure, have we seen this from either of these two teams? Yeah, we saw it from Perplexed, right? They had a really sick strat where they pulled a bunch of trash into the last boss and just blitzed it all down with that buff.
Yeah, they won that.
Does Last Hope have that prepared, though?
We'll see. Perplex did win this dungeon against Legendary. That was in one of the third match of the week back on Friday, but that's the only one we've seen besides that. So the only other chance we have to see this is the final game of the very last match, if we get to it. But for now, we're going to see Echo, well, not Echo versus Mandatory. Why is this happening? It's going to be
Perplexed versus
Last Hope. There we go. We got it. Nailed it. Let's see who takes the lead.
So the first thing that jumps out to me here is that Last Hope are not playing a Mistweaver, which means that their ability to do that pull onto the last boss is either greatly diminished, or they have another way that I don't know how it works to make that happen, which would be really cool to see.
So the idea
you could leave a Warlock
that,
pet or something, maybe.
Well, it wouldn't be a Warlock pet, I don't think.
You just leave your healer
I think
out?
the specific rule is you're not supposed to pull things with a Warlock pet while there's a wall available. The reason that they were allowing it is because it's an actual player body doing it. Technically, a Warlock could do it, right? You could put your...
you could circle?
Well, no, because they have to port out and port back. They do it with his Transcendent swap spots. I don't really know how they would do it without a Mistweaver.
You could leave somebody outside of the room, right? And then... I mean, that sounds kind of egregious, but... It's possible, or it's possible the Last Hope are instead saying, you know what? Half the time we see teams attempt this Mistweaver garbage, they die to it anyways, right? So we're just going to not bother, and we're going to play to win if Perplexed mess up their strat, which we can already see at the very start of the dungeon. Perplexed have been much faster off the rip here. They've gotten all their count. They are zooming through the start here. Last Hope still trying to finish off this last bit of trash, and actually have procced their cheat death on Dorky as well, so... That may be the plan.
There's something really important to point out here. Two big things. Number one, Last Hope didn't use their Bloodlust. Number two, Goop didn't use his Infernal. So they saved a lot of cooldowns on that first pull. That's why it took them so long. It ended up costing them about 20 seconds. But if I know Dorky, and I've known him for a while now, from playing with him personally and from watching the way that he sets up pulls in the MDI, I think they're going to be going for something massive here.
Wow.
I think we're going to see everything in this room.
I love this setup as well. They all invis pot, and Smacked set up 2 feathers, one on each side, that their slowest players would be able to grab to help speed them up on this run here. And yep, you are absolutely correct. They are not going to be stopping for anything here. This is the time warp for Last Hope. This is the time for them to catch back up and maybe do in one pull what Perplexed are doing in two. It's a 23 fortified, so this trash does not mess around. You have those Snapdragons, those Murlocs, that Ravager. Anybody getting attacked by like 2 or 3 of those is going to be in huge danger of dying.
That's why they saved the Infernal, though, right? All of those extra AoE stuns that you get from the increased shard gen of having that out, plus the blasphemy stuns on top of that, help do a great job of kind of helping out their Vengeance Demon Hunter with all of the sigil stops that they have available to them, and those Nashers get dealt with almost instantly here. Still not done with this pull, though. It's taking them a long time to get through it. Perplexed already through their double pulls here, already onto the boss a little bit faster than Last Hope. Last Hope does have a little bit extra trash count, but they're not quite on the boss yet. I think we need to see them pull this trash into the boss to really catch up here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So, pulling the boss about 20 seconds later, but they are going to have extra trash on top of the boss over Perplexed.
Now,
Perplexed is pulling in trash as well, so it's going to be pretty close.
Perplexed previous best in this dungeon was a 12-21, which means that they will get that second Bloodlust. Last Hope also will get the second Bloodlust, but it's going to be tight if they are trying to beat that 12-21 timer. They will barely get all of a second Lust, and only if they press it like right off of cooldown there. So that is a scary position to be in if you're a Last Hope fan, is just the way the Bloodlust math works out. It's starting to look a little bit sketchy, but again, volatile strategy is what we think Perplexed are using here, right? Like that Mistweaver tech on the last boss is very precise in terms of the inputs you have to do. It's if you mess up even one global there, huge chance of it going all wrong.
Kind of counting in my head here to see when Last Hope gets through this first intermission to see how far behind Perplexed they are on boss percentage. Looks like they're around 20 seconds behind here as they get through the first intermission, so not too far behind, but the trash count is relatively... It's about the same. Last Hope might have pulled one extra trash mob over Perplexed, so looks like, the net result of all of this is that Perplexed is just ahead, so that big pull plus the delayed cooldowns and lust really not working out for Last Hope here. And I mean, the thing we didn't really get to talk about as well is there are so many extra added benefits of having the Mistweaver Monk in this dungeon. Notably, the thing that really scares a lot of people in this dungeon is that ink section of the dungeon, right, where you have all of these little corruptions that stack up debuffs on the players. Having an extra tool to get rid of all of those debuffs in the Mistweaver Monk's revival is really useful. And Last Hope just don't have that tool available to them. So that section is going to be that much more scary for them to deal with. And when they're already behind right now, I really wouldn't want to take the trade-off of having the Resto Druid.
Yeah, it's a very, very scary section of the dungeon. I mean, you can get through it, right? And the benefit as well is that your Resto Druid historically has been a higher single-target DPS healer, right? Like, this is something that usually has been seen as an advantage of that spec. If you look at the damage meters right now, obviously Zisevi for Perplexed is doing some huge damage, but largely that's because it's a nice AoE pull where he's just getting the spam spinning crane kick for damage and healing, which is always really, really nice. But once these bosses are kind of simplified down to just a single target, that Resto Druid single target damage is actually still really incredible. So Last Hope may be able to gain a little bit of time on some of these boss encounters. That might be some of what they're planning to do here, but if you look at the bottom of your screen there, you can see what that split difference is. It's almost 25 seconds now that Perplexed have gained in the first bit of the dungeon.
We can maybe see Last Hope catch up just a little bit here. They have less trash to worry about, less cast they have to worry about. Perplexed had to deal with an extra pack of witches on top of the boss here, but they dealt with them very, very efficiently with their cooldown usage. They had everything set and ready to go here. They actually ended up saving a lot of their cooldowns at the end of the first boss there just to make sure they were up for this particular pull. Dealt with it very cleanly. And yeah, Last Hope catching up just a little bit. They were about 50% behind on the boss when we were checking it a little while ago. Now that's down to about 25%, but still, I mean, we're over halfway into this dungeon now based off of what we know Perplexed's time is, and they have a pretty commanding lead here. Looks like it's going to still stay around that 20-second time frame. It's not the most comfortable of positions. A stray death in a bad spot, or maybe a fear going off and somebody not line of sighting on the third boss could still be an issue for them. But Last Hope's still keeping it close, and you'd still love to have the lead here if you're Perplexed.
Yeah, 20 seconds is not a insurmountable lead, as you said, but it is, I would say as well, It's very likely that Perplexed will gain a minute or so if they execute the end of the dungeon right here. So if they can do this Mistweaver technology that's coming up soon, I think Perplexed are going to be in really good shape. If they can't, on the other hand, Last Hope are certainly in position to capitalize, right? Last Hope are not far behind at all. Of course, a zero-death run from both teams. We're going to see Mind Soothe and Imprison allow Last Hope to skip that annoying six-pack of Murlocs. And they are getting started running down the same gauntlet that Perplexed are currently fighting. This is that scary pull that you mentioned, the Mistweaver Revival being extremely good in. Especially, it's good in live keys, right? But it's really good in MDI because these pulls are so short that just one Revival, you can't use it reliably, but you only often need it that once.
We go, Swell ticking down on Perplexed here. Darkness comes out to make sure they take as little damage as possible during the double Swell cast. Look at the healing coming out from Divine Field. I'm sure plenty of that is from that Darkness that he dropped as well. And they're through the pull, essentially, man. No issues whatsoever. Sevi able to keep everyone topped. Last Hope going for a pull of their own here. Every Tainted Sentry in the hallway pulled on top of each other. Look at the AoE damage they're taking from those Swell casts. Can Drogo keep them topped? Looks like he's going to be able to do it. They're through the majority of the danger here, but still behind Perplexed. As impressive as that was for Last Hope, they still need to make up ground, and if they don't have tech on this boss like we know Perplexed has, they're going to be in trouble here. We can already see Sevi setting up for the pull on the left side here, skipping past all of the trash, getting set here on the stairs. He's going to Shadow Melt all of the aggro off, wait for his team to get the boss just a little bit lower, and then once the time is right, they'll get ready to pull all of this trash in the hallway into the boss where they can just blast it with that pure water buff they gain.
Yeah, so for right now, Perplexed are having to do this fight without a healer. Last Hope do have a healer, which you don't necessarily need for the healing side of this fight, although, as I say that, Drogo actually going down there, the reason he went down is because he had 12 stacks of that shadow damage taken increase from those little mobs, which, unfortunately does increase the damage that the boss deals with many of its abilities as well. So that's going to be a battle res for Last Hope. It's okay, though. They are back into this fight, and they should, in theory, have a little bit more damage, right? They shouldn't be needing to do as much off-healing, and they should be capable as well of having that healer DPS on this fight. So they should be able to accelerate on the Ink of Ozimat portion. The question then is going to be, will Perplexed be able to get their trash in? And you can see Zasevi is back on the boss with them right now. So Zasevi has successfully gone and pulled all that trash without dying. And you can see it starting to kind of funnel in here. We're going to see a Ring of Frost put down by Wolf Disco. We're going to see, yeah, there it is over there, followed by a Sigil of Chains just off the edge of our field of view. And you can see those CC'd mobs over there just waiting for Perplexed to get this damage buff. Divine grabbing the mobs that are running in. These spears are going to be pretty deadly, but as soon as they get this damage amp, they are going to be in fine shape. And there it is. Now they'll be able to just mow down all these mobs with very, very little danger.
Grip coming in from the mob, a little scary, but as long as they don't get hit by those frontal lines, they're going to be fine. And there it is, all the trash instantly obliterated by the damage buff. They still have a couple mobs trickling in on the end here, but nothing that they won't be able to deal with that buff. You can see, really, Divine Field taking the majority of the damage here, doing most of the damage for the team, and the boss is already dead with that buff. No issues whatsoever for Perplexed. Last Hope also getting through Ozimat, but the trash difference, though, it really shows here. 12 extra % for Perplexed, and they can essentially just go straight to the last boss with that lust available.
Yeah, Last Hope are going to have some kind of pull with just... I mean, they're going to have to pull this all onto the boss, but you can't do that. That's going to kill you, so... I don't know, I feel like Last Hope's win condition in here was Zasevi messing up something that Zasevi did not mess up there for Perplexed. Zasevi really good at this game. Managed to execute that Mistweaver strat to perfection. And now Perplexed are just going to be running it towards the boss. Let's see if they're just ready to go straight into the fight.
I think it's a meld.
Looks like they're getting ready. Okay, it's a meld.
Get all of this trash off, and then they'd rather pull the stuff inside the room than the stuff they skipped past, because it's just AoE damage that can pass it down. Sevi doesn't have to worry about that at all. It's just going to be all the minions in the room. This should be all the trash they need. The Lust is available, and don't blink. This boss dies in like 40 seconds with all their cooldowns and Lust.
Last Hope making a valiant effort there, but unfortunately Goop is going to go down to one of those psionic pulses. They are actually going for it as well. Look at the trash that Last Hope are going for here. They are trying 20% on the boss, but unfortunately that is going to cost their lives. I love this attempt. You know, they know they're behind. They know they got to go for something big, but unfortunately it is not going to work out here. Those deaths on the board for them, and Perplexed are going to seal the deal here with the last few percentage points on Mindbender Gersha. 100% count, sub 12 minutes
sub
in this
12.
Throne of the Tides as well. What a run.
Yeah, that was about 30 seconds faster than they did it last time in their match against Legendary, so certainly cementing themselves this weekend as the kings of this map, it seems like, and enough to take a lead against Last Hope. And yeah, you got to give it to Last Hope at the end, you know, really sending it to just do whatever they can to try to catch up. You got to do it sometime, and so those deaths don't bother me too much. But it's ironic. What did you notice in that one?
I noticed a lot of cool things, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Tettles what he thinks about it.
Oh, okay. We'll ask Tettles instead, I suppose. Sure.
All right, I cooked up a good replay package for you guys. At the very beginning, there was a slight loss difference. I heard you guys talking about it between the two teams. I thought it was relatively competitive through the first, 9 minutes of this dungeon. I think the large difference is the Mistweaver versus the rest of Druid selection. And so that's what we're going to kind of take a second to look at probably the most. So the Mistweaver Monk, like Dradnos and Zyro were talking about, whatever Ozomat was pulled was able to go grab a significant portion of trash. And you can see Zasevi here. He's running and grabbing the Hunters. He's going to end up grabbing some of the Faceless Corruptions, and he's going to grab some of the Seers. And that's going to allow him to grab 12% enemy forces into Ozomat that Last Hope otherwise was not going to be able to get, because he's able to Transcendence back into the room. And so the setup here is actually kind of difficult. So he has to sweep the Hunter pack. He's using the Black Ox statue to pull that Faceless Watcher away, and then he's going to meld here and stay incognito for about... Ozomat has to hit about 40% HP before Zasevi then becomes active again. Then he's going to be pulling basically all of the trash that he can reasonably pull before dying, and he has to make it back to Ozomat. And so this is the point here at which the composition is vastly, vastly superior for Perplexed, and kind of the point where, assuming that Perplexed wasn't going to wipe, I kind of knew that they had won the key. And so he pops all of his defenses. If Zasevi lives here, he's basically home free. He's trying to beeline to this Warlock gate, because if any of those Watchers get their crushing tentacles cast off, he's going to get gripped back and immediately die. He does make it through. He ports back in the Ozomat room, and they're able to down all of that trash with the Ozomat damage amp buff. They, of course, do seal the deal by pulling all of these minions into the boss, which is not an easy pull to deal with. But with the quality that these MDI teams are, it's definitely a pull that Perplexed can do with high consistency. And like you guys said, they saved 20 seconds off of their run yesterday, and Perplexed are phenomenal in Throne of the Tides. I don't think Last Hope even had a chance to win this key whenever Zasevi logged in on that Mistweaver Monk and just played to that level.
Certainly didn't seem that way as we look at the numbers here, but the question is this going to continue, right? I feel like this series is far from over, and feel free to jump in if anyone has anything to say about the numbers here, but I'm thinking about the Fall of Galakron, which is going to be our next dungeon here, and that's going to be an interesting one, because the last time Perplex played that, they did not win it. That was the only map they lost to Eclipse in their match. Now, conversely, Last Hope was able to win their Fall of Galakron, or Galakron's fall, rather. In fact, that win gave them the match victory over Bald Bandits and got them here today. So, again, small sample size, but in recent memory, this map has kind of gone Last Hope's way.
Yeah, and that's where they debuted their rocket tech yesterday, the 100-mile-an-hour rocket tech to skip past a lot of the slow RP in the middle section of that dungeon. It doesn't seem like it's too difficult from our point of view, but maybe there's some aiming shenanigans that you have to do properly that the teams might not work the kinks out. Thinking about that Throne of the Tides, though, I mean, that's such a tough dungeon for a team to cook up a strat in, because you look at what Perplexed did earlier in the week, where they had that monk strategy set up. If you can't dial that in and figure out that strat, I think you're really just playing for them to make a mistake, and I think that's what NA's Last Hope was doing here. And unfortunately for them, it just didn't happen. Their strat wasn't necessarily bad, it just didn't have the required levels of cook in order to win that map. But, I mean, these last two maps in the series look like they're pretty good for NA's Last Hope. If they can play at their best, we could still see a reverse sweep here. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the potential is definitely there.
What Last Hope is that again?
Oh, this is just regular Last Hope. I'm sorry, they changed their name from TGP. We all know in our
we're all
hearts what
thinking
their real
it.
team name is.
Yeah, we know what's up, actually, yeah. So we'll see if they can tie up the series here. I think we've got a pretty good chance of it. I think this is going to be our closest day yet of the weekend for sure. But, it remains to be seen. I'm wondering, too, with the rocket tech on Galakron's Fall, if that's a situation where it's just too easy to fly off the map if you aim it slightly wrong, which that distance, I would say probably yes, it is.
Yeah. I'll take this one, I guess. So I was running some numbers on the rocket tech earlier. It actually only saves about 10 seconds over just doing it normally, which in a dungeon like Fall, which the pulls are the exact same, it actually isn't an insignificant amount. Also, yesterday, whenever we saw Perplexed do a Fall, they finished the dungeon at 13:52, but they had 5 deaths, so that ended up with their timer being 14 minutes and 17 seconds. And so I think this is a situation for Perplexed that if Last Hope has their cleanest run and Perplexed has their cleanest run, Last Hope should probably still be about 15 to 20 seconds ahead. But again, that's a lot of variables, right? That's assuming that you have perfect runs, which isn't always a given in the MDI.
Yeah, I do think.
Oh, go ahead.
I do think this is the Last Hope the map in this series that Last Hope are most favored in. I think is this Galakron's Fall, because those 10 seconds of that rocket time. We have seen so many games this weekend decided by a margin of less than 10 seconds. So if you have a strat that saves you 10 seconds, I think you are feeling really good, which, normally 10 seconds is, that's, pocket change. But in this MDI, we've seen a game go by 70 milliseconds. So 10 seconds is an eternity as we are underway here in the Galakron's Fall. Bloodlust popped by both teams. Everything into the first boss, wasting no time here. The name of the game is efficient boss damage at this point. It's not even about dealing with all these scary mobs, these scary mechanics. It's about being the team that does that while also doing the most damage to the boss and not getting distracted by all these flashy lights and mechanics.
Fortunately for the Warlock player, that actually does mean they just want to spam Rain of Fire. Believe it or not, that is their best single target option on this many mobs. Otherwise, you overcap on shards, and you don't get all the Blasphemy procs you could be getting. That being said, the trash gets dealt with incredibly quickly, and the bosses are already below 30% for both of the teams. As the Bloodlust runs out, finally, sub 20 now. Both teams neck and neck right now, with maybe the tiniest of advantages for Perplexed. Nope, it's swapped back for Last Hope at the last second here. They've also got all of their Epoch Rippers dead. Those are the mobs that stay alive the longest. They're going to have a very significant advantage here at the end here. While Perplexed is still trying to deal with the final dregs of Chronocard, Last Hope is already moving on towards the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well, we got a little note in our chat. We started the key a second later for Perplexed than we did for Last Hope as well, so you can see it at the top of the screen with the timer. That might end up being relevant at the end of this dungeon, right? Of course, I mean, it's perfectly fair, right? We're going to use the in-game time, but just be aware if we get down to this being decided by seconds, that we will go and check the logs and see exactly how many milliseconds this dungeon was active for, because as of right now, they are right at the same spot in the dungeon. Last Hope, 4 seconds better on that boss 1 split. And actually, Last Hope are making some really good time through this pull. It looks like maybe they've got a few less enemies in here. Am I mistaken in that assumption? No, I think I might be wrong. It looks like it's the same set of enemies. Yeah, Last Hope are just zooming.
Same.
Yeah.
I think Perplexed might have pulled maybe got an extra couple of ads from their Chronoburst debuffs, but
okay,
not that big of a deal to deal with. It's actually just extra targets for the lock to AoE on, which is kind of nice. A little extra dot targets for the priest, but it's costing them a little bit of time. Actually, no, Last Hope taking a long time to finish off this anomaly. Perplexed say, you know what, we don't really care about that. We're just going to move on and pull the rest. Actually, that's what Dorky was doing too. He was getting prepped to pull literally every other mob in this section of the dungeon. Both teams saying, we're doing this entire section in 2 pulls. Here we go. This is the mass AoE. But the cooldowns really aren't there. The power infusion is really all they have available. They have Combust to deal with the coalesce time, and you get a little bit of good ignite damage, but your Warlock is just doing AoE without their Infernal right now.
Yeah, which, I mean, with this many targets, even without an Infernal, you are getting those Blasphemies still. You are kind of having a good time, but you're not having as good of a time as you would be if that Infernal were available. So they are going to be still getting through this. We can see Cauterize actually popped. Both teams are just mirroring each other. We have Cauterize procs now for Cryptix and Wolf Disco as those bursting stacks do get handled. And we are going to be seeing that middle boss spawn a little bit faster for Perplexed here. Actually, something like 7 seconds faster for Perplexed as they now grab a bunch of these little leeches from around the room. These things don't actually do all that much, little interrupt that's nice on that Enervate cast that you want to make sure you get, but you can also hit that with a stop. It's a bit of a weird cast, the Enervate from these leeches, because once they actually finish the wind-up, they stop being interruptible on the channel down, so you'll have to use a stop if you fail to get your kick at the start. But, of course, these teams have a plan for all of these casts, and very unlikely for anybody to get killed by that as we are into the Manifested Timeways encounter. You can see Perplexed about 5% ahead on boss damage here.
Brutal moment for Goop
good.
there at the start of this poll. He had to cancel his initial Cataclysm cast on the leeches because a storming would have interrupted it anyways. So he actually probably missed out on maybe a couple of flashpoint tick-up times, which it's the slightest of differences. But judging by how close these teams are together, every canceled cast could just be the difference in this dungeon with how close they are. Last Hope have their backs up against the wall. They're already behind in this dungeon. They need to win this to stay in the tournament and potentially
They're accelerating,
move on.
though.
They are
Their
accelerating.
damage is looking
They're catching
good.
up.
Yeah, they've actually,
they
instead of
pull
pulling
ahead,
all
though?
the leeches at once, they decided that they were going to pull the leeches staggered. So they've done 2 medium-sized pulls of leeches onto boss instead of 1 big pull, which maybe will be a little bit better for their damage, although as I say that, Perplexed are now pulling ahead a little bit further there. Looks like it was a little SKB that has now allowed Wolf Disco to do quite a bit more damage, but Cryptix is aflame as well, and Last Hope catching up. Goop, though, getting clipped by one of those projectiles. That is very not good. Drogo's going to have to heal him up, shifting out of that cat form to do so. Not something that you like to have happen, and so Last Hope are going to be slower on this.
2-second difference, though.
Yeah, so here comes the 10 seconds. Here come the 10 seconds of 100 miles per hour stratagem. This is something you can only do in America because if you use kilometers, it's not possible to do the conversion properly. So we will see if Perplexed are going to attempt it. No, they're not. They're just hopping on their mounts, heading over to the side. And here goes Last Hope. This is their strategy. This is their tech that they use, hopping on those Shadow Flame rockets and zooming through. Smacked actually getting hit pretty low there, but it's going to be okay.
Oh!
Cryptix is dead! And Smacked!
Okay.
Okay, we're all right. Drogo
So
off to the
let's
side,
talk
but that's
about
fine.
this.
He's got disengage. Dorky also.
Oh, no.
Oh, Zyro.
Okay,
Oh, no.
they get there faster, but the 15 seconds of death timers are going to be brutal. Yes, they
Yeah.
can release here, but those death timers are going to be a major issue. And this could this just be a moment of everything went perfect the first time they did it on broadcast, and it's hard to redo it the second time around? Maybe it is harder than it seems to be, and that's why we're not seeing Perplexed try to pull it off. Let's see just how much of a difference that time saved for Last Hope is here. They do get to the trash earlier, and they will get to the bosses sooner, but man, those 15 seconds are something they're going to want back.
Yeah, this is going to be such a brutal end to the dungeon here for Last Hope now as well, because, they are slightly ahead in progression now, right? They've gained a little bit of speed that way, but 15 seconds of death timer plus there will be a combat pot that Perplexed will be able to use, or maybe already have used, that Last Hope will not have access to as a result too. So, this is just absolute despair for Last Hope. They are now hoping that something goes wrong for Perplexed, but Perplexed have been playing incredibly all weekend. The mistakes they've committed have been so small and so few and far between that I don't think you can rely on that if you're a Last Hope fan here.
Are they even really ahead? Blight of Galakron now pulled at the same time for both teams. This just means Perplex has a full 15-second advantage with the death timers plus the combat pot. This is looking very brutal for Last Hope. They need to play the last section of this dungeon completely flawlessly, or they need some mistakes to start happening for Perplex. They need a death on Perplex side, honestly, or it's going to be difficult for them to come back into it. Of course, this is a difficult boss. You take a little extra damage from the corrosive infusions on top of anything else. You can go down quickly, but so far, so good for both teams. No major issues whatsoever as we transition into Phase 2.
Yeah, things are looking okay for Last Hope. They are slightly ahead here, but remember, they have to build that lead to 15 seconds, which, as of right now, they do not have a lead of that size at all. One thing that could help here is if you get some lucky targeting for your, especially in the last phase, who gets the corrosive infusion. If that goes on, I guess for Last Hope at this point, it would be Cryptix who has Invis, right? Because Drogo's already melded. Then that would be big. So That would save them a lot of time if they were able to remove that mechanic from that phase of the fight. Perplexed, though, still sitting on Meld as well, also have the option to use that. They're going to get an infusion here on a Shine. But they're actually about to push the boss anyway, so no need to worry too much about that. Last Hope entering the 2-target part of this fight. You know, they are a little bit ahead here. It's maybe approaching 15 seconds. It's getting close. I would say there's something like 8 or 9 seconds ahead right now, which is not enough. But it's something. If they can build on that lead, then they might just be able to do it.
Well, we'll see what the split is when this boss goes down. Something we also saw out of Last Hope yesterday, which was a little perplexing when we saw it, and no, I'm not trying to make a joke about the other team's name, is they delayed their lust at the start of the boss, if you remember. They didn't lust on pull with all of their cooldowns. They saved it until after the first shield so that they could get all boss damage out of it, and that actually pushed them into the last phase way faster than the other team got. So if Last Hope, if that was actually what they did it on purpose, they didn't just forget to hit lust, and that's the strategy to get into last phase faster, that could very much eat into that 15-second advantage that Perplexed had going into this boss, but that was already ate into on this boss. Let's see how much time Last Hope has made up here as the Blight of Galakron goes down 10 seconds after Last Hope. That gap is now down to just 5 seconds. Last Hope, they're making a run at it at the last second of the dungeon here, Dratnos.
Yeah, so the question is combat pots. Do Perplexed have a combat pot saved up for this fight? Because if so, that's going to allow them to build a little bit of time back. But we are going to see Last Hope heading through this gauntlet. They do need to get 19% count. You can see Dorky using those sigils to grab these mobs as they run forward. Gateway as well. And they're going to be just waiting for this boss RP as they begin AoEing down these ads. But once again, just like the first boss, don't get distracted by all the ads here. You gotta stop them from killing you, but you need to be focusing your damage on Iridikron as soon as he becomes targetable. That is the thing that is gating you from stopping this clock here, right? And if you're Last Hope at this point, that clock is looking so ominous here. But a Shine down as well. Okay, so that's actually probably better for Last Hope than it is for Perplexed. Sure. Except, well, okay, we also have Wolf Disco propping Cauterize here. And it looks like
what is going on for Perplexed? This is disaster!
Absolute disaster. Catastrophe even for Perplexed here. They're going to try and stabilize here, but Swag is going to go down as well.
They can't pull into the boss.
No way.
Perplexed cannot pull into the boss with Swag being dead. This is exactly what Last Hope needed. They were already catching up, but Perplexed, what is going wrong for them? This trash is going haywire. They can't deal with it. People are going down left and right. Meanwhile, Last Hope, the trash is on the boss. They're ready to go. Their trash is dying. Last Hope is doing it.
Was at 1% there for Last Hope. That would have been what a way for it to go, but they're going to be all right. They're going to keep this fight going, and it's just a question of surviving Iridikron here. They do still have one Epoch Ripper as well. That's a mob that can cause problems, but Last Hope's still sitting on a battle res as well now, so I think they've gotten through the worst of it. They're going to hit that lust lining up with this shield being broken. And if they can just get through another 6% on the boss here, that's going to be all they need. Wow, what a bailout for Last Hope. Incredible ending to this map here. Perplexed, building on that advantage slowly over the run, getting that 15 seconds of death timer and using it to be ahead by the end. But that trash pack, nasty as it is, was just able to take them out, and they're going to run back and try and get in combat with this boss, but Last Hope have the opportunity to slam the door shut here. There's not even much danger of wiping for Last Hope. Chromie's at 100% HP, so there's she can't die.
Cryptix can even invis this if he has it available. Yep,
and indeed, he does indeed.
Doesn't have to worry about the extra damage taken here. These blasts might go off, but they will definitely push the boss before the boss starts a second shield off here, and they will be heading into that final phase of the fight, and with the Combust available, there is no chance that they will not make this damage check. Here we go, Chromie providing the protective shield and the buff to the team to burn down Iridikron here. Just have to get the boss down to 85%, and Last Hope are gonna do it. It wasn't the prettiest thing, Dratnos, but they got what they needed to get done here, and they're not out of the tournament yet. We're going to be going to a Game 3 to see who goes home and who moves on to face Echo.
Wow, Last Hope ties it up, and I thought we were seeing their dreams of a global finals sail off into the sunset as we saw a couple of them sail right off the map, but no. Perplexed with a few missteps gives Last Hope the opportunity to come back and tie up the series. We've got Darkheart Thicket to look ahead to in our next dungeon, but a lot to talk about with this one, I think.
It's insane that you call it a misstep. Did you guys jinx them? Did you guys jinx Perplexed? Like, cast a curse on them? Like, what happened?
Definitely possible.
I don't know.
It could be.
So Perplexed was dead even with Last Hope through Manifest Timeways. I think that whenever you guys were casting, you guys were talking about it as just being virtually even. Then we were going to see the Shadowflame rocket tech that we talked about on the analyst segment before this map started. Again, it only saves about 10 seconds if done well. So whenever you have your Resto Druid getting the achievement for falling and 3 deaths, yeah, I would describe this as terrible.
Oh, he was so close, actually.
Oh, did he
Actually-
land and die because of the landing?
Yeah, he fell on the ledge there.
Actually, I would describe that as catastrophic.
It was so close.
And I thought that they were going to lose because of that, because they had the 3 deaths. You know, it was going to be close, but I thought they were going to be pulling into the boss like a few seconds after Perplexed and still just end up losing. However, Perplexed wiped because this trash pack started evading. I think one of the Chrono Weavers got stuck, and then it started evading out the trash pack, and then it started meleeing people. And you just see this kind of catastrophic. I would describe this as a catastrophic event for Perplexed, where Divine's just not able to maintain threat on the mobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty catastrophic to me. I mean, and once things kind of go out of control like that, it's really hard to bring it back around, and it did result in Last Hope taking the dungeon.
I also got word that they were trying to snap the mobs, which is what actually ended up causing some issues. And so as a result, obviously it's not going to be replayed. Like, you know, you run into some problems when you're trying to snap mobs. Perplexed actually was on the same end of this in the Darkheart Thicket earlier this weekend, where they were trying to snap some mobs and then they start evading because they've functionally changed how snapping works a lot of the time.
It's not a perfect science, for sure.
Brutal. The cider game time. Ooh.
Yeah, going to game 3 for both of our first series of the day here, and the winner of this, remember, goes on to face Echo in the lower bracket finals, and that is going to be a trial in itself. So both of these teams, I mean, you know, whoever makes it through this relatively grueling best of 3, I think, is then going to have to face Echo. So it's not really going to get any easier. We got Darkheart Thicket next.
Darkheart Thicket. Tough dungeon, and like you just mentioned, we've seen some issues in this dungeon as well this week. We've seen a lot of issues in this dungeon this week. This Sanguine Affix has been really wreaking havoc on a ton of teams in every dungeon that it's possible in.
So
Yeah.
whenever we've actually seen both of these teams play this key, and they both had minor, I would actually describe them as major problems. For Last Hope, they actually healed Oakheart, I want to say 15% of his HP, and so that ended up losing them the map. For Perplexed, obviously they had the deal with the eyeball fear guys, where those guys evaded out, and then they wiped that trash pool, losing them the map. And so I think that for both of these teams, there's a lot of improvement that they absolutely can make, and I actually don't know who should be favored in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you know, judging again by our sample size that we've got this weekend, it could really go either way. It's tough to predict this one, and you know, the things that happened to Perplex last time is not the type of thing you would expect to happen every time. It is a concern, but it's unlikely. And then the other side, you know, can Last Hope sort of clean up their side of things? So I'm excited. This is one where it's like you can't really say, you know, as conclusively as we can anyway on the MDI that one team is favored versus another on a certain dungeon. But you know, both of these teams have fought hard to get here. Perplexed, of course, our Group B winners. Last Hope, our Group A runners-up. So again, if Last Hope wins this, then we get a Group A finals rematch with them versus Echo. And a chance for a little bit of redemption there. They got 3-0'd, if I recall correctly, in the Group A finals.
Just before we jump into game, I think the two pulls to watch out for are the first pull of this dungeon. The first pull of this dungeon, there can be like a lot of sanguine problems. If any team has significant sanguine management, that's going to be a big deal. The pull that goes into Oakheart, or the pull that's right before Oakheart, with all the dwellers, that is the other big pull that you guys got to be watching out for.
All right, well, here we go. Perplex versus Last Hope. Winner gets to fight Echo for a spot in the grand finals.
No infernal mishaps here, Dratnos.
Right, yep, no critters attacked by those infernals, always something that we're glad to see avoided. It seems like the trick to avoid those missteps has been to just put the camera on before the key actually starts as well, so that's good tech there, as we do have the beginning pull set up here. Both teams making good time as they get underway. Last
Notably,
Hope.
Perplexed is
Described as a
they're the
snap
only
of-
team that's doing this gateway through this wall here.
Yeah,
It's costing him a lot of
nifty
time.
maneuver.
He took like five seconds to actually get it done there. So not ideal, but they do get through. Last Hope are setting up their pull a lot closer. Perplexed do go all the way to the end, so Last Hope is going to get this pull set up and start doing their AoE just a little bit sooner. They have that Lust timer up sooner too.
Yeah, it's really nice as well to be able to get this pack grouped up kind of in the middle of where the mobs are spawning from it, right? Because then the total travel time is a little bit smaller. Whereas for Perplex, they're pulling some mobs from fairly far away, so you're waiting a little while for everything to get grouped up. But Cryptix is going to get auto-attacked by a bear somehow there for Last Hope. That is very not good. That's going to be a player down. Goop is in some danger as well here. Has that bleed on him, which will only be removed if he gets fully topped, which means that's going to delay the res here for a little while, which means now there's a poisoner walking at them. Luckily, it's mind-soothed, but Last Hope already taking 5 seconds of death timer and like 20 seconds of logistics time. That is catastrophic early in this run.
Already setting themselves behind Perplexed into the first boss already. And the worst part about that was that Drogo couldn't go ahead and start the RP like he wanted to at the end of that pull because he had to get the hard res onto Cryptix. Maybe if they were going a little bit faster,
no.
they could have had smacked res him, but more issues because Goop didn't actually get the skip off here. Not sure what happened there. Maybe he didn't mount up before taking the portal, which will cause your pet to run by the bears, so he got in combat with the bears, but that's another res that they have to take, and more time out of combat spent for Last Hope. In the meanwhile, Perplex has opened up a 30% lead on this first boss here.
Yeah, Last Hope just already in position where, you know, they're going to need a mistake to be made on the side of Perplexed, or they're going to need some insane damage over the rest of this dungeon. The good news, actually, if you're a Last Hope fan here, is that it is a sanguine dungeon, which means there are a lot of opportunities for minor 5 or 10 second mistakes to be made, which aren't often true in non-sanguine dungeons, right? And so that could be Last Hope's way back into this game. If their sanguine management is clean, and if Perplexed is not, then they could certainly still get back into this one. But, I mean, the early pulls here went about as badly as they could without a wipe happening.
So one of the things that's definitely a little weird about the way Last Hope plays this dungeon as well is Goop doesn't use his Infernal on the initial pull. He saves it for this boss here just to blast single target damage. So all of that time spent, you know, just waiting to pull the first boss is time that his Infernal is off cooldown, not being used, right? He's not going to get like a less use of it later in the dungeon because of that, but it just feels really bad to look at that cooldown and not use it. And they do catch up a little bit on the boss here, but the problem is, like Perplexed, that Infernal's coming up for this next pull, whereas it's not going to be up for Last Hope, so it's just really going to be an uphill battle for Last Hope in terms of cooldown management for them. That being said, we've seen this pull go horribly, horribly wrong for so many teams. Divinefield doesn't have the cheat available. He is so low as he runs through this trash. But looks like Sevi is going to be able to top him off. He's going to be okay. But they need to get this pull managed perfectly because we've seen what can go wrong if just one of these fear casts go off.
Yeah, this is a very sketchy part of the dungeon there. Sigil of Silence is beautifully going to hit all 5 of those dwellers, though. And Perplexed running forward, running towards where they want to fight these mobs. Those eye casts are going to be hit by that incapacitating roar. Again, it's going to hit all 5 mobs. A Ring of Frost is behind them to help them group up the other mobs, keep them CC'd. And Zasevi looks like he's maybe looking for CC on those. Nope, okay, all good. And we have another set of eye cast. This time it's going to be stopped by a stun. Looks like Infernal Stun or maybe a Blasphemy. And another set of eye cast, Dragon's Breath. They're doing a good job here of rotating through, making it back to Sigil of Silence, which will once again keep those under control for a very long time. On Sanguine Week in particular, it's really good to save Sigil of Silence to be one of the last things, because it lets you move mobs out of Sanguine really easily. And you can see there, I mean, a little bit of Sanguine healing happening, but barely any. Not even going to see it on the meters here. Less than 1 million Sanguine healing for Perplexed as they get onto the boss. Beautiful, textbook crowd control against the Sanguine affix there.
That's one of the strengths that Divinefield as a tank has almost always had. He's been extremely good at managing Sanguine. Throughout the 6 years he's been an MDI player here, dude is insane at making sure they get as little Sanguine as possible, showing it off perfectly there. What is the strategy here for Perplex with those extra trash mobs they have? Are those just extras that they don't want to deal with and they're going to probably Melder and Viz them off after the fact? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that. They're currently mass polyed off in the corner. A couple of the Blossoms are now just coming in, so
No,
maybe
I think
they
those
were
are
just
the ads.
waiting?
I think those are the ads from the fight.
No, those are the uproots. Yeah, they're still mass polyed out there.
Yeah.
What's going on there? There's keepers in there too. They definitely don't want to deal with those, right? Like at all.
So often you don't want to deal with the keepers, but you're fine with dealing with the other mobs. But yeah, they have all of them CC'd together. It would be hard to isolate the keepers. I think their count is looking pretty good as well. So I'm not sure if they need those. I think it might be a case of, just keep them CC'd, and you can see Wolf Disco going to hit the altar time, head over there, cast another mass poly, altar back, get hit by his tank directly in the head, blink away, not a big deal. If you blink fast enough there, if you've got useful reflexes, you can actually avoid that damage on a lot of different classes, which is really nice. And Oakheart going to be dropping quite quickly here for Perplexed. So now what we're going to be able to see is not just have Perplexed maintained their lead, but have they extended it. Look at the bottom of our screen here. See that boss 2 split timer? If that gets over 312 for Last Hope, that means that Perplexed have actually gained time on this split, which this split, at least for Last Hope, nothing went horribly wrong, but I think they're still slower. I think Perplexed are just on a different level here.
We were I don't know, mind controlled by that mass poly tech that Perplex was doing to keep that trash dealt with off on the side. We did have a lot of Sanguine healing on this pull for Last Hope. Before the boss went down, you could see they had about 22 million Sanguine healing. Not sure if that was on the Blossoms that they like kiting around a lot, or it could have potentially been an extra 1 or 2 ticks on the boss as well, because as we can see by those boss timers at the bottom of our screen here, Last Hope ended up losing another 7 seconds on that split in the dungeon. So not going the greatest for them, and they're running out of time to catch up once again. I feel like we're saying all the same things we said in that Galakron's fall. Can lightning strike twice though? Will the same thing happen? Does Perplexed, do they have the they have the experience, but can they close it out here?
This is a dungeon where, especially with Sanguine active, the final pull is also nuclear difficulty, right? Tettles wanted us to highlight the Oakheart pull, the first pull of the dungeon, and those pulls have certainly been the two where these teams found their separation, right? Where Perplexed actually gained their advantage. But the last pull of the dungeon has been a pull that has contributed to the victory or defeat of many of our different runs in Darkheart Thicket. Not only is it a very difficult pull in its own right, you have a Stalker that's going to be coming in late that will do huge damage to people and also needs to be picked up by the tank, and you have just an incredibly precise degree of Sanguine management that needs to get done on that pull. So that is what Perplexed need to do well. If Perplexed can do that pull well, they are far enough ahead now that they don't need to care what Last Hope does at this point. Last Hope, on the other hand, needs something to go at least a little bit wrong for Perplexed, and of course they need to play their own game to the best of their abilities.
I mean, the lead is staggering here. You can see from our timers on the bottom, not only do they have about a 35-second lead in dungeon progression, but Last Hope also has those 2 deaths that are dragging it down by another 10 seconds. 40 seconds with just the 1 massive pull left in the dungeon to go is massive. I mean, Last Hope needs pretty much a full wipe from Perplexed here. And Perplexed, are they just taking it easy? Are they making sure that no mistakes will happen? I don't know if you're far enough ahead for that to be the play.
This is huge potentially here. This is an incredibly gutsy call from Perplexed. It says, you know what? Slow and steady wins the race, but we're going to see if that's true, because Last Hope, I think, are going to do quick and reckless and see if that wins the race. Let's see what they are up to here. If I know Dorky, I know he is never interested in doing a little pull like this, and so I think they are just going to be running through. Yep, there it is. The Invis Pots, the Roar, they're going to be setting up. Oh, and Perplexed actually getting a Incorporeal cast on them. Luckily, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They weren't actually in combat with anything, really, so all good. Not to worry much at all. But yeah, I mean, this is a huge equalizer potentially for Last Hope. Now you can see they're actually at the same spot in the dungeon. They're going to have to do this boss with more trash, and they still have 10 seconds of death timer to overcome. But they are going to be able to pull the boss only a few seconds later than Perplexed. So if they can be perfectly clean here, maybe, just maybe, there is still a hope for Last Hope.
They traded off about 25 seconds of their lead for safety on this final pull. That means that there's essentially no chance they'll have a full wipe here, but individual
You can still
spot deaths
sanguine heal
can
the boss.
happen with this boss. You can still sanguine heal the boss. There still is the possibility of that happening. Last Hope can do it too, so the execution for Last Hope has to be completely perfect here for anything to go wrong. There's the initial sigil of silence there to make sure mobs are able to be moved out of the sanguine healing. No sanguine healing whatsoever for Last Hope here. Second sigil of silence comes through. That summoner's still on top of the boss here. Dork is doing a great job of kiting out the mobs here. Stalker goes out onto Goop. He's got the cooldown available for it. Just the Stalker is left, and they've got it banished. Last Hope has done it. Has Perplexed pulled it off on their side too, though? It looks like they have.
Oh, Zevi dropping super low, pops that potion of Withering Dreams, drops super low again, but this is the Bloodlust now for Perplexed. They are hitting the gas. They're saying, you know what? This was close, but we are still gonna win it. We took a little bit of a safer strategy because we knew we could, and we were right. That's exactly what is gonna win it here for Perplexed. No risk of wiping on the last boss, and now they're just able to send it home with all of their cooldowns with this Bloodlust. Perplexed are gonna be able to defeat Last Hope. It was a close game. It was a close series. Those extra mobs running in now for Perplexed because they do still need the count. Oh my goodness, Zyro, they do still need to kill these bats. All right, hang on. The clock isn't stopped just yet. Do they have the count as well? Is this enough count? Zyro, are the bats?
Wait a minute.
Are they 5.5%?
I think they're 1.5% each. I think they're good.
Okay.
We'll have to see when the first one goes down. Last Hope is 10% though. Last Hope could still do it. The death timers are still a thing though right now.
10 seconds death timer.
When this boss dies, Last Hope needs 10 seconds, and I don't think there's 10 seconds left. These last two Bloodseekers are going to seal the deal for Perplexed, and they have done it at the last moment. Perplexed is taking the series, and they're moving on to fight against Echo. Man, what a gutsy performance from them there.
Yeah, Perplex, our Group B champions, manages to punch their ticket to a match against our Group A champions, Echo, in our next series of the day, but Last Hope, it was really those two deaths. If you look at the timers at the end, it was exactly 10 seconds between the two squads. And we would have gone down to the milliseconds yet again if Last Hope hadn't had those deaths. But, I mean, Last Hope would have won, actually. If
without
they
without the deaths,
crazy.
right?
Yeah,
Even
without the
ignoring
deaths.
The logistics, right? They would have won by 100 milliseconds. Now, that being said, Perplexed slowed down at the end, right? Perplexed were like, you know what?
True.
We have a lead. We can do a slower pull. And that was an incredibly gutsy call because it ended up being so close. But they were confident. They did the math. They were running the numbers, right? It was like that GIF with the calculus flying by the guy's face, right? That was what was going on in the head of Perplex, as they perfectly identified how much they could slow down for safety and still win.
Yeah, I just taking a look at like the remainder of the run, I thought this was kind of like the Perplex show. They had really good CC. They didn't let those mistakes that they had the last time in this key really affect them at all. They also kind of were able to recover after that fall and really get back to it, and showed off a really good Darkheart Thicket. Had incredibly minimal Sanguine healing, whereas for Last Hope, look at how much Oakheart's going to heal here in a second. This boss is going to get healed just so much, and I think that this was arguably a bigger deal than the 10 seconds lost, is healing this boss 10%. Just, it's an unfortunately like slightly delayed Typhoon, and the boss just gets 2 ticks of Sanguine, and you're just like, oh my god, I thought it was over. I don't know how you guys feel. I hate this end pull for Perplexed. They did +1 pull over Last Hope. They ended up pulling 1 more trash pack, and while it was a decent amount safer, I mean, they almost lost because of it. Last Hope nearly came back.
I mean,
do you know what you call a team that almost lost, Tettles?
Winners.
That was it. I mean, they had seconds to give, and so they gave them for safety. I actually think it was really, really clever.
It was a bold move, but it worked.
I guess my assessment is, I wonder if that's their strat versus that was an on-the-fly adaptation.
No, it must. I'm sure it was an adaptation, right? I'm sure they. Well,
see, that's
I don't remember what they did last time.
They
didn't make it there last time. They got stuck before Oakheart last time.
Yeah.
It could have been like they thought, okay, we don't have the cooldowns we normally have for this pull. We're going too fast. Let's just take it easy, kill this pull, and then we'll have them set for the next pull.
Could be.
Maybe they just didn't want to go into the last boss without a certain set of cooldowns. I don't know. Either way, worked out for them. Perplexed is going to be moving forward. Last Hope, unfortunately,
won.
going home in 4th place.
Yeah. I mean, hey, making top 4, not bad at all. Our Group E runner-up, Last Hope, I'd say putting out a very respectable performance, of course, especially in Group A. They looked really, really good and solid this weekend, but not quite enough to make it all the way to the lower finals, the grand finals. But, man, our lower finals is going to be so good. We get a clash of the group champions. We have our Group A champion Echo versus our Group B champion Perplexed, and then whoever wins, get to go on to face Mandatory in our grand finals, as you can see. But I feel like it's almost like we get 2 finals today, right? We got our group champion finals, and then we get our overall tournament finals. So double the finals. Congratulations, everybody.
I think you could argue we got 3 finals as well, because we got Echo versus Mandatory earlier today as well, which could be we got
possibly.
That. If Perplexed win here, we'll have all 3 of those like permutations of Echo, Mandatory, and Perplexed playing each other today. That would be pretty sweet.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, any way you slice it, this has been a great group, a great global final.
I just look over at chat. Somebody goes, "Well, this is over. GG Echo." I really don't feel like that's even the truth, man. I feel like this is insanely close between all 3 of our final teams.
Have they not been watching this weekend? I don't know. Echo's looking a bit vulnerable. So
I think that Echo and Mandatory have looked better than Perplexed. I do think Echo are definitely the favorite in this upcoming series, but I don't know. I mean, Perplexed often do their best when they come up against exactly Echo. So we're going to see if that holds true in the next series. It's such an exciting day, though. My goodness.
Yeah, let's check out our dungeon movement map, though, before we go any further. Just because, we need to give the players time. We need to give them time to take a breath, set up, and that gives us time to challenge our analysts and host. But, I don't really put any stock in it. It's really more about if they get it right or wrong than if I get it right or wrong. But you can play at home, too.
What the cope?
Is this Grand Vizier Urtan, Primal Tsunami, Raging Tempest, or Warlord Saga?
Grand Vizier.
I know.
Which one's Warlord Saga? Any remembers?
I don't remember.
That's the boss from Neltharis.
Okay. Yeah, that one was
boss Neltharis.
That one was slipping my mind a little bit.
It's last boss Neltharis, right?
Last boss Neltharis.
Yeah, okay. So last boss Neltharis, Raging Tempest, obviously not good offensive. Primal Tsunami is Halls of Infusion, which if it's Primal Tsunami, we're going to see them all get sent in different directions. That'll be obvious.
Airtan's first boss of Vortex, right?
Yeah,
I believe so.
This could be that. It could be that, right? Looking like they're spread around a mob like this. I don't think it's Saga.
I think it's well, no. I don't think you Raging Tempest for spreading out to soak orbs.
You would be more stacked for Primal Tsunami. Okay, I think it actually is Raging Tempest because that middle is the boss, right?
Well, the middle could be the boss for Grand Vizier as well, though, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think you'd be doing this movement. I don't think the movement would be this erratic for it. So I'm also thinking it's Raging Tempest.
Well, usually the tank sticks a bit close to the boss for Grand Vizier, doesn't he?
So for Grand Vizier, no. For Grand Vizier, it was we had the teams. It was a TGP season. So the teams were like hard stacked to really make sure that they were getting the correct amount of healing during the intermissions, as opposed to Raging Tempest, where you would be fully spread.
Right. Yeah. You needed to be spread more often. I think it's Raging Tempest, but I don't know.
Well,
let's see.
You want to lock it in?
It's starting to.
It's a shaman. It's Raging Tempest for sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Presevoker and a Feral Druid. Oh wait, no, that's a Resto Shaman.
Resto Shaman, Augavoker, maybe.
Wog wasn't in season 1.
wasn't out when these were around. It could be a dev.
Raging
Evoker,
Tempest.
All right.
It is. Yeah.
Could have been a dev, maybe.
Yeah.
I think
Enhancement Shaman was kind of nasty in season 1 too. Now
That's true.
About
We
it.
did see some of those.
We did indeed.
It was fun. Oh, he's getting bigger. He's enraging.
Oh
no. Don't worry. When he gets close enough, he'll just only be a couple pixels, and then he won't be a threat at all. Still getting closer.
We can find a higher quality image of the boss.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr.
I can
WoW
see
production.
the pixels.
Let's try. I've seen a few Raging Tempests in my day.
How many pixels does his eyes have? 3?
At least. Hey, you know what? Thanks, Warcraft Logs, for powering the dungeon movement maps. Go check out archon.gg/wow. They've got a new site out there to see some builds, gear, optimize your gear, learn the meta even more. And if you like the movement maps, which who wouldn't? They're tons of fun. Check out Warcraft Yaks on Twitter for even more of those. So, on that note, now it's time to get a little bit ready, and I'm told there's going to be a little bit longer of a break this time because we do obviously have Perplexed playing back-to-back games, so we need to give them a little bit of time to take a breather, get set for their match against Echo. But can anything prepare you for a match against Echo? Even an Echo in the lower bracket, I'm not so sure, but Perplexed is going to give it a try. We'll see which group champion triumphs and moves on to face Mandatory in the grand finals of MDI. Don't go anywhere. We'll find out in just a few. International Global Finals. Your host, Dowie, here along with Ironic, Nagura, and Makes. And we're about to go into a pretty incredible match. It's our lower bracket finals. It is our group champions facing off. Echo from Group A versus Perplexed from Group B. And a lot of people would be like, okay, default Echo, they get the win. But not so. Not so this weekend, because they are looking good, as Echo always does, but they are looking vulnerable. Now, Perplexed just fought a knockdown, drag-out match against Last Hope in their last best of 3. So, there's the question is it fatigue? Are they warmed up? Which one do you go with? Who knows? Either way, Echo's going to be tough to beat, but I think we could see this one go the distance.
Yeah, I don't think fatigue's going to be a problem for Perplexed. I'm going to be honest with you. We keep calling this back, but this team has been around for forever, right? They have the mental fortitude to go through a lower bracket. So this is just going to be another, like you said, knockdown, slug-out match between these two teams. And, historically, Echo's had the advantage, but, I would say, as we've been saying for so many years, but every year it gets closer and closer, the competition has never been as close as it currently is. And if there's ever going to be a time for Echo to get knocked out, it's now. Can Perplexed pull it off?
Echo and the fall, are we going to see it? Are they going to ban it again? We'll see if that is the case. I think definitely the very first map between Echo and Perplexed is not necessarily Perplexed favored. We have seen Echo in that dungeon before, and they're looking really good and really clean in there, so I'm curious on how it's going to go, but there it is, Nagura. Echo taking out the fall.
Yeah, so that means Echo is not going to play fall at all this weekend, which does make me believe that did put a little bit less practice time into this dungeon possibly and focus more on the other dungeons because it's not part of the final map pool of that best of 5, sorry. So yeah, but there we go, straight into that dungeon. And Wakecrest is going to be a difficult one for Perplexed, I feel like, just because Echo showed their 12:31 run earlier and it was so clean.
Yeah, Perplexed definitely has some catching up to do. I'm trying to go back and see. I don't believe they've played this dungeon yet this weekend. No, they played one against Eclipse, which they won, and it was a pretty clean run, 1 death. So we'll see if they can do it well enough to take down a team like Echo. Dungeon's underway.
It is, but I think just playing clean might not even be enough. You need to have that routing as well. We are going to see what Perplexed is up to. We know that Echo goes big onto Raw right at the start, where they're currently reaching on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side, we're seeing Perplexed go pretty big, but into the Sisters. So it is going to be a little bit of a repetition of the fight that we saw between Mandatory and Echo earlier on, Nagura.
Yeah, all eyes on Echo here, in my opinion, just because their pool is certainly a little bit more difficult with all of that trash. And look at how much damage the group is taking with all of these bleed effects from these Gorgers as they're jumping around. Look at that, just the dots ramping up on everybody, doing so much damage. Sally doing such a good job keeping everyone alive. And you can see the sanguine healing. So much sanguine healing going off, but none of that is on the boss, which is what means that this is actually not going to slow them down that much at all, because of course, again, the HP of the boss matters for this pool. The pool is going to be over as soon as the boss is dead. If the mobs live a little bit longer because they healed, it's not actually going to be that big of a deal as long as they don't have to focus damage into them, as long as they just passively are going to be cleaved down. So no problem for Echo here. That sanguine healing happened the same earlier, actually. They had 30 million approximately on this pool. So this is pretty standard healing for this.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing similar, although a little bit numbers on the right-hand side for Perplexed, a little bit under 20 million sanguine healing, and that is going to be a trend for this dungeon. The one rule, I think Tettles keeps saying this, it's okay if you have a little bit of sanguine healing onto the smallies, but the one thing you cannot do is sanguine heal a boss. It'll just cost you so much time. Just one tick usually is around that 5 million marker, so need to avoid at all costs getting any of these ticks onto the bosses. And for me, the big question is, can Perplex do anything to make their route faster? We saw from Mandatory earlier on that they had to pull an extra pack, but maybe Perplexed has a way to just tag in a little bit of extra into every single one of their pulls. But even now, you're seeing Echo already reaching the soulbound Goliath, despite Rawl having more HP in the overall. Perplexed still fighting with the sisters.
Yeah, Yeah, Perplex actually taking quite some time here to finish off Sister Briar here. Echo though, now on Goliath, first Thorns on clicks here, using that human racial to get out. That's why they are playing a lot of humans here.
Swag!
Of course. They managed
did that
to get
for
there
the style
eventually.
points. Oh, I love it. We've all been there for sure. But yeah, like you said, it's definitely not ideal that they haven't reached a boss just yet. And even now, you can see that they're doing a smaller pull here. Now, of course, that could be them saying, okay, we just really want to make sure we don't get any of the Sanguine onto the Goliath. But I don't think that's a luxury that you have in this competition, going up against Echo, knowing what times they're able to crank out in this key.
I agree. I think doing a solo trash pull here is something that is not going to work against Echo if they have a 100% clean run. And that 12 minutes 31 run that they had earlier, that was just so fast. And the fastest run we've seen from Perplex, that was also really clean, was 13:21. So almost a minute slower for Perplex in their perfect run. So they need to make some improvements somewhere if they want to beat Echo here, or they need Echo to make a mistake, which honestly is possible. It doesn't happen very often, but we've seen Echo make mistakes. We did see a bunch of Thorns come out for Echo again. Twice on Clicks, twice on Mirrors, so not too many Thorns on Gingy, unfortunately. So the RNG maybe not going too well, as Mirrors is getting a third set of Thorns using Dispersion here. Actually using Dispersion
Cocoon
and
as
Cocoon.
well.
A little bit of a miscommunication here, overlapping those two defenses.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear, you're saying unfortunately Gingy not getting any of them. It's because Mage can just avoid them, get out of it, whereas everyone else in the party is going to stand in those Thorns and take extra damage. So ideally you would want them on your Mage at all times, but we have seen the Goliath be quite rude with who he targets for some of the teams. We've seen some back-to-back Thorns onto Warlocks, but for Echo now, tagging in that last pack here, you'll see them actually finish out the Goliath before any of the trash here dies, making sure that they get some cleave onto it, but not enough to maybe get some Sanguine healing, as Mirrors actually does go down to the Soul Thorns here. It's not the worst situation. He can come back to the team within a couple of seconds, and they haven't lost anything like a Bloodlust or a boss fight momentum here, but it's definitely not ideal to lose those 5 seconds.
Yeah, and this was certainly a little bit of a mistake, right? If they didn't overlap Dispersion with Cocoon, maybe Mirrors would have been able to survive here if they had one of those cooldowns available. But they're also a little bit unlucky with the Thorns, of course, going on Mirrors multiple times in a row. Perplex, on the other hand, you can see Swag still having that racial available. A lot of the Thorns going onto Wolf Disco, onto their Mage, so they actually having a really good RNG on their side. Echo, though, even though they had this death, they're already moving on. They're now onto the Sister. So let's see if they can execute this fight as well. With the trash that they're pulling on top, we do see Goliath standing in Sanguine there for a second. Not sure if a tick went off, actually, but definitely saw the boss turn red for a moment there.
Yeah, we'll have to check back with Zyro once the analyst segment rolls around for any of these Sanguine ticks onto bosses. Definitely not going to be ideal. You can see that the Mage dropped really low for Perplexed as well, as there was some extra hits coming through from what I assume was the NPCs just smashing onto him. But the Soulbound Goliath now does go down for Perplexed as well. They have 2 of these stewards that they still need to do, but they are a little bit behind in trash, so I'm wondering if we're just going to yeet into Rawl from here on out, just take a lot of thrash into it, or if there's going to be another trash count after that, another trash pull after Rawl, before they can go downstairs.
At this point, they have to just do big pull. Like, there's no way they can afford a single trash pull if they want to win against Echo here, because Echo is already more than halfway through their Sisters, and they're ahead in trash percentage as well in enemy forces. Look at Sally actually moving up there, transcending back down to get some more trash onto the Sisters here. Very nicely done. This Mistweaver using the utility, making sure they get that extra trash with the Transcend in. Really nice to see. But yeah, Perplex doing a lot of damage to this boss. They're definitely trying to catch up here, but already in Briar, they're going to be moving downstairs in just a moment, and we do know that they immediately walk on top of the boss. There's no trash pull in between this and the next boss. They're just gathering up Matron Alma, the mini-boss, with some extra trash, right on top of Lady and Lord Wakecrest.
Yeah, and you can see that the remainder of the trash that Echo needs, they're already in fight here with the Acolytes. They're just going to go from here on out. The gate is already down. They just need to DPS down these last remaining trash mobs. Ring comes in here to make sure that they get these done, and this is where we boot it. We're going to run for it and do that big pull that you were talking about already for them. Now, on the right-hand side, Perplexed does tag in the Rune Weaver. You can see it walking there on the left-hand side, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for them to even replicate the same big pull, and even then they're still a little bit behind. So all eyes on Echo, whether or not they can pull this off here. There's a lot of chances for Sanguine to go into places where you do not want it on this last pull that they're doing here before Lord and Lady. You can see them tagging in now. Some of the Soul Weavers are going to stay in the backside. They'll tag them in later once the rest of the trash has died, and this is the big moment. This and Gorak Toll, and then the key will already be over.
Yeah, and this is such a difficult pull because there's just so many casters on top of the boss's mechanics that you have to deal with. All of this, you have the Soul Charmers casting Soul Bolt and Volley. Then you have the Soul Essences that are just permanently casting. And of course you have Sanguine as well that you have to watch out for. They have Ring of Peace, but some of these mobs are not seeable, so they cannot be knocked by that ring. And you can see some Sanguine ticks are going off here on the trash.
Yeah, and Perplexed, we were talking about it, does a smaller pull here. Despite only taking a couple of seconds, they were already that much behind. Now going down the stairs, trying to grab that same pull. They have the Matron with them, so the difficulty doesn't change for them either. But Echo looking like they're substantially in the lead here. They want to find their way back into the global finals against Mandatory. There's a little bit of a revenge that's waiting for them for sure, as well as now the Soul Charmer does get tacked into the Lord and Lady Wakecrest fight here.
They still have Alma alive though, healing a little bit with that Sanguine as well, so now they still have that Soul Charmer that needs to be interrupted, plus the Matron and needs interrupts as well, and they're running this full caster comp, which means that they definitely don't have as many interrupts to go with. They have AoE interrupts like sigils, but that's not really going to help them on mobs that cannot be CC'd, so they have to use those single interrupts. And Zelia dropping a bit low on mana, he's definitely still fine, but they have to worry a little bit if they get any more Sanguine heal going through. The Plex already on Lord and Lady Wakecrest as well on their side. They finish off most of the trash. The first Soul Charmer does go down, and they're going to be pulling that second one in just a moment, as it is to see.
Yeah, just make sure none of these Sanguine puddles spawn anywhere close. Great job of dragging these out of there as the Matron does go down, and now they should be good here. Lord Wakecrest dropping lower and lower. That Soul Charmer will follow suit, and then it's only about that last pull. We know how they deal with it, right? They have that Ring of Peace ready to just knock everything out of Gorak Toll's range and just deal with it that way. Make sure none of the Sanguine lands into the boss, as Echo is able to kill off Lord and Lady Wakecrest. You can see Perplexed is just one of the Lord Wakecrest rotations behind right now. Despite those 5 seconds in favor of them, I think there's still a substantial lead for Echo here.
Yeah, certainly. Echo now moving to Gorak Tool, already engaged the boss. Bloodlust is ready. All of their offensive cooldowns are available. They're popping everything, making sure they're focusing all of their damage onto the boss. And now we just need a perfect Ring of Peace by Zelia here, making sure it's not used too late to not get any of these early deaths on their horse to drop the Sanguine, but also not too early, otherwise the ring is going to run out and they're going to walk back in. There we go, the ring is out. Looks like they're fine. Alright, none of these Sanguine pulls did drop below the boss. And at this point, it's just a boss, and we do know that Echo is not going to have any major issues for that one. So yeah, Echo just looking so strong. Can they beat their best time that they had earlier against Mandatory? 12 minutes 31 is what they're trying to beat.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility, even though Bloodlust has now run out for them, they're definitely going to try and get through that final HP as quickly as possible. Now, going into this, we did say that this dungeon specifically was Echo favorite. We've seen them in this dungeon. We know what they're capable of. There is more dungeons in this series yet to come, but Echo definitely showing up very, very strong in that first game match between Echo and Perplexed. Perplexed in our lower finals, and they are going to take that Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, Waycrest Manor just kind of emerging as one of Echo's specialty maps this weekend, and maybe most maps are Echo specialty maps, but they didn't quite make their fastest time. They were a couple seconds off of that, but it was still more than fast enough to get them the win in map number 1 against Perplexed, so they are on the way to getting to the grand finals, getting that rematch against Mandatory.
Yeah, and this was a really just off-color dungeon for Perplexed here. One of the things that we've always said about Perplexed is they are great at Sanguine management. That really wasn't the case this dungeon. They had so much of it all over the place, even getting a full tick of it on the Soulbound Goliath here. And they really did not keep this under control at the end of the boss here, right? You can see they end up kiting this around so much just to try to not get Sanguine. It ends up costing them so much extra time that they really couldn't afford to have, because as we've seen this entire weekend, Echo is just completely lights out here. Everything is figured out to a T. Even pulling in a couple extra mobs we don't normally see pulled, they've got dialed in. Look at the efficiency here. Gateway, Torpedo, Tag, Transcendence, back at the boss in 2 seconds. No issues whatsoever. They're just set up. They're locked in this dungeon. This is Echo's dungeon. And they showed us that. Perplexed, they tried their hardest to bring it back at the end here, but, you know, just wasn't enough. Just an off dungeon for them. And you know, you can have, you know, all the mental toughness in the world, but playing so many dungeons back to back does get pretty difficult, right? They just went to a 3-game series, had like a nice little 10-minute break, right back into a dungeon that you already know Echo's really good at. It's a tough one to perform in, and unfortunately for them, Echo really just didn't give them any room to get into this one.
Well, we talked about this a little bit already, where the fatigue definitely ends up being a thing at this point in the weekend. Like, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? You have to keep that, you know, your mental acuity as high as it possibly can be for a very, very long time. And it's a long time to be spinning plates, isn't it? And every once in a while you're going to drop those. And Perplex is definitely not out of it yet, but it's going to be tough to come back in this series, especially with that Everbloom coming up. Echo's last time in that dungeon was 0 deaths. That was a really, really close one versus Bald Bandits. Perplexed finished theirs, almost a minute later with 1 death actually in their last time in Everbloom. So, you know, we'll see what they can do. It's again, you always have to, I think, have the caveat with this that we have a small sample size, but, you know, it is what it is, right? And Perplexed on the ropes here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure about the Everbloom because we did see Perplexed in it on day 1. So I'm still positive that there's a change possible here for Perplexed to take back one of the maps. But it's definitely another dungeon that is very, very risky, where a lot is in the routing, in the min-maxing, in the tiny little details of how they move through the dungeon, how they optimize stuff like the gateways, how quickly they can get them down. So that is going to matter.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's your tournament life on the line too. So not only are you maybe trying to work in a couple extra little things like you're talking about, you've constantly got in the back of your mind, all right, well, Echo's probably not having any problems at all, so we have to be perfect. It's a scary prospect for any team. And you know, at this point, the honor of the group is up for grabs too. Do we ever, you know, we should lean more into that sometimes, you know? Does the honor of the group you came from matter in MDI? I feel like it never does, but maybe it should. Maybe it'd be like Group B gang represent, you know? Oh.
I like it.
Yeah. Why not,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Echo representing all the pride of Group A and Perplexed the pride of Group B.
Well, you know, back when the groups were B.
They're B, yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Back when the groups were regional, I could see that a little bit, though. But nowadays, I don't think so.
I don't know. I'm just trying to fill time before the next dungeon begins. That's clear. That's clear, isn't it?
But again, like for Perplexed, this dungeon, this is kind of a brutal set of dungeons for them to run in, because we also know Echo's Everbloom is also insane, right? They're lights out in this key too. So like, what do you do if you're Perplexed? I mean, obviously you play the best you can, but you know, for a dungeon where we saw them run this dungeon almost a minute slower than the time we saw from Echo, like, you come into the series, you see 2 dungeons that are unbanned, that your fastest times in competition are a minute slower than Echo, and you're already tired from playing 3 matches in a row, plus all the practice you've done before this. This is a massive uphill battle for Perplexed, but
Yeah.
you know, setting the narrative for them to bring it back, they can do it. If there's any team that can do it, it is them.
I mean, I think Nagura and I were talking about this earlier a little bit. If you want to take this entire global finals, you need to be good in every dungeon. You need to be better than Echo to make it. That is the challenge that they have to set themselves up to. There is a best of 5 waiting in the global finals that the winner of this match will go to. So if they're fatigued now, then it will be even worse later on. They need to overcome this and really make sure that they go in as clean as possible and try to play as well as they can and try to steal anything from Echo, because that's the only way you're going to win something here.
Well, I mean, Perplex did have 1 reverse sweep already this weekend against Eclipse. You know, and their name began with an E as well, so maybe we could just say
I would have C
Perplex.
afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
Perplex just
That's half of the name.
they're
That
known.
matters, surely.
yeah, they're known for getting reverse sweeps against other teams whose names begin with EC. Yeah, so well-known
You're onto
fact
something
about
here,
the
Noah,
Perplex team.
and I like
yeah.
it.
So I'm expecting a win here, obviously. You know, for Perplex, you got to get to that Dungeon 3. Got to stick with tradition,
Yeah.
right?
Based on what we've seen, a win for Perplexed would be pretty
Oh, here we
perplexing,
go.
but the time to talk is over.
We're in there.
We are in there indeed. The final timer happening right before your eyes. And I would say this time around, teams are synced up beautifully. It's rare that we see a timer as perfectly in sync as this one, as teams are loading into the dungeon, and we are going to be off to the races. Now, basically what we've seen from all of the teams is to go right here at the start, go pretty big, and then gate over to the protectors area. So I expect that both teams are going to do just that, but a little bit is in how quickly you can set up this pool and start blasting, right? For Perplexed, the Bloodlust is already out here as they are still grouping up the pole. On the left-hand side, you're seeing Echo now sending it in as well.
Interesting. All right, so Perplex actually sending that lust really early. We do know that the fastest time that we have a whole tournament long here this weekend was 12 minutes 33. So for sure enough time to get that Bloodlust back. It's not close to like a 10-minute timer. The Perplex sending the Bloodlust early, very interesting. I wonder if their route is even quicker, or if they just want the Bloodlust to be ready earlier on the last boss. Because of course, if you have the last on pull, that would be, with all cooldowns available, that is nicer than if you have it halfway through the boss. But both teams now down with the first pull. Perplex pulling a little bit less, 2.6% enemy force less, and both teams engaging that first boss at the same time. That is lower amount of enemy forces might not actually make the difference or matter at all if they're pulling the extra trash on top of the boss eventually here without losing too much time.
Yeah, I think that's precisely what we are going to see from Perplex. Just tagging that into the boss fight here will happen in a little while. I really loved how we saw that gateway just being used simultaneously for both teams here. But you can see a little bit of a difference in the team's priority, and that is something that we saw, I believe, in day 1 as well, where Perplexed actually focused down Earthshaper Tillu first, and Echo goes for the Life Warden first.
I do also just want to point out just how much damage Celia is doing on this pull. Absolutely incredible. Saving the Convoke. Actually, for this boss, why Perplex, Savvy did use the Convoke earlier, and then just used it again for this fight. Well, which means that his Convoke was up a little bit later. Sally had it immediately, used it Heart of the Wild with the Convoke, and up to 10.4 million damage onto this boss. Savvy, on the other hand, 8.4 million. Not that far behind, but still just a little bit of a difference here in offensive cooldown. So behind field dropping really low as he's pulling in some extra trash on their side.
Yeah, this is where it comes in, but in the overall boss progression, it still looks like they're very much tied here. Now, you need to make sure that nothing goes wrong with the extras as they do come running in. On the left-hand side, we get a couple more cultivators, blossoms running towards the pack, but of course, the important thing is the boss's HP that you want to move through. And while the healers are also doing damage, they now also need to top up the group. You can see it on Perplexed side as well as on Echo Echo side, these bursting stacks are starting to tick in and need to be helped as well.
Yeah, we do see Echo certainly a little bit ahead. It looks like, well, at least they're ahead on Telu. Dulu is actually higher in comparison, so Perplexed has a lot more even cleave on their side, while Echo focused down the 2 casters first. So that means that Perplexed maybe not even that far behind if they manage to get that even cleave going. But Echo only having Dulu left, all of the trash down on their side, and they are moving on. We're going to see the difference in just a moment on that first boss split. And we do know that Echo is going to Witherbark second.
7 seconds between the 2 teams here. Perplexed now a tiny smidge behind, but it is all still open as they are running to the next area. You said it already. We know that Echo is going to go Witherbark. I would expect that Perplexed is doing the same thing. And the big question, of course, is how are they going to approach that area? How much are you able to tack into Witherbark? It is a tyrannical boss, so you are going to be there for a while. Notably, the last time we saw Echo on it, they actually killed off a lot of orbs to try and meld as much in that boss burning phase as they can and extend it for as long as possible, which allowed them to then finish off the boss quicker. So I'm going to be looking on whether or not Perplex does the same thing, but right now, of course, they need to activate it first, and we do have Nalrut into the pack for Echo.
Yeah, we have Nalrut in there for Echo, and Perplex already has pulled those 3 caster mobs that are there to spawn Archmage on their side. So that means that they are actually, this pull that Perplex is doing pretty difficult. As you can see, all of these casts going through that have to be interrupted. The Pyromancer, the Arcanist, all of these Arcane Blasts, all the Frost Bolts as well. And you have that Cinder Bolt storm going through. Plus all of the Bursting Stacks now ramping up. You can see the Master Spell is on cooldown. So Seti does go down to Bursting actually. So does have to use that Battle Rest to get back up.
Yeah, so they had so many ads in there that they used that Master Spell after the majority was down, but then the remaining ticks were still too much for Sesevi there in the end, did get knocked down by that final tick. Echo already on to Witherbark, and Perplexed is gonna do the same thing now, tagging in some of the final Dread Petals to try and get this one going. On the left-hand side, you're gonna see some of the Cultivators run in together with these Dread Petals as well, as Celia drops really low here, must have been gotten hit by one of these casts.
Yeah, so Frostbolt going through, Echo doing the strat a little bit differently, now pulling those 3 casters for Archmage Soul onto Witherbark rather than having it on the initial pull. So now they have to use all of those interrupts on the Pyroblast, on the Frostbolts, on the Arcane Blast. That's why Sally actually got a Blast go through. Frostbolt actually the least deadly cast of all 3 casts it can go through. So maybe even happened on purpose because of course they do have limited amount of interrupts available with this full range comp. But yeah, looking really strong. Now the most important thing for both of these teams is to stay in this extra damage phase on Witherbark as long as they can, making sure all of these globules are intercepted with the roots on the ground by placing them perfectly, or even finishing off some of these globules by switching the damage onto them.
Yeah. You can see it here on the left-hand side for Echo really well, and that is what I was mentioning earlier on. They've really tried to extend this phase for as long as they possibly can. Both Clicks and Gingy turning around, as well as Mirrors, of course, to try and dot these as early as possible, make sure that they're really low when they reach the boss and they are actually able to finish them off while also dealing damage to the boss. You are going to need to pay attention to that blue mana bar on Witherbark. Once that is full, we're in trouble land, so they're trying to extend this as long as they can. Perplex doing the same thing, and it looks like they're even doing better at that, though now some of these globules come pretty close here. It is going to be another photo finish between the 2 teams on that second boss split here.
Echo is out of the phase. Alright, so Perplex doing a better job with the globules. Echo, no more damage increase on the boss. Perplex still has the damage increase. These last globules coming through. There we go. Now Witherbark also out of that extra damage phase for Perplex. But look at the percentage now on the boss. Both are pretty even in enemy forces. Echo slightly ahead, but that's not actually going to matter for them too much. But Perplex being able to catch up a little bit on this boss, just because they managed to be in that phase slightly longer in comparison. Echo still finishing off the boss earlier because they engaged the boss quite a bit quicker. And now they're going to have that gateway that is already set up to get back, or to get to Archmage Soul. Perplexed, I'm not sure if they did have a Shine put up the gateway. I don't think so, because they took a little bit of a different route. So that means their travel time is going to be a little bit longer here.
Yeah, you can see them now trying to make way up there, but it is a little bit around the block, but they are going to reach the Archmage area as well. The Minefield, unfortunately, at the end of the block, and they're actually going to send it here right away. Of course, a little bit behind Echo once again, as Echo's already into that pack. Now, there is a lot that can cause chaos here. You can see some Dread Petals actually joining the fight here for Perplexed to try and get some extra count together with yet another caster. But there is some casts you need to interrupt. Your tank is struggling. There's massive AoE. You get pulled across the arena, and one of your ranges needs to bait these arcane orbs to make sure that they do not hit into melee. So lots of stuff going on at the same time, and Archmage Soul has claimed lives of players before.
Definitely has. Does look like both teams are handling the trash really well, though. Divine is gonna pull even more trash into this boss here. And of course, Echo still a little bit ahead on the boss, because they were, not only were they a little bit faster in Wither Bark, they also had that setup with the gateway, because of the different routing they took after that first boss that they were doing. Echo looking really clean on their side, and if they can stay clean, I do think Echo is gonna be ahead in this one. But Perplexed, of course, not too far behind, so if anything happens to Echo, make any kind of mistakes, or a little bit of a difference in offensive cooldowns as well, that might be everything that Perplexed needs to catch up here.
I think a big issue now, dropping very, very low here for Echo, but is able to be topped off here. A big issue for Perplex is going to be that extra 5 seconds penalty. They already have around 7 seconds in the first and second boss split that they are behind in the overall, and adding those 5 seconds on top of that feels so minute in terms of the MDI, but it is going to be those seconds that matter in the end. That could be the determining factor as Echo finishes out. Archmage Soul, Gingy goes really low, but is able to survive as the bursting stacks now come in. They are going to be able to mass them, spell them off, and moving on to that final boss, I suspect. Yeah, we're going to see yet another gateway just perfectly placed to make sure they break through this wall. Perplexed now on their heels, but still need to do a little bit of extra trash before they can move on. They're just going to try and tag it in over to the other side.
Look at Echo though, having everything perfectly planned out for this Bloodlust here. Bloodlust available just as they reach the boss. Infernal available, Combust, PI, everything being popped. Even Heart of the Wild and Convoke from Celia, all ready for this moment. They perfectly spaced out the offensive cooldowns to get the maximum amount of damage onto this boss here. And it's going to be so difficult for Perplex to replicate this. They are also the last boss, but their cooldown's not quite the same. They don't have that Infernal available. They don't have the Heart of the Wild yet. Convoke actually being used without the Heart of the Wild versus Sevi. So not as well planned out as it is for Echo. And look at how much the boss is melting for them.
Yeah, absolutely true. Bloodlust now has run out. Genesis is being cast as everybody is running around trying to soak these petals. At least a little bit of it. The rest will be tanked by now here, as we are going to be getting another set of extra damage that will go out. One more ad, I suspect, is going to spawn for Echo before they can clock in that win. That is the only thing that is between them and the global finals. The revenge to mandatory, the one thing they need to get done right now. Verdant Eruption does come in here. Here's the Ancient, and Perplexed just so close, but in the end those final seconds are what matters.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking so strong. Look at that. There's still some defensive steps to use to make sure they're not dying to any of these combos. There we go, the last Genesis coming out. And you can see the boss on 20% for that second ad spawn is just so good for them. Perplexed was on 34% in comparison. So definitely doing a really good job with that single target damage. And there we go. Echo now gonna be beating that third ad for sure. And Yalno is about to go down. And that means Echo is gonna claw their way back into that global final here against Mandatory. Winning against Perplexed with a 2-0 in what a convincing fashion.
No kidding.
Wow.
It is so hard as we do zoom in on Mirrors there and check his response to that. A little bit of relief maybe showing on the face, but it's just one of those things, right? Where it's like, it wouldn't be an MDI Global Finals without Echo, and it's not going to be this time. Echo is going to go on to get their rematch versus Mandatory, and that is going to be a great series. It was back and forth earlier in the day. Mandatory knows they've got what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Echo. I think it's going to be an awesome set of dungeons. But before we get there, we got to break this one down a bit more.
The thing that stands out to me at the start of this dungeon every single time we see it is the efficiency with which Echo gathers this first pull. And one of the things that you can look at that as a measure of that is the burst DPS, right? Because combat starts when you start pulling a pull together. And if you get a higher burst of DPS, that means your pull was stacked more efficiently. Echo has had higher bursts on the Warlock on that pull over every other team. Most teams will see 3.5 to 4 mil. Clicks there, he was over 5 mil. That's
Wow.
absolutely bonkers, man. That is a ridiculous amount of extra damage to be doing. But even with the slight increase there, it was still pretty close after they killed the first boss off, right? And the big difference in this dungeon was the gateway strategies I think the teams kind of showed off. Echo was doing the more typical strategy where you gateway down from Archmage Soul to Witherbark's area when they gather up their trash, whereas what we saw from Perplexed is they just took their initial gateway back towards the first part of the dungeon, ran around, they set up the next pull at roughly the same time as Echo, but they didn't have that gateway up to Archmage Soul instantly having to go up there, right? They had to run around, they had to jump on a route, they had to set up a new gateway, it cost them another 10-15 seconds of time, and at that point they were just too far behind. Echo ran away with it, and one of the things I really want to point out about Echo is the scary consistency that they've had this entire tournament in the dungeons they've run more than once. Wakecrest Manor, which we just saw them run, they've been hovering around that 12:35 mark in all three of their runs of Wakecrest Manor. Ridiculously fast times, 12 to 12:20. They're just stupidly fast. Everbloom, their time earlier, 12:33. Their time here, 12:29. Like, they are just on it with their consistency. They just haven't been making any major mistakes. And we're about to see a matchup between Echo and Mandatory, with both of these teams just playing at peak performance, and I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, we'll get there soon. I do want to talk a little bit more about Perplex as we take a look at our final bracket here. They had a great tournament. They won Group B, obviously. They battled their way back through the lower bracket, going down to Mandatory, but then 2-1 versus Eclipse, 2-1 versus Last Hope. Put up a good show against Echo, but it wasn't quite enough. But Perplex, again, one of those teams that seems to always be hanging out, right? I mean, if they don't make the finals, they're close.
Yeah, I mean, I think Perplexed did. I mean, the only teams they lost against was a peak performance Echo and a peak performance Mandatory, right? Like, they won against all the other teams and they did such a good job. And it could have gone a different way if any of those teams that they played against, like Mandatory and Echo, would have made a small mistake on their side. Which, to be fair, is obviously not something that you can bank on, but I do think that Perplexed did perform really well, and on a different day, they could have been winning this whole weekend or gotten second as well. So, really a great performance by Perplexed.
Yeah, it's interesting because Echo is just this, obviously juggernaut of a team. They're just that good. And then you've got Mandatory, who's having maybe their best weekend of games ever that we've seen. And Perplex just kind of ending up being the victim of both of those things, right? Where, like you said, on a different weekend, maybe we'd see a different story. Certainly a great team, and hopefully one we won't have to wait too long to see again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes back to the same thing we've been saying for the entire weekend. Now that we've kind of filed down on the groups, we've been getting an insane level of competition all throughout this weekend. And I think this is just the product of that, seeing teams like Perplexed, like Last Hope, like Echo, like Mandatory battle it out. Even teams like Bolt Bandits, Eclipse, Legendary Dogs, teams we've lost along the way in the past 2 days. All of these teams being so incredibly close to each other, not in every single dungeon, but in a multitude of dungeons where you really go into each series and you think, okay, this could swing either way. I do kind of want to get back to what you were saying, Zyra, though, the consistency of Echo, because one dungeon we haven't seen them be very consistent in this weekend is the Rise, and that is going to be the first key up for the global finals. So that is definitely something that I'm going to be very, very eager to watch and curious if they can turn that around.
Yeah, we're gonna break down the maps a bit more because there's actually a ton to talk about in the maps going into this this grand finals. But before we get there, I feel like we should do a dungeon movement quiz. We'll get there. We got a lot to talk about. So let's quiz our analysts one more time, and I'll join in on this one because I like to throw out things to confuse them and perhaps help them get it wrong. Apparently.
1 sec, muting Doa on my end.
Yeah, good idea. That's a good idea. That's unfortunately for the chat, they can't selectively mute people themselves. So But is it going to be Priestess Alzuna, Chronikar, Azumat, or Time Lost Battlefield? What do you think? We got one person starting off pretty far away. Oh, that's a lot of spreading going on.
Yeah, so this makes me think it could be... No. Okay, for a second I thought maybe it's Ozumath and we just see like the monk outside doing their own thing. But they're too close to each other now.
I mean, is this the portal tech during Time Lost Battlefield that we're seeing? Or are we zoomed out far enough to see the bouncing around?
I don't think so with the amount of movement we're seeing here. That wouldn't make much sense. So I think we can... Well, unless it's just the last phase of Time Lost Battlefield, because technically only the last encounter is the boss, right?
It's possible, yeah.
I'm going with
I doubt.
Chronikar here.
Chronikar? Why is that? Why is that, Nakura?
I don't know
Roger.
which boss that is, so I'm just going with that one.
See,
Maybe
nobody can
It's
criticize
Ozumat! It's
okay.
Ozumat!
Maybe it's
No, it's
Ozumat.
Priestess
Ozumat.
Alonza,
Wow.
of course.
Why is
of
there a
course.
monk?
Right there in the middle. Yeah.
We were
Where's
a
a
monk
monk
in
there?
Taldazar.
It's a monk. I don't know.
Must have been one of
Anyway.
our cup matches.
Nobody can criticize us for not knowing the boss name sometimes because when you're out there playing M+, you never refer to the bosses by their names. You're just like, oh yeah, that boss that does that thing. Oh, like the transfusion boss.
Next boss.
Yeah,
Boss
exactly.
1, Boss
Nobody-
2, Boss 3.
Nobody uses
last
boss names. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
If anyone
yeah.
says otherwise, they're just lying.
Exactly. Don't listen to them. Do go to archon.gg/wow. You can find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, learn the boss names, and even more. And also check out Warcraft Yaks on Twitter for even more movement. One final break, and when we come back, the grand finals of the Mythic Dungeon International. It's going to be a super hot mandatory versus the old standby's Echo. Who is going to come out triumphant? We'll find out right after this. And we're back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host over here along with Nagura Tettles and Dratnos. And it's time, it's finally time for the grand finals. It is going to be an extended series. A team needs to win 3 dungeons instead of only 2 to become the champion. Will it be Mandatory, who has been absolutely fantastic all weekend long, or will it be Echo, who has been absolutely fantastic for about 5 years now? We will see, because they're both looking pretty equivalently strong coming into this one. And as we check out our maps, we see the bans on the Everbloom, okay, by Mandatory, and Echo still bans the Throne of Ties. I'm convinced they've just never played the dungeon at this point. Yep.
I thought that Echo was about to ban Dark Art Thicket.
Yeah.
I think that Mandatory's win condition is probably Rise the Tall Throne. But now with the Throne getting banned, maybe it's Rise the Tall Darkheart?
Well, you know what's interesting about the Murazan's Rise, and Megs alluded to this a little bit before the break, was that this dungeon was actually the last dungeon these two teams played against each other in the semifinals earlier today. That was one that Mandatory won. So right off the bat, we get to see essentially 2 Murazan's Rises in a row between these two teams and see if Echo can maybe come back and get a little bit of revenge here. Anybody?
I mean, it was just so eloquently put, Doa. I thought you did a great
It's the
job.
finals. Say something. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, here's our dungeons again. Atal Dazar seems like it's kind of Echo's. It was Echo's dungeon, but again, that's another one that Mandatory won. Our first 2 dungeons are dungeons that Mandatory just beat Echo in last time they met.
So apparently Mandatory also put just a jillion hours in Waycrest Manor, but I feel like Echo's been a bit too clean in that dungeon.
Yeah,
I don't know how you guys feel.
It's the only dungeon they won in the last series.
I think
Mandatory.
that given it's a 24 Sanguine dungeon, we've seen, Perplexed just played that in their series, right? And had Sanguine healing issues, had mob management issues. I think that it's not a dungeon you can ever really have at a we're going to do this 100% every single time we do it level, right? It's a lot is going to depend on whether you show up on any given day with that, with the fire, with the perfect play. And so far today, that's been Mandatory. It's not been Echo. The question is whether they'll be able to keep that alive into this series. This is what they've been building towards, right? This is what it's all been building up to. All the practice, all the cups so far is to get them into this grand finals, the opportunity to dethrone Echo. But they just have to keep it clean for another hour or so. Another 3 dungeons is all they need.
All right, looks like it's time for dungeon number 1 to start. Get to see who takes the early lead. Is it going to be Mandatory? Is it going to be Echo? Let's find out.
All right, I'm so excited for this one. Of course, we're going into that Rise first, which is the dungeon that Mandatory played so incredibly clean in, with 0 deaths in all 3 times they played this dungeons across the board. 3 times, and they have the best run overall as well, with the 15 minutes and 10 seconds clear. Let's see what they're going to be doing here as they both pull the whole room here with all of the mini bosses. Very difficult to execute. Bloodlust being popped for both teams. We do know that we have a little bit of a difference in cooldown allocation, as Mode is sitting on that incarnation for the boss, while Sally is actually using it here. And other than that, it is pretty similar. Echo finishing off the mini bosses a little bit earlier, so they're also going to get the boss spawn early on their side.
Yeah, Mode going to go on a brief adventure here for Mandatory, but like you said, that RP has been started earlier for Echo, so they'll be able to fight the boss. It's actually quite a long time that you have to wait for Tyr to become attackable, which is why teams always try and find something good to be doing during this downtime. And Mandatory have got this pull nearing the end, although now they're all raging, so a little bit of danger. Mode returns to the group with some extra enemies in tow. Echo are going to be entering combat with Tyr first, though. Definitely the early advantage. Well, I mean, Mandatory may be coming out of here with some more count. We'll have to actually look at the end once Tyr goes down, but I think Mandatory have grabbed a little bit more total trash.
Yeah, and we do have the difference in offensive cooldowns a little bit here too, right? So that means they might be able to catch up on the boss HP because of that incarnation from Mode, while Celia, we know, is not gonna be using that one for the boss whenever it comes back up. He's going to be holding it for that 2 trash mobs after here. So, and yeah, there you go. Look at the percentage. Mandatory now ahead of Echo, even though they pulled the boss quite a bit later.
Yeah, this is looking so far so good for Mandatory. Both teams on 0 deaths, a dangerous starting area to this dungeon, again, especially because neither team is playing a healer, right? Both teams have pushed their healer onto the Moonkin. Ooh, it looks like an orb nearly connecting for Echo. Maybe was absorbed just in time, though. And they've done a pretty good job of distributing those damage stacks across their DPS players. Everybody except for Gingy getting up to 5 stacks for Echo on the DPS side of things. I guess Azalea as well. Mandatory also doing well, though. They're going to reach Power Infusion once again. Not lining it up with Infernal this time, but it will line up next time, so that'll work out pretty nicely. And we'll be able to see whether they've been able to... Actually, they are going to be able to do it! My goodness! They get tier down 2 seconds ahead of Echo. But like you said, Zaylee has Incarn here, Mode does not.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference. We also see Crims for Mandatory having that Combust, while Gingy did use it a second time, a 4 tier here. So that means the damage on these 2 mobs might be still equal, just a little bit of a difference in offensive cooldowns that are being used. And yeah, I mean, looking really good for both teams. It's just going to be, again, such a close match between those 2 teams. And the maze that is coming up is going to be really important again. Both teams, if they have all 5 members be able to get through first try, that's going to make a big difference. Of course, both of them have to open that portal because otherwise they're not going to be getting that graveyard update. But Echo dealing with the 2 mini-bosses a little bit quicker.
Yeah, now comes that gauntlet. This gauntlet is very important. Now going to use his rocket boost, the Shadow Flame rockets, combined with his Demon Hunter gliding wings to get right over there and just get to the other side and start the RP of those 2 dragons spawning as quickly as possible. Mandatory, on the other hand, a little bit more standard maneuver through this area. And once the rest of Echo joins now, he'll be able to get right in combat with these 2 dragons.
Oh.
Mandatory making it through as well. And did Echo finish activating their graveyard is my question.
Did not necessarily look like, but so now at least stopped channeling and engaged the 2 bosses. It's possible that someone else was like finishing the channel afterwards.
They did not. We are getting confirmation from our admins that Echo have not finished channeling the graveyard here, which... So that portal is really nice because it lets you get somebody through if they mess up the RP, which that happens in my groups most of the time. Usually it's me. But in Echo's case, the main reason you would want to activate that portal is that it updates your graveyard. So now if anybody in Echo dies and they don't have a res or a battle res available for that person, they're going to be out of luck. They're going to have to run back all the way through that RP gauntlet again. At the start of our weekend, we've seen Echo drop this map. Oh, it's happening again! There goes 2 deaths for Echo, Miraz and Zaylia going down, and they can't release. If they hit release Spirit, they're going to have to run all the way back to the RP again, but they can't not release, can they? I mean, they're going to be a battle res on Zaylia.
Yeah, battle res on Zaylia.
Oh, and then he is not in combat.
All right.
He didn't. I don't think he even had to meld.
He's a magic debuff on him.
Oh my goodness, he's in danger.
Alright, so they got the out of combat rest of Clicks.
But
That's
now
go
Clicks is
down to
down.
an infinite burn. They don't have interrupts because of their damage dealers being down. And they do have to use another out of combat rest to get him back up. This is such a big time loss for Echo because they didn't activate that portal.
And also, this is the Rift Mage that they wanted to snap, right? They wanted to bring this over to the side, but they had to kill it so they could... Oh, it's not? Okay, all right, yeah, no, we're good, we're good. It's all good. Okay, phew. Not to worry. This is the second,
and they
not
cannot
the
use
third
Shadow
Rift
Meld,
Mage.
right? So Salia cannot Shadow Meld to rescue Clicks here because he needs the Shadow Meld for the Rift Portal strategy. So they have to finish off the trash here. They have to rest Clicks. Then they have to do the Rift Mage pull. This is going to be an insane time loss. Now, I do want to say, though, that this was such a... Like, yes, they lost a lot more time.
No.
They lost a lot
an
more
ad.
time. Oh, it's fine. Miraz is
okay.
resting. Yeah, so again, Sally is going down. Oh, God. Okay, so this is... Again, so much time lost because of that portal not being activated. But I do want to say that even if the portal was activated, they still would have lost to Mandatory. Right? This is a high-risk strategy that is not saving them that much time. But that's exactly what they needed to do to win against Mandatory if they have a clean run. Now, of course, they lost a lot of extra time here without that portal. But if Mandatory has a clean run, they would have lost either way with those 2 deaths. Right?
Yeah, those 2 deaths were bad.
Yeah, exactly. So I think not opening the portal, yes, it immediately backfired for Echo, but yeah, I think they would have lost either way if Mandatory has a perfect run with those 2 deaths.
Skylark now looks like trying to set up the summon accept tech, but it's actually, he's still in combat with one of these mobs, so he's going to have to go stand in the sand, die, and then able to actually finally... Oh, maybe he didn't die. No, all right. So he just had to get far enough away from that distortion to drop combat with it. And weird mob behavior. They do that when they start snapping. Stuff gets weird, but Mandatory have managed to actually do it without having to sacrifice Skylark. Did cost him his cheat death, though, going and standing in the sand like that. And Mandatory's strat is looking good. They have the Rift Mage exactly where they want it. Things are going well for Mandatory. Echo are trying to recover this, but... oh, no. Is that... Have we pulled the mobs behind us here? Yes, we have. Zalia has pulled the mobs behind him. Now his cheat death proc is activated. Zalia is going to try and still kill the Rift Mage. So he's going to try and kill the Rift Mage before dying here. Oh, no, but the Time Bender is going to put a shield on it. Oh, things could not be going worse. All right, we're all right. It's all good. Now Zalia is just going to jump off, I think. What's his plan here? Yeah, all right.
He's going to die.
And then he's going to release, but now he can't get resummoned because he's died.
And he can't
so
rest because they don't have the portal. He's going to spawn at the entrance. And if he releases Spirit, oh, this is potentially the worst thing to have ever happened to anybody running a dungeon is what's happening for Echo here. I mean, just absolute catastrophe, a cascading sequence of disasters for them. I am so... it's heartbreaking to watch here. But Maystein gonna go down to an anachronistic decay from what that's one of the ads actually hitting him. The dot from the ad going into the trap even is going to get Maystein for Mandatory, so they don't have any battle reses anymore. It could be an opening for Echo here. Looks like Mirez went through the portal. Okay, yeah, they all went through the portal and they were just able to res Zalia. So good job by Zalia not actually releasing there. It would have taken them longer. And Echo are now back onto their plan. The problem is they've just started Morchi, whereas Mandatory are nearly finishing Morchi. You know, for all that went wrong, they're actually only half a boss behind and, 20 seconds of death timer as well. Yeah, so the thing is, things did not go 100% perfectly for Mandatory either. This run for Mandatory is not going to be as fast as their fastest run, in my opinion. They did have the death, and they also had some issues with the Rift Portal strat not going as fast as it could be with if it was a perfect run. But Morchi is going down in just a moment here for Mandatory. Then they're going to be going back to Garrosh.
Mandatory didn't beat the phase, so now they have to actually wait for this to finish before they can kill Morchi. That is another tragedy for Mandatory. This run has certainly not been clean for them, but... like you said, not as bad as it has been for Echo.
Yeah, okay, at this point, if Echo would have opened that portal, maybe those two deaths would have actually not cost them the dungeon. So not open that portal, maybe too high of a risk that they've taken here in this global final on Echo's side. Either way, I do think that they, all things considered, they did adapt on the fly pretty quickly. Like, knowing that they didn't activate the portal, they did not make any mistakes afterwards, right? They did not release. That is something that happens. Sometimes you die, you instantly release, forgetting about the fact that they didn't open the portal. Zalia saying that, them discussing, you know what, you should say that, we're going to finish this off, we're going to go back and rest. So they made the best out of it. But yeah, obviously still Echo behind at this point, as Mandatory is about to finish up Grommash Hellscream here. Echo just now getting to Grommash as well. Both of the teams having Bloodlust available. We know that with their strategy, they are saving it for the double keepers on the last boss.
Yeah, Power Infusion actually going to land on Gingy here for Echo rather than Clicks, even though Gingy not actually able to activate Combustion until just about now as it falls off, so damage maybe a little bit. One of the problems with when you start dying and wiping is that your carefully calculated CDs start getting desynced from each other and all of your plans start falling apart here, and certainly Echo are in that kind of run. They are still doing some very, very good damage, though, to Grommash. And they should be able to get this done, and then we'll kind of be able to see... It is something like a minute, I think, that Mandatory are in the lead here. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely looking really strong on Mandatory's side. All eyes on them as they're moving towards that last boss area, and of course, the trash that they still have to be doing to get there. We have most cooldowns available, but we know they're probably going to be saving some for the last boss. And yeah, they need to get through, wait for Chromie to activate the portal here. Echo now also done on their side, as they're also trying to move as fast as they can through this. Now actually pulling the trash mobs here with a Fear Sigil and Shadow Melting off the aggro, making sure that everyone else can walk past. Miras actually also was in combat, had to Shadow Melt as well. But no problem, still quicker this way compared to waiting for that patrol to go through.
Yeah, Mandatory now on the left-hand screen. Going to be grabbing the last trash pull here. This is a pretty scary one, but it is a Tyrannical Keystone instead of a Fortified Key, so they're just going to be focusing on damage. Not too much danger of dying, as they do have both Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil in addition to their defensives to let them kind of power through the healing here. So starting off with Vampiric Embrace from Stove, that's probably going to be chained into Nature's Vigil from Mode, and that's going to be all... Actually, they don't even need to press Vigil. They can save it for the boss. That trash pack is already dead. A new Soul Well going to come down as well if anybody needs health stones while they wait for this RP to finish. Echo also waiting for some RP, and then going to be moving through that portal. So one trash pack behind, and yeah, it's almost a minute. In fact, it is a full minute when we factor in those death timers that Mandatory are in the lead here. They will have their Bloodlust for this last boss as well. As long as they don't wipe, even if the last boss goes a little wrong for them, a minute is just so much time.
Yeah, it for sure is. It's still one of the more difficult boss fights in this dungeon without a healer, because you have so much damage coming in. With the Keepers, with the Magic Dot, with the Infinity Orbs, and then the AoE that happens in the last phase as well that can overlap. So we'll see how they're dealing with this, as Quinalord Deus is now engaged. They have Bloodlust available, but they're going to be holding on to it for a little bit to make sure that they get the extra damage into the Double Keepers. Not only because the Double Keepers are one of the most dangerous parts of the fight, but also if they manage to get through them quickly, then Deus not actually fly into the air, which means that both Skylarked and, well, they actually don't only have Skylarked as a melee DPS to get a little bit more damage onto the boss.
Yeah, I mean, it is really nice. We've actually seen some teams, especially when Last Hope were in here, they were playing with the Feral Druid, so they would actually just try and make sure they just never got the boss to fly at all, and they were successful at that as well, to make sure they got to maintain that melee uptime, so... We'll see if that is something that's possible for either of these teams. The Lust is being held for Mandatory, so we'll see when exactly it gets pressed. We're not going to have Infernal available for another 50 seconds. They're just going to hit Lust without it. We do have Incarn. Power Infusion's available as well. Do we PI the Incarn? Nope,
Nah.
We're going to hold that for Infernal, it looks like.
Yeah, don't PI the Moonkin.
Yeah.
Combust being popped as well for Crims here. PI still being held on to for Maystine, presumably, as the Double Keepers are walking to the portals. They are trying to nuke them down as fast as possible. Echo now also on Quinalord Deus, but obviously behind by quite a bit, close to a minute at this point. Deus is now flying in the air, so they did not manage to beat that timer. So Deus did actually fly. And at this point, they have to worry about their HP. They need to make sure they're spacing out their defenses properly, because there's just so much incoming damage onto the group with these orbs and with the AoE as well in the space.
Here comes Power Infusion, here comes that Infernal. Mandatory are now starting that final burn. Defensives are a little bit thin here, but in 3 seconds they're going to reach Vampiric Embrace, and that should be enough to get them over the finish line. It's off cooldown, and now it's pressed, and that is going to be doing huge healing to the group. Enough to get them through the last final bits of damage that they have to deal here. All of the aspects are now joining the fight as well, helping to attack Deus and buff the group here. And Mandatory are going to be advancing to an early 1-0 lead over Echo in our grand finals.
All right, Mandatory with the win in dungeon number 1, and you know that's 2 times in a row now that Mandatory have taken down Echo on Murazan's Rise. So it seems like, you know, again from our large sample size, they have the definitive skills in this dungeon over Echo, but the only thing more dangerous than a regular Echo is a cornered and vulnerable Echo. They might lash out, they might strike back, and they're gonna have a chance in the next map, but for now it's all Mandatory.
I would describe what we just watched as catastrophic for Echo. That was so bad. They went for the very ballsy play of not activating the checkpoint, which I heard you guys talking about, and then were immediately punished. here on the other side, Mandatory activating that checkpoint, I was like, oh, I wonder if this is actually going to be a pretty big deal. I wonder if Echo's going to be able to win this map by 15 or 20 seconds because of the election to not activate that checkpoint. But just immediately, as soon as they don't activate that checkpoint, they get punished by this anomaly. He gets the untwist cast and takes down, I believe it was Mirez and Zalia. Mirez and Zalia just immediately die. They have to burn a battle res, but then they still don't have the ability to be able to res Mirez. Clix eventually ends up dying too, and Zalia has to run back from the beginning of the dungeon. Like, it was just so over the moment that happened. The moment that anomaly channeled that untwist onto all the players, it was basically Mandatory's map to lose. Mandatory didn't have like a perfect run. I think they got a extra familiar faces phase on Morchi, which cost them some time that they otherwise wouldn't have. They had a death here and there, but overall Mandatory looked phenomenal. And whenever we were talking about dungeons that Mandatory had to win to be able to take down the series, I think Rise was needed to be like an automatic win for them to be able to win the series. And you know what? Hey, they showed up and proved why they won the Rise in the last series and have shown that they're very consistent in this key.
Well, I do want to say that this run for Mandatory was their worst run by quite a bit.
Yes.
Even. Like, there was a 16-minute clear, while the other 3 runs were at least 20 seconds faster. So it was honestly a bit, well, I don't want to say lucky, because Echo did take that risk. They wanted to save those 3 seconds or 4 seconds to not open that portal, and it really paid off for Mandatory at this point.
Yes.
But yeah, not having the cleanest run here for them.
I think you saw it. The deviation also kept Skylark in combat for an extended period of time, and he wasn't able to get that fast meld into the summon, which cost them some time. And then obviously the familiar faces I talked about earlier, probably just another 10 or 15 second time loss that they otherwise wouldn't have had. There is a world where they do this dungeon, in 5:10 or 5:20 if neither of those things happen, but they get kind of rewarded by Echo making a lot of mistakes, and that looked uncharacteristically bad for Echo.
Yeah, at the end of the day, enough is enough for Mandatory to take the map, and you do have to kind of wonder, what's going on with Echo a little bit. It's out of character slightly. They've got a chance to bring it back, obviously, but we're about to go into another dungeon that Echo just recently lost to Mandatory in the first match of the day. It's that Atal Dazar. So it is interesting, but you have to think about it from the other side too, where it's like, let's say even if Mandatory wins Atal Dazar, well, then we would go to the Waycrest, right? Which is where Echo has probably looked best this weekend, and if they win that, they're still in it. Remember, it's not a best of 3. You need to win 3 dungeons this time to be the champion. So still some shots to come back, but yeah, Mandatory continue, even with the missteps, continuing to look very good.
Nagur and I casted the Atal Dazar whenever Mandatory beat Echo, and Nagur and I were talking about it. We actually think that Mandatory has the superior route over Echo. Dratnos, did you see that map? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is also a Mandatory favorite map, so it's a question of execution, though. That's the thing, right? Are we going to see Mandatory's best run stack up against Echo's best run? Because if so, I'm not confident, but I agree with you that it maybe is slightly Mandatory better. But in the real world, right, I think we're definitely at a point where either team's best run beat the other team's run with one small mistake, right? Alunza takes 1 heal on itself instead of a damage instance.
1 death.
And 1 death, 1 gateway that isn't where it's supposed to be. All those sorts of things are enough to swing this game in either team's favor, but it would be huge for Mandatory. If they could advance to a 2-0 lead against Echo, that would be unbelievably good for them, right? They would then have any of the next 3 maps to close it out with.
Did you guys figure out also where Echo gets the shield bearers on Volcall? That's something we gotta... I don't know where they get those mons from.
We'll find out. Looks like the dungeon's getting underway.
I do also want to say, the last time Echo lost a the only time they lost a grand final was in a 3-0 sweep as well, right?
Yeah, in Sydney.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Atal Dazar was a map in that series as well. So
yeah, possible.
I'm not 100% confident, but the stars could be aligning here for Mandatory as they're getting their first pull all set up here. We do, of course, have that one compositional difference between the 2 teams, which is the Ret Pally topping the meters for Mandatory versus the Moonkin also there for Echo. So Well, now they're actually
Sally's
both
there.
doing comparable
Oh,
damage.
Sally
Yeah, oh
going
no,
down.
Sally's down. Oh no, a wildfire, a free wildfire cast from an augur is going to just take Zalia out. That is very bad for Echo right at the start of this. That's going to cost them 5 seconds of death timer, plus they're a little bit slower to kill off that pack than they otherwise would have been. To their credit, they still killed it off at the same time as mandatory. Really nicely done, actually, by Echo. But yeah, 5 seconds of death timer is not going to be good. Gingy going to pop that altar time, head on down these stairs. Little blink, a little tag, altar back. Oh
didn't get
no! He didn't tag before he altered back. Now he's going to have to run through the fire. Luckily, he's a fire mage, so that doesn't hurt him.
But lost some damage, right? Gingy not being able to get that tag in before pressing the altar means that they're going to be losing a little bit of Gingy's damage here, while Mandatory, on the other hand, didn't look like they had any similar issues on their side. So they're going to be finishing off this trash a little bit quicker. The boss probably not going to make a big difference because, of course, Alonso kind of killing herself with the transfusion cast whenever everyone does have that dot on them.
So Alunza, the idea is to kill it after the second transfusion, which means if you perfectly stand in all these puddles, the boss will deal 50% of her health to herself. But the other 50% you do have to do, and if you're a little bit slow, like you do actually need to be doing priority damage to the boss here, otherwise you're not going to be able to get the boss killed before that, or after that second transfusion. So you can see here for Echo, 34% as that cast is starting, 27% for Mandatory. So Mandatory are going to have it die right at the end of this transfusion cast. Look at that. Whereas Echo, 2% still, do still need to do a little bit of damage, are able to get it finished as well, but Mandatory 3 seconds ahead now, plus 5 seconds of death timer equals 8 seconds total is the lead for Mandatory.
And one more thing to mention here is that Echo did pull those augurs and the guards into Alunsa, while Mandatory is pulling it into Razan here. So a little bit of extra difficulty for Mandatory on this pull, because they have to deal with those extra interrupts on those casters, and they have to deal with those guards as well that they're going to be dealing with on Razan, on top of the Sky Screamers and the sword packs they're pulling on top here too. Echo, on the other hand, pulling ahead on boss DPS here, maybe because they have to deal with less trash and have to worry about the gathering up of it a little bit less on their side. So Echo actually doing a lot of boss damage here.
Yeah, Zalia gonna proc one of these raptors here. A little bit of extra enemies coming in. And Gingy kiting Razan back over towards the corner they would rather be located at. Looks like they've got this mostly under control, as do Mandatory. Those augurs are a pretty deadly mob in a Tuldazar if there's a Juggernaut in the pool. If there's a Juggernaut in the pool, oh no! A fear's gone off, and that's going to actually proc his cheat death trinket. He does manage to get out of it and press his Feldev, and they're able to cleanse the afflicted that is under Razan. So yeah, those augurs, not actually too scary if there's no Juggernaut around. They won't cast Fiery Enchant, they'll just cast the Wildfire. A lot more manageable without that Juggernaut involved. Mandatory have cleaned that trash up. That fear, though, has cost them a little bit. They are a little bit ahead in count, and they do have those 5 seconds of death timer, but Echo are faster here on the boss. They do have to finish off those 2 Sky Screamers as well, but once they do that, the count's going to be basically equal between the two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we do know that Echo is going to be doing one of those bigger pulls in just a moment that is going to be pretty scary. But Clix does have Infernal available, actually, while Maestin did use it at the end of Razan here. So again, a little bit of a difference in offensive cooldown usage here. But yeah, all eyes on Echo as they're going to be gathering up the sword pull. We are going to see the casters jumping onto these ledges here, making sure they're not going to get any kind of damage from these swords jumping. Let's see if everyone does make it up there. It's a little bit of a tricky jump, but it looks like everyone is in position on the left and the right here. Clix jumping down for one moment to cast the Infernal.
Yeah, you need to be down to cast Infernal.
Yeah.
That I love it. Yeah, great work. And then he demonic circles back up. So a nice little maneuver from the Warlock. As they one benefit of the Echo comp here is you have a Solar Beam as well, which makes handling these Witch Doctors a lot less annoying. Although these mobs are now entering Raging, so that Solar Beam, that Sigil of Silence will not be respected. They have a Shield Bearer that they have individually soothed so that they can stun it out of that shield. Echo are finishing off that trash and are now heading upstairs. Imprison lands on one of those mobs. Zalia going on a brief adventure here to grab some more trash, it looks like.
That's the Shield
Yeah,
Bearers
and he's coming back now. That's where those Shield Bearers are coming from. Okay, so Zalia goes on an adventure to grab them. That's exactly where those two come from. And they're casting their shields right out. Doesn't matter where they're at. That's fine. Not affecting anything important with that. But Mandatory are also in combat with this boss. Both teams neck and neck right now. Echo slightly ahead. But Mandatory with 5 extra seconds of death timer. If this comes down to those 5 seconds, that is going to be such an unbelievable storyline here. And I think it might. This is getting really close. You can see Echo pushing into Volcall. 1, 2, 3 seconds ahead of Mandatory. But Mandatory, 5 seconds of death timer is slightly ahead.
Yeah, and not to mention the shield bearers that Echo still has to deal with, right? Mandatory being a little bit quicker to reach the boss, and because they didn't need that extra trash, they did not need anyone to pull them. They could just go straight to the boss, and they don't have to deal with any of these interrupts onto the shield bearers at all, which is something that Echo has to deal with a little bit. Which means that they're going to be losing a little bit of boss damage. You can see Mandatory ahead on boss DPS now, even though they did reach this phase later. Now, Mandatory also engaging the Witch Doctors on their side, which means that they also have to not focus damage into them, but they have to worry about seeing them while making sure they stay alive, which means that they also lose a little bit of DPS on the boss here.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that Echo are going to be getting the count advantage out of this, especially with those shield bearers. They're going to be at almost 100% count, and they won't need to do much onto Yasma, whereas Mandatory will need to pull like 2 packs onto Yasma at the end of this run. That could slow them down, or it potentially could wipe them as well. We've seen a fear go off from a Sky Screamer before and kill teams on Yasma, so something that Mandatory will have to look out for, but honestly, I think Mandatory are still in position. If they can do it cleanly, this could be what they need right now as they run past. And they're going to be melding off and invising off this Honor Guard. Those who can. Mode can't. He is playing a Dwarf Paladin, has no ability to lose combat off of that Honor Guard, so he's going to be on his temporary mount only as he follows Mandatory. Crims here going to activate that Waterfall RP, tagging in a Sky Screamer, hitting it with that Frost Nova. And Skylark has all the count that they need now, but Echo are setting up as well. The gateway comes up so they can skip that Waterfall RP. They're running up the stairs, 96.4% for Echo, so they've only needed to pull a couple of enemies. Yasma becomes active at the same time for both teams, but Mandatory not quite ready to pull it yet. They do pull it though, and this is going to be just a race to the finish line. As much damage as possible here needs to land on Yasma. Mandatory can't get distracted by all the trash that's going to be running in. They do need it to all get cleaved down, but they can't slow down at all on boss damage.
This is going to be so close. We do see both teams just using all of the offensive cooldowns they have available to cleave down Yasma and the trash here. Echo ahead on the boss DPS because they did pull the boss a little bit earlier, but of course a 5 seconds death penalty on their side, so they have to be faster than Mandatory by at least 5 seconds to be able to win this, and Mandatory is catching up by quite a lot. We do see that Mandatory did have to pull another Sky Screamer in comparison to Echo because of that enemy forces differential that we have between the teams. So Mandatory having 3 Sky Screamers while Echo only has 2, they're fighting. Echo's still a little bit ahead on boss percentage.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine. An extra Sky Screamer is fine as long as you land your kick. It's okay. They have got a Spider griefing them now, do Mandatory, but a Sigil of Chains is going to group all those ads back up. Gotta stay focused on the boss damage. Let's take a look at the cooldowns here. Wings is almost up for Mode. It's available, and he presses it. So we've got Wings rolling. We're going to have Infernal in 20 seconds. Clicks will not have another Infernal here, so Clicks' damage is as good as it's going to be for the rest of this fight. Mandatory have hit 100% on that trash count, and they're about to make it back to Infernal here, but Echo are about to kill the boss, and once Echo kill this boss, it's going to be 5 seconds. That's all that Mandatory will have here. They will get back to Infernal, but they won't get much of it. Echo kill the boss. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Echo have done it. They've managed to somehow, with that death, still be a little bit faster. What on earth did we just witness?
What a finish for Echo to tie up the series like this. And I don't know, do you think maybe the extra mob on Yasma made the difference damage-wise? It's hard to say. I want to hear the breakdown for that map, but for now, Echo making it a series, and that's a map, again, that Echo lost to Mandatory in their earlier match today, so coming back, getting a little bit of revenge there exactly when they needed it, and that's got to help shake off some nerves they might have had from the first dungeon. That's a good mental reset, too, but I think we're in for a fantastic series here.
This Ataldazar is incredibly close, dude. That got off to a really sketchy start with Zalia dying right after Dratnus, because, yeah, even one death can really tip things, tip the balance here. It's just Zalia dying to the wildfire from the Augur. is quite unfortunate for him as well, because then he's like, he doesn't have any damage, he has to run back, he doesn't have any astral power, there's just like a lot of momentum that they lose. But I think Mandatory actually lost a lot of time setting up Razan. Mode ends up like running off and pulling a lot of trash into Razan. And so the alternative is what Echo did with the shield bearers into Volcall, whereas Mandatory pull basically and snap all this trash into Razan, which I think slowed them down a lot because Mode was off on like an adventure for probably 15 seconds as opposed to being able to hit the boss. And so that allowed them to get a little bit behind on the boss. I still don't love the shield bearers into Volcall. Their Volcall is noticeably slower than Mandatory's, but I think that whenever you compare it with the Razan, it's just a slightly different route. And then you also have now basically... Dude, that guy's been using the Shadowflame Rocket Tanker on CD. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. That guy literally just like pressed it to pull the trash into Yasma as well. Like, that guy's literally just using them on CD. It's crazy though. I thought that Echo was going to lose after starting off with that death. This is
me too.
I mean,
very close.
Right to the end of it. I mean, the question was, is that death actually going to make the difference? And it very nearly did.
Incredible. I mean, 928 with a death on the first pull. What a run from Echo. And I mean, that means their potential here is probably like a 920 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, genuinely, I'm so sad we will not see another Atal Dazar in this MDI, right? Like, this is just such a powerhouse dungeon for these two teams, and a well-deserved victory by Echo. That's going to tie up our series 1-1. So basically, we're moving into a best of 3 now, right? We got the
pretty much, yeah, sure. You can call
I
it
don't really
that.
consider it like that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Reset the
Discard
bracket.
These first two results. It's all good.
Yeah.
And I think if you're Mandatory, you gotta just do that mental reset. You've beaten Echo in a best of 3 before. You did it earlier today. I think that these last 3 maps are better for Echo than the first 2 were. I think that
Definitely.
those first 2 were some of Mandatory's best shots at Echo. But Waycrest Manor, Darkheart Thicket are both Sanguine dungeons, so we're moving into at least... I mean, we're going to see these 2 for sure, right? We're going to see these 2 Sanguine dungeons. That is a very, very high-stress Sanguine dungeon. Running a Sanguine dungeon as a weekly key is one thing. Running it at this high stakes is going to be such a nerve-wracking experience, but at this point, both Mandatory and Echo are such veterans of this MDI format, I don't think that it's going to get to them.
So whenever you look at this Black Rockhold, I think this Black Rockhold is like, I don't want to say it's a guaranteed loss for Mandatory because nothing is guaranteed in the MDI, but I think that is not a map that you hope that this goes to. I think that for like Mandatory winning the series, it probably involves them back-to-back winning Waycrest Manor and Darkheart Thicket. And again, Waycrest Manor, having talked to the teammates of Mandatory, that is the dungeon that they put the most time into. And so there's a chance that they are able to beat Echo here, but Echo's looked automatic in that key. This is going to be a really tough series, and I think this Waycrest Manor is like a pivotal moment for this series.
I'm trying to remember what happened last time. Oh, go ahead.
I want to say that I disagree. I do think that Echo is very favorite in this Waycrest Manor. Like, I don't think... If both teams have a perfect run, then I don't think that Mandatory has a chance to beat Echo because they're just like approximately 20 to 30 seconds faster with their route. But I do think that BRH is a dungeon that Mandatory can win, because even though Echo has this cool strategy with the snapping of the mobs, with the summoning, Mandatory with their perfect route is only like 16, 17 seconds slower without that snapping strategy. So I do think they can find a couple of seconds here and there. I think the snapping strategy looks flashy, but I don't think it's actually as fast as we think it is. If another normal strategy is executed really well, personally.
Dorky said that he thought it was about 25 seconds saved. Whenever I was talking to him earlier.
Mandatory somehow cleared without the strategy only 17 seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
If they picked it up, hey.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. Did Mandatory have a little bit of Sanguine healing on this dungeon earlier today too? I feel like maybe there was a ton of like a tick or two on the boss ended up making a difference because there was like a 30-second difference.
It did.
So yeah, with 0 deaths on both sides earlier today too between these two teams. So it really does come down to those things, right? Not the deaths necessarily, but the routing, a tick or two of Sanguine here and there.
I think it was Sanguine on Soulbound from memory.
It was. I think so. I'm trying to remember.
That is usually the boss you Sanguine if you're
Usually,
Sanguining a boss.
Yeah,
It's that one
yeah.
or it's Heartsbane Triad.
Yeah. So, but do we think it's things like that, like little tiny, you know, errors that add up, or do we think it's just an actual route thing where Mandatory needs to just, well, I suppose it's a little bit late now, but the route they have chosen may just simply be slow?
I think it is slower, but I think that it's going to come down to the execution of these strategies between the two teams, because even though we've seen zero-death runs from both teams out of Waycrest Manor, there's always a chance that something goes horribly wrong, especially with how aggressive some of these pulls are. Let's take a look at Echo here, as now is going to hop on those Shadow Flame rockets for this first pull. He is just using those, like Title said, on CD, just able to, like, speed hack his way through the dungeon, basically, with those things. Getting this huge pull together. A hunt from downtown is going to let him grab all the hallway, and they'll be setting up this pull onto Rawl the Gluttonous. This is Echo's big time save right here. This pull is so much count, a great use of their Bloodlust, but it's very dangerous. They've got a lot of stuff they have to look out for here. A lot of the space on the ground is going to kill them if they stand in it, so they have to be really, really careful.
Yeah, we do have to take a look at Echo's pull here, as just so much bleeds are going out and so much damage, while they also have to worry about the tenderizers from the boss that have to be dodged out from, and you also have that Sanguine just all over the place, which can be deadly as well if you stand in it on top of all of this other damage that is happening, honestly. So they're doing a really good job so far, as some of these trash is going down. We see a lot of Sanguine healing going through, but all of it is going to be on that trash, so it doesn't actually matter as much. As long as they don't have to, as long as they survive, as long as Now survives, the trash doesn't really matter if it heals.
Healing a Steward is not great, because those mobs are really obnoxious. They do a lot of tank damage for one thing. They do those dinner bells, which deny a lot of space on this fight, so it's not the best thing to Sanguine heal them, but it's also fine. As long as you're not healing Rawl, you don't care too much, and Echo seem to have mostly stabilized here, so big win condition number 1 for Mandatory was a wipe on this pull. It's not going to happen, but now Sigil, he's going to proc his cheat death, so that's not good. Echo are now without a cheat death for a while, and we've seen tanks without cheat deaths fall over awfully quickly in this dungeon.
Yeah, and they certainly seem to be a little bit slower in this pull than what we've seen them here before. Like the last Sanguine healing that they had on this boss was like 30 million. It wasn't on the boss, but on the trash. And now we are 55 million in, so they healed the stewards quite a bit more than usual, and they're also a bit slower on finishing off the boss here. Mandatory is going to be done with Briar in just a moment, and they're going to be gathering up for their Goliath pull. Echo finishing off the boss in just a moment as well, but certainly a little bit slower than what we've seen before.
Yeah, we've got Mode in the back there. Everybody being careful to not activate that Witch as they run forward. And this is now the big courtyard pull for both teams. Matron Brindle, Soulbound Goliath, all activated, all in combat. Both teams, neither team can afford to not do this, but you have to be really careful now, because if you Sanguine heal Matron Brindle, or if you Sanguine heal Soulbound Goliath, it is very bad news. It looks like Matron Brindle is bathing in the Sanguine for Mandatory. That's not great. At least it's not Soulbound Goliath, but you can see the healing on that on the HPS meter. The Sanguine is up to 14 million healing for Mandatory. That is going to slow them down a bit. Oh, spikes up again. As it looks like Matron Brindle got another tick or two.
And we do have a second Thorns on Mirrors for Echo here. Already had used that human racial, now sitting in the Thorns, or at least has to be damaged out. Did a good job though on Echo's side, being able to get Mirrors out of that one. And Mandatory on their side also having some on Crimps, which is very nice. We do see Echo actually a little bit ahead on boss percentage, but not that much at all. Of course, again, boss percentage is really what matters here. Brindle is gonna die first. They just have to make sure it's not dying out of the boss. They don't get any of that Sanguine healing onto it. But yeah, a little bit of a Sanguine on Brindle. Not gonna be the end of the world, as long as they don't go down to any of that damage that Brindle does in combination with any of the Thorns or the AoE that the Goliath does if you drag him into the...
Yeah, gotta be extremely cautious here. Even though Soulbound Goliath is low, it can get full healed by just one Sanguine puddle if you're not careful, so vitally important moments of this fight as Matron Brindle does go down for Echo. They have gotten through the Sanguine danger. Mandatory pulling some more trash now onto Soulbound Goliath, because of course they have all of the Rawl the Gluttonous trash they still need to do. Echo have already killed it all. Matron Brindle is about to die here. Soulbound Goliath doesn't get a tick. Nice. It's okay. We're all good. So Mandatory are still fine. They did Sanguine heal Matron a little bit, but Soulbound Goliath at least not so much. And, yeah, the problem is, I mean, you can look at the enemy forces count at the top of the screen here. Echo have gained 15% more count than Mandatory as a result of their aggressive first pull of the dungeon. Now, Mandatory can gain some of that back because they can also do a big pull next, but they won't have Lust for it. They won't be able to do quite as much trash as Echo did.
And Molt actually running really low on mana on Mandatory's side, as we got another set of Thorns on Stove there. Not being able to get out of that one, had to full heal Stove, just spam heal him. And that's gonna another set of Thorns on Stove.
Oh no!
This might be death, as they don't have Cocoon available or Dispersion, and a leap as well from.
He was rooted in the Sanguine there as well, so that was healing the Soul Thorns and killing him. Brutal combo for Mandatory. Soulbound Goliath did heal from Sanguine for them as well for a total of 5 million, so that is not good. Mandatory are in some trouble here. They're going to attempt to recover it, but Echo are already on the Heartsbane Triad. Echo are already at 65% count. Mandatory reaching the boss fight here, but Skylark is going to have to live against these stewards with no cheat death trinket. That is very, very scary.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a scary moment here for Mandatory. The Echo pull on the Sisters not going to be that difficult for them to handle because they don't have as much trash here. There's some Captains and some of the Acolytes from the side. Mandatory, on the other hand, Crims does go down to a Tenderess in combination with the Bleeds from the Gorgers here. They do have a Battle Rest available, and they do have Macing that needs to cast that Soul Stone that is going to be used in just a moment. But yeah, now they're out of Battle Rests, and yeah, another scary moment here for Mandatory.
Yeah, this is a very, very sketchy part of the dungeon. Mandatory are still okay, but the problem is, it seems like everything's low, but as soon as you kill one of these trash mobs, you drop Sanguine that heals the rest of them, and Skylark goes down to a melee from a steward, and that's going to mean that the whole group here is in so much trouble. Rawl the Gluttonous is going to end up killing the rest of them here, and they're going to have to release and figure out a way back. Invis pots. Okay, no, they're going to grab this one soul essence. They're going to take it with them. They still have a witch they need to dodge here. They don't want to activate, so they're still going to have to hug the wall here. And, I mean, yeah, Mandatory are now several minutes behind.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate for Mandatory, just losing so many defensive cooldowns on that Goliath pull earlier, just struggling so much. And now that Rawl pull, again, very dangerous for them, especially without that Bloodlust available in comparison to what Echo did at the very start of the dungeon. Yeah, Echo looking really strong, though. We know that this Waycrest Manor is one of their best dungeons this weekend. They're just looking so good in here. Sister Briar about to go down. They do have to finish off the Acolytes that they pulled into the boss with, like, they're just on the side here, but they also pulled some more trash onto the boss earlier with Celia's Transcend, as we did see earlier today. And once they finish off this boss here, they're going to be going downstairs. They do have to Invis pot through a Sister spawn here. That is something we're going to see in just a moment. So we see 2 Invis potions on Clix and Mirrors because they are actually they're human, so they don't have Shadow Melt. While the other 3 players, they're going to be Shadow Melting off the aggro in just a moment from that Sister. You'll see that Shadow Melt go through. There it is. And then they can skip that Witch, and they're going to be going downstairs into Lord and Lady Waycrest.
Yeah, now is going to grab that Matron Alma, bringing it with them. They've got a couple of mobs in a Sigil of Misery that will be joining soon as well. A nice new Soul Well is going to let them restock on Health Stones, which, you know, always nice. It's only been 8 minutes, so it's hard to imagine they've used all 3 charges, but you never know, as we now have Lord and Lady Waycrest engaged. And Echo are approaching the end of this dungeon. If they can stay clean here, if they can avoid massive Sanguine healing, causing mobs to stay alive too long and killing them, they should be in good shape here. See, that's the problem with Sanguine in this area, is if you get a little bit of Sanguine healing in some dungeons, it's like, this is okay, we're a little bit slower. But there are some parts of the dungeon like this, where if you Sanguine healing these Soul Charmers, you're just going to get overwhelmed by casts that you don't have interrupts for, right? So you actually do need to really make sure that Sanguine healing doesn't happen to those wrong mobs.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, Lord Waycrest, I think, got a tick there.
Yeah,
that's okay.
A little bit, yeah, it's not too bad. Because again, the HP, the full HP of Lord Waycrest is not that high because of that health transfer that Lady Waycrest is doing periodically. So not too bad to get the Sanguine Heal off here. And yeah, Mandatory now done with Ral. They're going to be moving downstairs in just a moment as well. Of course, with those 7 deaths on the board and with just generally being behind, it's going to be very difficult for Mandatory to catch up here. But this is a best of 5, so even if Echo is finishing off this dungeon here, it's of course not over for Mandatory just yet, and they can recover and get back into this series here, into this grand final series. But Echo just looking so strong in his Wake Rest. And even though they looked a little bit shaky in those first 2 dungeons, right? Losing that Rise, having lots of mistakes there, and then even having some mistakes in that Taldasar as well, even though they had the fastest run of the weekend. So yeah, Echo definitely not infallible.
Yeah, I mean, Echo have done a good job of coming into this Waycrest Manor and doing a clean run in one of the hardest dungeons in our map pool. So incredibly impressive to them. Mandatory have to do the same thing. They have to shake off the result of this map, and they have to be like, look, yeah, we lost. It sucks now. We're down 2-1, right? We need to win our next 2, but we know we can do it. We are a world-class team. We are a team that can challenge Echo, and we're going to prove it, right? So that's got to be the mindset if you're a Mandatory player, a Mandatory fan here, is that it is not over yet. It is a best of 5. They can recover. You know, they can stay in this series. These 3 maps, this is going to be the least close of our first 3 maps, but they came really close to winning that Ataldazar, and they did win that first map in the series. So this is a team that should feel confident that they can challenge Echo, and does mean that the other maps are going to have to, of course, all go their way. But at this point, there's not much that can be done about that. You just are going to have to play for that because Echo are closing in on the end of the dungeon. They are running down the final corridor here, and there is just one boss fight separating Echo from match point here. Boss is pulled, Lust is available. Here come all of their cooldowns.
Yes, the Infernal and the PI being used onto clicks here in just a moment as Mirrors is gathering up. And Bloodlust, of course, running as well. The only thing that's not available is to combust, but it's going to come up in just a moment as well. Now we need a perfectly placed Ring of Peace by Sally in just a moment as the horror is going to go down. And there we go, Ring of Peace coming out. No Sanguine Heal. Onto Gargtool. Some of them actually really close to the boss. Now it needs to stand perfectly still to make sure Gargtool is not going to move into either of these pools on the side.
What a gamer there. That is a tense moment there. Very close to full healing Gorak Tol off of Sanguine, but now found the pixel to stack Gorak Tol to avoid that. Well done.
Yep, and of course Gorak Tol at this point the only thing left. They do have 100% enemy forces, so no trash missing, which is something that happened to Aka before, that they finished off the last boss and did not have the full count. But no problem this time around. It even happened in Waycrest Manor.
That happens to me in every Waycrest Manor, but it is not going to happen to Echo in this one. They are doing great. They are just getting over the finish line here. Absolutely looking phenomenal here. This has been their cleanest dungeon of the weekend. That is going to be a 12-minute and 40-second Waycrest Manor.
Wow.
Echo will advance to a 2-1 lead. Mirez, yeah, no big deal. Not a problem.
Don't pick your nose. Do not pick your nose. Do not pick
Just
your
a
nose.
scratch. It's just a scratch. It's just an itchy nose. That's all. All right, get him off the screen.
Yeah,
Victory
he
for
was
Echo.
able to scratch this whole time, you know?
Yeah,
That's
that's
a fun
right.
game.
Oh man, we've all had that situation, right? Well, you're running a dungeon and like you know if you take your hands off the keyboard, your party dies, but like your nose is just going crazy. Yeah, happens to the best of us. But you know, Echo extending their victory, doing it cleanly. Let's talk a little bit more about the dungeon.
I was trying to get on Sanguine Watch for this key. I think that Mandatory kind of had larger problems than Sanguine management. I assumed that there was just going to be Sanguine issues. They did heal Soulbound Goliath at the very beginning of the boss. The boss for Mandatory was just like standing in the Sanguine, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. Stove goes down to Soul Thorns. Again, not the end of the world, but again, not a great position to be in if you're Mandatory. And then they had a full wipe to Rawl. That was pretty much the end of the run overall. Echo looked pretty much perfect. They had some Sanguine healing on Lower Waycrest, so I guess it could have been better, but you can only be so critical of a 12-40 run in this key. And Echo really are starting to turn it on. They looked bad in the Rise, and now they are no longer looking like that team that we saw in the Rise. Instead, they're looking like their old selves again, and they're looking like they're able to win. How many MDIs in a row? 7? This is 8?
Many.
Any knowers?
Many?
A
Yes.
couple? Yeah, one of them.
Few?
Another one.
Seventh. We're. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I can only count up to one hand. Once it involves the second one, it's difficult for me, okay?
So 7 then. Okay, got it.
There you go.
Yep. Well, Echo does put themselves one map away from winning the MDI yet again. And, Mandatory, I keep wanting to say they've got a chance the same way I keep wanting to say that Echo look vulnerable, but I don't know if either one is true at this point. I mean, we talked about it earlier. I think, Dratnos, you brought up this point that it really was the first couple maps that Mandatory you felt kind of had to do well on, because when we got to this point in the potential best of 5, Echo really kind of is in position to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, it is a brutal remainder of the series here for Mandatory. Next up, we are going to get to see Darkheart Thicket, which I think is okay for Mandatory. I think that map should be, close to 50-50. But then if we get to that decisive Game 5, it's going to be in Blackrock Hold, which I am much more worried about for Mandatory. So Mandatory, they can't worry about that right now. They've just got to focus on the future. You can't be focused on the Blackrock Hold far in the future. You also can't be thinking too much about this Waycrest Manor that just happened. It happened. You lost. It's okay. It was a bit of a disaster. These things happen. You've got to be able to just shake it off, not be thinking about it at all, go into the next map, stay confident. You know that you're a world-class team, and Darkheart Thicket is going to be that next map. It's another +24 Sanguine Keystone. Sanguine management was not the downfall of Mandatory, but it wasn't perfect in that Waycrest Manor. So it's something that they will need to improve if they want to have a hope of taking Echo to that Game 5.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing to think about, too, is that with this Darkheart Thicket, Mandatory did have a 0-death run against Perplexed earlier this weekend. So they have put together good runs on it, but you kind of wonder now if the pressure is going to start to be an issue, too, right? Where you're so close. You made it all the way to the finals. You even won the first game, but now Echo is storming back. They look really good themselves, and here's where you really kind of have to persevere mentally as well as just in the game, right?
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention about this Darkheart is, yes, we did. I mean, Mandatory does have the fastest run of this weekend in Darkheart, but we have not seen Echo at all in this dungeon. And we haven't seen that many DHT runs overall this weekend. So it is very possible that Echo just has a faster route from practice, or they looked at what the other teams were doing and optimized their own route to be quicker than whatever Mandatory has to show. And I think it's always very difficult for a team. If you have shown your route, and a really good team like Echo hasn't shown theirs, then you don't know. Do we have to put more practice time into this dungeon? Do we have to optimize anything? Or are we fine? So not sure. I feel like this is a little bit in favor of Echo just because they have more information. But then again, of course, execution needs to be perfect for both teams.
In the MDI as well, Sanguine is just such a volatile affix. You'll see minutes of difference if your Sanguine management isn't perfect. And between these two teams, it kind of comes down to a couple of separate pulls, where, that Dweller pull that's right before Oakheart, that's one that really gives a lot of teams trouble. And if you don't have either a perfect Typhoon or any Nox or Sigil of Chains, you can lose a ton of time and just not get Oakheart spawned. And we're in a situation right now where I don't know who's about to win this Darkheart Thicket. I think that what Nagura said is absolutely spot on. We are basically coin flipping as to who's about to win this DHT.
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume that Echo at least has the best strat we've seen so far nailed down, and it's incredibly likely that they have their own tech, their own additions, right? I mean, I feel like we see Echo at least, know what the best thing is at this point. As far as what the other teams are doing, then oftentimes they can exceed that.
It is also possible that they did not expect to drop down into the lower bracket. And maybe they thought, we're going to have more time between the upper final and the grand final to practice a little bit of DHT or whatever dungeon they didn't put much practice into. And then they did drop below and they were not able to do that. So that is
I think they practice every key.
Maybe.
I think
if you're relying on Echo
to
have not prepped a dungeon, I think you're going to lose.
Well, did they prep Fall or Throne? Because they banned it out the whole time.
I mean, if you ban it, you never need to play it, so you never need to practice
That's true.
it. There you go. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it'd be kind of funny for, if Echo lost this and they'd be like, oh, if only we had just had a little bit more time between our matches to practice Darkheart Thicket.
Apparently, Echo requested a bit of a delay between these two matches because now has to go use the restroom or something. He said, and I quote, "It's an emergency. I gotta go."
Who does that?
Can I,
Well, I mean,
do that too?
if you gotta go,
We
you gotta
gotta
go.
Yeah, that's
Production.
right. That is true. Yeah. Thanks for the update. Well, so yeah, you know, how's everybody doing? These things happen. It is a long, you know, we've been here for a while today. You know, they were, you know, practicing as much Darkheart Thicket as they could between matches. You know, didn't have time for anything else. You know, so these things happen. Yeah.
Or
Series
maybe
is pretty
they were doing
tense.
some movement maps between the series, you know.
Oh,
Guessing
Could be a
some
vibe.
yeah, maybe,
process.
but only the arena ones, please.
Only the arena ones.
Only the arena ones. These are the ones
Oh,
we're best
wow.
at.
Ask and you shall
We're
receive.
going.
Dude.
All right. Bring back Razan. Oh, come on. All right.
Oh wait, we're not actually doing it. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Okay. I mean, if you want to fill out your... Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Here we
okay.
go.
What is it? Oh, it's squeeze.
It's so
Look at
zoomed
It's a full
out.
dungeon.
We got ovals.
Yeah.
We got ovals instead of circles.
Oh.
Keep that in mind.
Okay, so they run somewhere
This
off to the
is-
side a little bit.
This is
Waycrest.
Waycrest Manor. Yeah, this is Waycrest Manor.
I think we saw this yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's Waycrest
Alright,
Manor. Yeah,
Waycrest.
Oh, we got it.
yeah,
Confirmed.
they're doing a rerun.
Oh, look,
All right.
they're drawing Razan. See the tiny little T-Rex arms? There's an open mouth right there.
Oh, yeah.
It's Razan, yeah.
I see Rasan.
Spending a lot of time on the neck. I don't know if that's necessary. You can just keep moving on to the... But where are the hip coffins? Oh, there we go. Whoa.
Ooh.
Whoa. Really fast
We
movement
time
there.
jumped.
I guess so.
Yeah. And maybe it's Dawn of the
Where is
Infinite.
that
Hang
from?
on.
No.
Yeah.
No, this is Waycrest. We know. It is. There we go. Yep. Oh, meanwhile, it's time.
Imagine.
All right, I think everybody sounds like they're back at their desks ready to play. Mandatory versus Echo. It's the last chance for Mandatory to stay in this series. Can they tie it up and send us to that Dungeon 5? Let's find out.
Alright, there it is. Let's take a look at what their first pulls are going to look like in this DHT. We do know approximately what Mandatory is doing. They actually have a pretty cool gateway strategy here on the left side. Echo, though, let's see what they're doing as they do have a Fear Sigil to gather up all of this trash. And there it is, I think.
Yeah. Similar. Actually, hang on.
Oh.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
there's
the
the
gates,
gateway
yeah,
coming
there's-
through. Nice. Okay. And this big pull is getting underway for Echo. Same idea here for Mandatory. They're going to be a little bit faster on the group up, hitting that Bloodlust immediately. Echo have yet to hit Bloodlust. They have mobs all grouped together. Oh, and they're hitting them with a Sigil of Misery off to the side. And they're going to now be heading forward and taking this with them into the boss, I think. That's
Well-
going to be a huge Bloodlust.
I think they might be saving it.
Well, I think
not
you
sure,
need to
like,
lust
okay.
this pull with the
So,
boss
yeah, okay,
once
so
it shows
the-
up.
If they're lasting it this late, okay, they are lasting. Okay, that means though that they might not be able to get a second lust. This dungeon
Maybe
is
not.
a very fast dungeon, so this means that Aka may be only getting one of the bloodlusts because Mandatory's fastest run is 10 minutes 56.
Miras!
Miras
Miras
does
is
go
perished!
down. They do have a battle rest that they're using, but Miras lost bloodlust. Did not lose PI, as PI just now being used after he was rest back up. But they're losing a lot of momentum here in this huge pull, which might be a little bit of a problem for them as they're trying to recover here. Some of the trash are already dead, and they're trying to finish off the rest here. But yeah, a little bit of a scary moment here for Echo. Very nicely recovered, getting Miras back up and not falling apart completely. As some of the Sanguine does heal up. The Miras does go down again. They don't have a battle rest available, and the boss is on 45%. They're probably going to finish off this boss without Miras, but that's a pretty big time loss for Echo.
Yeah, this is going to evaporate all the lead that they got by pulling this boss with all the trash. I mean, you know, they're going to be doing in one pull what Mandatory did in two pulls, but you have to imagine that with this death for the second half of the boss fight, Mandatory are going to be able to make back some of the time. Plus, Echo are now going to be playing without a battle res, and they have 10 seconds of death time are working against them here. So Mandatory are still probably going to be a little bit slower on actually killing off the boss here. But I think Mandatory have gotten the better of the opening of this dungeon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Echo actually is planning to finish off this dungeon in like 10 minutes or less because of their bloodlust timings. Because using it 50 seconds into the dungeon, that means like, either it means that they only want one lust, or that they're fast in 10 minutes and they can only use one even if they would use it immediately. So very, very interesting. We'll see what Echo is going to do later on. But yeah, mode going down for Mandatory as well to a frontal charge here from the boss. They are using a battle rest, and mode is actually taking it as well. So just opting to use that rest here at the very end of the boss fight to make sure they're not going to fall apart here at the very end. Echo now using the gateway to skip past some of these trash mobs. And this is another very important pool here coming up for Echo, and it's the Dweller pool. The Dwellers is something that we've seen multiple teams struggle with, and we also see how much more trash they're gathering up. This now drops incredibly low on the gather up of this pool.
Yeah, this is looking really sketchy. Now's Cheat Death Trinket is almost certainly going to proc here. No, somehow it's not. He is okay. Gets hit with a regrowth, and we are back in business. Now is fine. Grabbing all of these Dwellers. Will they be in range for a Sigil of Silence? They will not. Ooh, and look at where Now is standing. He jumps up on that root there to snap some of the far blossoms in, so they won't have to wait as long for them to group up. Nice little strategy there. That was how they snapped all that trash onto the first boss as well, was they had a little spot like that they used. Nice work by Echo, finding these little terrain pieces in the dungeon. And it unfortunately doesn't snap everything. Not all of the blossoms were walking towards him at the time, so a couple of them are still coming in late, and there is a Dryad off in the distance as well, which is annoying. Those Dryads are always very difficult to group up. But it looks like Mandatory are also on the same pull here. They've got the pack grouped up as well, and we're going to see it starting to die for Echo. Sanguine management moment coming in here. Will they be able to avoid Sanguine on those healing meters? Nope, not quite. It's up to 10 million, 12 million, 14 million healing. Not great for Echo, but it's happening for Mandatory as well.
And the healing is on the Dwellers as well, which is the worst targets to receive the healing here, because they're the ones that need to die to spawn the boss here, of course. Now all of the Dwellers are dead for Echo, and that means Oakheart is... But Gingy does go down to a Root Burst, actually. That means they cannot engage Oakheart because they don't have a Battle Rest available. Celia maybe has a Shadow Melt and use an out of combat rest to get Gingy back up here, but sometimes using that Shadow Melt, pretty difficult as a rester to actually leave combat. Let's see if Celia can actually use the rest here. Everyone's Shadow Melting, it looks like, to drop combat completely. Not sure if they completely are out of combat here. There we go, Celia can cast a revive, but you can see some of these blossoms are still aggroed on some of the players here, now still in combat, so we'll see if they can get the rest back up. This is exactly what Mandatory needed to get back into this dungeon, as they're already fighting Oakheart now down to 70%.
Yeah, 3 deaths on the board for Echo, 1 for Mandatory, which does mean that there's still only 10 seconds of bonus for Mandatory. But Mandatory are now almost half a boss ahead as well. So the question to me is, will either team be able to do like that last pull onto the last boss cleanly? And of course, will they be able to kill Oakheart here without any Sanguine healing? As there are a couple of keepers under the boss, at least for Mandatory.
Yeah, and Mandatory did deal with more enemy forces, so I think Mandatory can actually skip maybe 2 packs in that last tunnel leading up to the last boss, which would make that last pull a little bit easier onto the last boss, and would also make Sanguine management a lot easier, which we've seen that last boss heal to Sanguine, unfortunately, whenever they are pulling all of this trash on top. Oakheart is about to go down. The keepers are going to live longer than Oakheart here, which means that they're actually going to need to spend some extra time finishing those off. But it's much safer with Sanguine and not risking that healing onto the boss at all. Echo now down to 36%. And again, both teams completely out of battle rests. And anything goes wrong, it's going to be a little bit of a problem for them to get back in, especially if somebody dies on a boss.
Yeah, this is going to be a... very uphill struggle for Echo, right? To try and claw back this time advantage. I actually don't know if Echo could even do it without a mistake from Mandatory at this point. I think Mandatory are in position to close this one out if they are clean, as we have those bats now being pulled by Crims. Then he's going to walk over towards the way up to Dresseron. There's a Warlock Gateway waiting for him that Maystein has left. And they're now in combat with Dresseron. Meanwhile, Echo setting up the same idea here. Echo, though, it's going to be Zalia rather than the mage, right? Rather than Gingy, that will be grabbing these Bloodseekers. So, slight difference in the execution of this strategy. Same idea, though. Now he's got to wait for his friends. Ooh, needs to use Typhoon as they're not there yet. Does eventually manage to get that gateway upwards. So we can see once again what the difference is here. Echo actually pretty quick to pull this boss here. Maybe claw back a little bit of time here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Echo did a great job gathering all of this up. And Mandatory now trying to finish off this trash. Dropping really low from some of these bosses' mechanics here. As the Earth-Shaking Roar does come through. The Fury charges are being dodged out safely. Skylark aiming them properly to the side, making sure none of these ranged players are getting hit. You have to be careful with that Sanguine as well, as the downdraft is being cast. Dressaron does not move, just standing still here, channeling that downdraft, and then also channeling that breath. This boss actually very difficult to move out of Sanguine in case it does drop below the boss. You have to be very careful to not have that happen, as some of these Furies do go down. Some of the Furies are outside, but you can see another Fury healing for Mandatory a little bit. Alright, another one is going to die in just a moment. And they have to also make sure that they're interrupting the small adds, the bursters that are spawning out of the Furies, of course.
Yeah, a lot of potential for things to go wrong even on this pull. We don't usually see things go horribly wrong for teams here, but it is, like you said, a lot to manage. But the next pull is going to be the one where there's a real huge risk of ruin for Mandatory. They do kill off Dressaron, finish off these last bursters, and let's see it. They have to go. They're not far enough ahead here that they can slow down. They will have to pull all of this on to the Shade of Xavius. So they head down into the log. They're actually at 89% count as well. So they have a little bit more count than they need even here as well. So actually they can skip the first bit here if they want to, I think. And they'll be... Yeah. Skylark is the only one in combat with it. He's going to hit Meld. Okay, so they actually don't even need to do that scary of a pull here then. They do need to go on to boss right now, but they don't need to fight every single enemy that lives in this log.
Yeah, they only have to pull those Bloodseekers plus that last pack, which is still dangerous. We will see the Stalker being mind-controlled here, so they don't have to deal with that that damage from the Stalker, and they don't necessarily have to stack up completely to avoid that jump. And now Shade of Xavius is engaged for Mandatory. They do not have Bloodlust available. 35 seconds cooldown on that one. But they will maybe get it back up in a little bit. Akon, on the other hand, not going to have that Bloodlust at all, as it's still 1 minute on CD on their side. We can see Echo has to also pull more trash as they're gathering up this whole trash from this log. And now Shade of Xavius also engaged for Echo. So this pull a little bit more dangerous for Echo. Mandatory, the most important thing for them, as they're ahead in this dungeon, of course, is to not have any Sanguine heal onto Shade of Xavius.
Yeah, this is vital for Mandatory. They are at 60% on Shade of Xavius. Bloodlust will be up in 2 seconds for them, and then they'll be able to press it and send this boss home. Reaching that 50% mark, here comes that lust. It's a Stalker off to the side, right? So they will be able to kill that off. Yeah, you can see Chaos Bolts now going off to the side of the screen as well, so they're getting that little bit of extra count that they need to stop the clock here, and it's just about boss damage at this point. It's a Deadeye even, so it won't even be running around. Yeah, nice work. And they just have to kill these mobs off, and they'll be able to get to a decisive Game 5 here. Somehow, Mandatory have been able to keep this series so close, and Echo, coming in as the huge favorites, have just stumbled in 3 of the 4 maps we've seen so far. This was such a good strat from them, too, at the start of this dungeon, but things just went wrong. Deaths here and there, and Mandatory are going to be closing up a game here, 2-2 in the series now.
That's right. We are going to the final dungeon of the series. I wanted to believe, and I was rewarded. Mandatory manages to tie it up, and you know, again, some uncharacteristic missteps from Echo, but those go in Mandatory's favor. They managed to play the dungeon extremely well. And we're going to the 5th map. I can't believe it. This is the best finals I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about that Ataldazar now for the Mandatory fans. Like, well, Mandatory had an opportunity to have ended the series here in this Darkheart Thicket. Echo had a significantly superior route, though, like multiple minutes faster. And I thought that the Mira's death on the first boss wasn't going to matter. So what they did is they set up this massive snap into Archdruid with Sigil of Chains and Misery, and they did it twice. So they did it with the starting trash. You kind of saw that like right before this clip started, and then after this you can see off to the side. Now then Sigil of Chains and Misery is the pack again. Once those Miseries break, the mobs snap on top of Gladius, and this is an insanely difficult part of the fight. It makes a lot of sense that Miraz dies here. You know, Nightclaw leaps on him at the same time the boss leaps on him, and he just dies. We burn a battle res. Not the end of the world. The issue is then he dies again to Gladius leaping on him once more without a battle res. And so all of this time that we saved was kind of negated. But Echo was still in it. And then they had deaths on the Dwellers and a Sanguine heal the Dwellers. And that was pretty much the nail in the coffin for this run by Echo. I think that if they play their strat to perfection, and it was kind of a question of, oh, do they still have strats left not shown? This is certainly an insane strat that other teams would have picked up, but unfortunately, that volatility of Sanguine that we always harp on was just a huge issue here. These Dwellers, they get knocked a little bit late, so they have like 4 ticks of Sanguine, and then somebody ends up dying because we've ran out of CCs, and then we have to meld res somebody, and we're just lollygagging. Meanwhile, Mandatory's finishing up this run.
Yeah, and they didn't drop the ball at all. They managed to keep it going, even when the nerves are just going insane on both sides now. I mean, I think this is the first time I've ever seen Echo look flustered before in in the series. I don't think I've ever seen things like this really happen before. And I mean, it had to happen eventually, right? I mean, they're an incredible squad. They still are far from out of this, but we'll see.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. Like,
no, you don't
this
think so?
key level.
All right.
Well, no. Okay, so every texture of every single MDI season looks a little bit different. The
Sure.
key levels this season are actually quite high, and sometimes you'll see people like 40 PS, but that's a lot of dungeon related stuff, right? Where you're going to die either 100 to 0 or you're not going to die at all. It's just kind of comes down to defensives and preparation on the pulls. Very rarely, I feel like, does it come down to just like misplays, and just with the texture of this season, you're just likely to have a couple of deaths every single run in the MDI, just with how these dungeons are set up.
Well, deaths or no deaths, we're going to map number 5. It's going to be Blackrook Hold, and this is one that, speaking of deaths, a lot of people are worried about for Mandatory. Echo tending to get through this one a little bit better, but it is, like we've talked about all weekend, one of the more volatile dungeons in the pool. So we'll see.
Also, okay, so I'm not sure. I guess we should mention this again. So one thing we talked about before about this Blackrook Hold is that Echo, on the first day, so on Friday, did play Blackrook Hold and actually showed a completely new strategy in this dungeon. Well, I wouldn't call it completely new overall, but it's new for Blackrook Hold, where they were playing the Moonkin and they did gather up a pool with the tank and the Moonkin while everyone else skipped ahead to Smash Spite, put the Summoning Stone down, summoned now. They Shadow Melded off the aggro, did the Sigil strategy, very similar to the Rift Portal strategy we've seen in Rise, and then gather up all of the trash onto Smash Spite. Now, since they showed it on Friday, we talked about the fact, is there any other team that is going to be adapting to the strategy within the weekend? But it's very difficult to adapt to a strategy like this. If any team could have tried it, it might have been Mandatory though. Do you guys think it's a possibility that they are doing this strategy to save a couple of seconds?
Last Hope picked it up.
Yeah, Last Hope. That's exactly what I was going to say. They picked it up, and I think if you're a team that's practiced, the summon strat in Rise, which everybody has at this point, it is a transferable skill to be able to do it in Blackrook as well. I mean, it's not that... It probably is a couple of hours of practice to add this to your repertoire. Now, the question is just whether Mandatory decided that that was the best use of their time, as of course... Your time is very limited on these MDI days to figure out what you want to focus on. Sometimes you just have to identify a weakness that you need to improve in one of the other dungeons as well. And we do see no Moonkin out of Mandatory, so my guess is they're probably not going for that exact snap, but maybe you are. You can still do it with this comp. It could still happen as we are underway. This is it. This is Game 5 of the MDI. The entire season now comes down to this one map here in Blackrook Hold, and we are starting off with an unbelievable dangerous pull.
Yeah, let's take a look if both of the teams can finish this one off, as Amalgam is engaged for Echo quite a bit earlier compared to Mandatory, gathering up this pull really, really quickly on their side. We're going to see Bloodlust being used in just a moment for both teams. Mandatory pressing it a couple of seconds earlier. Echo still holding on to the Bloodlust for a long time here. Looks like they are waiting for the trash to come in. There it is. Bloodlust for Echo as well. This means they're going to have it up later for the last boss at the very end of the dungeon. We're going to have to take a look at that later on. As all of these offensive cooldowns are running, Mandatory somehow being able to focus the boss a little bit more in comparison to Echo. Maybe because of the delayed Bloodlust, maybe Echo is going to be catching up in just a moment.
Yeah, now we get the intermission phase starting for both teams. Here you just focus on blasting the boss and ignoring those souls for the most part. If any of them get too close to the boss, you can use a big blast wave under the boss, is usually what we've seen teams do to avoid those souls actually reaching the boss. But you don't want to kill them. You don't want to spend too much time CCing them. A sigil here or there, a blast wave here or there, and then you just kill the boss as quickly as possible. Echo are doing such a good job of that. They're going to be finishing this boss off well ahead of Mandatory at this point. This is unbelievable extra damage that Echo have somehow found. They are going to be stopping the clock on that boss one split at 136. Mandatory going to be more than 10 seconds slow here. And Lady Valandris is also lower for Echo.
Yes, I do think that the HP on Lady Valandris doesn't actually matter that much because the RP is so long that I think Mandatory can still finish off this mini-boss without losing any kind of time once the door is open. But still, the fact that they're 9 seconds slower here is actually a big advantage for Echo. So we'll see how they deal with the next pull, though. The next pull also another very dangerous part of the dungeon because we do know that these teams are going to do this incredible, insane pull, really, where they're going to pull all of these spiders up until the next trash area, and then they pull everything in that whole room, which is just so dangerous because you have all of these archers shooting random players, especially with all of these cloth players, and then you have the companion jumping around, putting the bleed on everybody, plus the Arcanist that needs to be interrupted. So all eyes on Echo to see if they can execute this very dangerous.
The other thing I want to watch for Echo is will they be able to do focused damage to the specific mobs that are required to summon the mini-boss here? Because that's something that I've always been impressed with, particularly Last Hope, is that when this pull is like halfway done, they've somehow already killed the mobs that spawn the Commander mini-boss, which is the next thing you're waiting for. Mandatory are also on this pull now, grouping them all up. Crim's dropping pretty low there. That's going to be his Cauterize. Dangerous moment here for Mandatory, but they do have this pack very nicely grouped up. I love how close all those mobs are together compared to Echo, where they did manage to spread them a little bit more. So a little bit less efficient on damage. Gingy's Cauterize is going to be joining Crim's, but Gingy gets hit by a Spiteful Shade. And Echo have had, once again, first blood taken against them, but Crim's as well. Both the mages down now for both teams. Battle Res is going to land on both of them, so it is equal for the two teams, and now there's no Battle Reses for the next 7 minutes.
Yeah, very dangerous moment for both teams here, as Mandatory has the next pack actually spawn earlier than Echo, even though they did reach
Echo are on
later.
it.
Oh,
Echo
never mind.
That's
okay,
it, right?
Yeah, true. Sorry.
They're killing Commander, the mini-boss right now.
They're actually super fast, yes.
Yeah, Echo are
With
zooming.
all of these Spiteful Shades, it's actually hard to tell. But yeah, there we go. Echo super fast as they already finished up the Commander. They had so much focus target damage on this Commander. That's crazy. We do have the gateway to be able to get to the next boss quicker. And of course, they're going to be pulling those two archers and the champion onto Lysana here in just a moment. So they need to be a little bit careful here. Make sure they're not going to go down to the shoots and to the frontal from the champion. But that should be no problem. Mandatory now on their way as well, as they're picking up this champion and the archers as well on their side. But yeah, Echo zooming through this dungeon.
Yeah, Mandatory going to be pulling Ilisana here, something like 30 seconds slower than Echo. There was maybe an opportunity there with the death on Gingy for Mandatory to gain a little bit of advantage, but they followed it very soon after with the death of their own mage, so no death penalty advantage for either team, no battle res advantage for either team. Mandatory are just going to have to find a way to accelerate their dungeon. 10% more boss HP for them to chew through here. That is going to be quite nasty.
Yeah, we do have most of the players actually playing Dwarf here, so they can actually get rid of that glaive deal of that bleed whenever it is on them. We do see Sally, of course, not being able to be a Dwarf on that Druid, playing that Night Elf, having a Shadow Melt available in case something does happen there, and of course needing that Shadow Melt later on for the strategy that Echo is going to be executing right after this boss, once they summon and snap everything up to Smash Spite. That's going to be something that is another very crucial moment for Echo, because if anything goes wrong with that strategy, that's an insane amount of time lost. If they cannot execute that one perfectly, they lose so much time. It's a very high risk, high reward strategy for Echo. Mandatory, though,
may also be doing it. We'll see.
They may be doing it. They have to do it with Crims because they don't have that Night Elf available on their side. But yeah, let's take a look at Echo as the boss does go down and now is already on their way. Everyone has to stay out of combat here except Now and Celia.
now is going to be leading the charge as he is used to doing. Let's see if he's able to grab all these mobs without any danger of dying. He's actually going to pop a potion here as well. First Sigil of Misery used. That's going to allow the rest of the group to jump through this gateway without pulling any trash. Now guarding the gateway, waiting for everything for the rest of his team to be done. And Zalia just behind him, regrowths to get in combat. And now he's going to run back at those mobs, get into combat with them, or rather stay in combat with them, but break them out of that Sigil of Misery. Sigil of Change, grouping them up.
Mandatory's doing it.
Yeah, wow, Skylark is setting up the same idea here. But it looks like maybe they have combat. No, okay, no combat for the rest of the group as well. So nice. Mandatory also on the same idea here. So it's going to be an execution between the two teams. Which one will be able to get this done more quickly? Now, of course, it looked like they were standing around waiting a little while on Echo's side. Mandatory also going to have to wait a little bit here for the rest of the group to get up to where they want to go. Now goes down, though. He has died for Echo. That is catastrophic. They do not have a battle res for him, which means Zalia is going to die as well. And what do you even do to recover from this? Do you just accept this summon and then do the end of the dungeon?
No, they
and
have
then go back to the start?
I think since now and Zalia can just release, I think they have to try and gather everything again and do the same thing again. I think they just have to release
Skylark, though! Skylark is at 1 HP! He's gonna proc his cheat death! Okay, it's alright. We do have cheat death trinket for a reason. Skylark was able to use that to stay alive now. And Crims waddling up towards those mobs. This is Mandatory's moment. This is their opportunity. There's that Frost Nova. Sigil, accept summon. Invis, accept summon. Here we go! Mandatory have gotten this done. Will they be able to actually survive the pull, though? Mode is in a lot of danger here.
Echo got it too!
Echo have indeed got this pull started. There they go, all the mobs snapping in, but Echo also have 10 seconds of death penalty against them. That is a huge advantage for Mandatory as they also started this boss a little bit ahead of Echo now. Mandatory in the lead, and this is it. This is the last game of the series. There's no way for Echo to recover if they can't win this Blackrock hold. They have to find a way to do more damage here. 7% behind on boss HP. This is the second to last boss, and after this, there's just one more pull in the dungeon, so there's not a lot of runway left for Echo, but they are trying the best they can to just do more damage to the boss.
This is so incredibly close between those two teams now, and the nerves of these players must be insane. Neither of the teams has a battle rush available in case something does go wrong here, and there's just so much to watch out for as they have to deal with the boss mechanics. The Spiteful Shades are all over the place. They don't have any cheat deaths available on their tanks, and they don't have healers. The tanks are under so much pressure to be able to survive here. We do see that most of the trash is dead for both teams. They are trying to kite out these Spiteful Shades, and they are, of course, trying to see all of the Incorporals that are spawning do a really good job handling everything. The fact that they managed to pull this off still, this pull, with so much pressure on them is incredible. Both of these teams are just insane, as Smash Spout is down to 15% for Mandatory. Mandatory, all of the trash dead for them as well, looking so good for them, as they have another really dangerous pull coming up in just a moment once this boss goes down.
3% on Smash Bite. It's going to go down for Mandatory, and now they just have this last pull, like you said. It's a scary one. We do have one Dominator joining what is a standard pull otherwise of 6 Lancers and 6 Champions. A very, very scary pull that is taken onto the last boss. Bloodlust will be up in 40 seconds here for Mandatory, as Stove is going to eat the Lay on Hands from Mode here, so that is one more defensive that will not be available for Mandatory. Stove going to pop Dispersion as well to run up these stairs.
Dominator. Yeah, they wanted that one. Okay.
Yeah, this is normal. One Dominator here is fine. 2 is not. And Mandatory will be able to get the last count they need from this. Same with Echo. Echo on the exact same pull. Mandatory, though, are starting the last boss combat. They just have to hold on for one more pull. They're so far ahead here. They've started combat so much ahead of Echo. They just have to avoid dying here, and they should be okay. It's a 24 Tyrannical, so you're not going to try and one phase the next boss as well. You're just trying to live and then hit Lust to get out of here. Stove ends up getting hit by one of those bolts. He doesn't really have many of those defensives left for him as well. No Dispersion. He is going to be in a lot of trouble if he gets attacked by too many of these abilities. If that stinging swarm goes on him. Crims also needing to watch out. Does get fixated by that Spiteful, but at least his Cauterize is back, so he's got a little bit more of a safety net as Dantalion Axe activates. Mandatory here. They have the chance to do something that many thought would be impossible. Winning an MDI against Echo, and Miraz going down for Echo as well. That's going to be their battle res. They battle res did come back up, so they'll be all right for now. But Mandatory has the opportunity here. It doesn't matter what Echo does. If Mandatory play their game cleanly, there's just not enough time left in the dungeon.
Yeah, Crims has a swarm on him. They do also have the Ice Cold being used to be able to survive, and Crims is fine as they're about to get that intermission go through. Bloodlust is available. They're going to be saving that for after the intermission. They do have Infernal available, no PI, Combust ready as well, and Wings from Mode. So they're going to be blasting through this boss's HP so quickly as soon as the boss is back here. All eyes on Mandatory. Can they finish off this boss quickly without any deaths coming in? Keep in mind, they don't have a healer, so any of these swarms, any of the volleys are just going to be doing so much damage to your group, but the boss is just absolutely melting for Mandatory, and keep in mind, this is a best of 5. If Mandatory wins this, they're going to be the champions of this grand final.
All their cooldowns are rolling right now inside the Bloodlust as well. This is it. This is it. They have the damage. They have the damage by a mile. They're good. This is all they need to do. Just don't do anything stupid from here. Stop that incorporeal cast. They've managed to do it. They just have to kill the boss. There it is. Mandatory. You're gonna be Echo.
Oh my god!
It happened.
This is it.
It actually happened. Mandatory topple the Giants.
my
They are
God.
the MDI champions. And
What
Macy's
an
just gone.
incredible
He's just
performance
out.
by Mandatory. That's insane.
Seriously, they did it, and not only did they do it, they took it to the limit. They went all the way to game number 5 against Echo. It's taken years for anyone to do this, but they are the MDI 2024 Global Champions. Congratulations to Mandatory. I'm just in shock right now. I'm in shock.
I didn't know we had assets for any other team
Right?
ever winning an MDI.
They had to make it on the fly, I guarantee you.
It's brand new.
Seriously.
Holy shit, man! This map, it got off to such an Echo favored start. Like they were 10 seconds ahead coming off of Amalgam of Souls just by better damage. They delayed their lust and had better protector management. And I thought that this was just going to be the moment that Echo just clutches up, but I'm just like speechless. Now died grouping the Blade Lord scavenger pull, and whenever Mandatory was able to do it perfectly, Skylark doesn't die. Skylark still had his cheat death available, which was actually the big point here.
Yeah.
That is actually the difference. He presses his meta. He's like, I need to not die here. And look, he's actually like 1%. He procs his cheat. Who cares? We are out of here. This pack is misery. We are done. And on the other side, now died. He literally died grouping this pack, costing them like 30 seconds, and then swung from a 10% boss HP lead for Echo to a 15% boss HP lead for Mandatory, and Mandatory has, oh my god, they clutched up, man. They've always just kind of choked at the finish line. For the last couple of MDIs, man, they kept getting second place, choking right at the finish, but now this is their season. They've done it.
They have indeed, bucking expectations, bucking the Twitch chat predictions, and finally ending the streak that lasted years for Echo. We knew it had to happen eventually, but it still just feels unbelievable to see it in front of us. But they have just played incredibly well all week. And remember, this is a team, Mandatory, that came into today with just 1 total death in the last 2 days. So they were playing better than I think we've ever seen. It got hairy, it got crazy, but they got it done. And hey, yeah, we gotta shout out Makes, right? She predicted Mandatory and Legendary, but we'll give her the Mandatory side of this for winning the whole thing.
Apparently, we're getting like a full family reunion interview for Mandatory. Apparently, there were some assets that had to be made on the fly because Mandatory, if they stated that if they won, they wanted like 4 people on for an interview with us.
All right.
We're getting like a full family reunion.
Let the podcast
teams
begin.
Don't want to have anyone. It's like, I don't want to. I don't want to. Mandatory's like,
everybody's like, please,
all come.
pick me.
Yeah. And why not? Bask in the glory. You deserved it. They're getting that gold medal right in the middle of your screen right there. And for once, Echo's going home with a silver. That is just crazy.
There's somebody, the person at Blizzard in charge of mailing out the gold medals is going to have to get they're going to have to write a new shipping address, right? That's crazy. It's been 5 years since Sydney, the last time that Echo were dethroned. And wow, I mean, unbelievably well played by Mandatory, a team that has persevered through so many heartbreaks, right? Coming so close, challenging Echo so many times, and this time it's finally worked out for them. What an unbelievable result.
I think we talked about how competitive this tournament was going to be, and a lot of the times it's really difficult for viewers to really tell just like how close this tournament was. But I think that this is the best the MDI has ever looked. This is the closest tournament we have ever seen, and this is an insane finish.
Seriously, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I think we talked from the very beginning, like you said, about like how great the dungeon pool was, you know, how good the teams were, and this has just been the best season of MDI. I'm not, you know, I think it's important too to, you know, bask in the glory of Mandatory's performance rather than the glory of Echo's defeat, because Echo is still obviously a team that deserves all the accolades you can throw at them. Still, you know, undisputedly the most winningest team in MDI history, right? But
those are the goats.
Not today. They are the goats. They are the goats. But even the goats have to fall once in a while. They have to become those fainting goats occasionally. I think I just made Tuttle spit out some water whenever he's speaking.
He just said fainting goats the moment I took a drink of water. Like, what the world are you talking about?
Still a goat, just a fainting goat today. You know the ones, like you like surprise them and they fall over, right?
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Mandatory won through the upper bracket. Look at this. They 2-0 last week. They 2-0 Perplexed, and they won through the upper bracket. Unprecedented.
They beat Echo twice in a row. Twice in a row. It's not enough to just beat Echo. You have to beat them twice in a row. It's crazy.
Look at their history as well. They beat the team that came in 4th, they beat the team that came in 3rd, and they beat the team that came in 2nd twice. Like, this is an unbelievable display of dominance from them. They fought all the best teams of our tournament weekend, and they defeated them soundly. I mean, yeah, they were the best team this weekend.
Yeah,
they looked bad in Cup weekend. I didn't know they were even good coming into this finals.
Yeah, well, that's what we talked about. Yeah.
They looked shaky for sure. I guess one thing that was interesting about Mandatory, so they were, I mean, they funnily like kept saying how good they are after seeing Group A. They're like, oh, we're much better than Group B. Like we have such good routes. And then they came into Group B and they actually struggled a little bit. So like, oh, it's just all talks, right? But now they showed up for that global final, and it was not just talks. They actually executed it, and they just, I mean, just incredible showing by Mandatory. Just so good.
Yeah, I mean, this is called 100%ing the global finals, when you beat basically all the other best teams. But I think the biggest story, I think you're right, Nagura, is the turnaround between the group stage and now, right? I mean, it's just been amazing to see the transformation and just sort of like the confidence, the skill that we've seen come in this weekend from Mandatory. It's great. It's very, very cool. And so we're getting the Mandatory squad together for an interview. It's been a crazy tournament, hasn't it? Because Mandatory wasn't the first team to take down Echo this season. It was Dogs, actually, or should I say Dogs, who managed to send them to the lower bracket in the group stage. So for the first time, we did get that sort of inkling that Echo might be mortal, right, coming into this one. But they still look so good in so many other maps, and yet
we got to come up with questions now, don't we? Oh no.
Oh yeah,
I was
true.
born ready.
Oh my god.
But you.
Oh gosh, I haven't thought of any questions. No, wait a second.
Just
My
dibs.
grand final. I can't
player
think
name.
straight anymore.
I'm calling dibs on how do you feel. That's
No, that is a banned question. Banned question on my
What's
desk.
the Dragonflight
Yeah.
question you always ask at the start of Dragonflight? Those two
You
mobs
can
that
get-
you need to choose in the Citadel. Oh my god, what were they called? Rathian or
Oh,
Sibelian.
Oh yeah, did you pick
Sibelian.
Rathian or Sibelian?
yeah, Rathian
yeah.
or Sibelian?
The
I'm gonna
brothers
ask
of
that
the
That's a
Black
good question.
Dragonflight, yeah.
That's a good
Thank
question.
you.
Yeah.
But no, we'll get
Twitter
everybody
Alliance.
together in a moment here. We're working on it, yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. I got one. I
Yeah.
got one.
Oh, okay.
I'm not stealing yours.
All
I
right.
got a different
I
one.
hope
Great.
I hope
Well,
it's not that
we've
one. Yeah,
got
the
a-
one that's in chat right now. That one's mine.
It's not that one. No. That's yours. This guy's been hand-fed a question from production,
I said
and
dibs
now he's
first,
smiling
so-
because he
Got
knows
any
he's
more
been caught.
questions?
Yeah.
Dips on the second
Look,
question.
man, that's how
from
dibs
Jira.
works. Okay, yeah.
I've got mine in mind. I'll go first, and then we'll all. I feel like with so many people to answer this, if we each do more than one, we'll be here for like 3 hours. So we'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see how it goes. But this could end up being a podcast. Could be longer than the MDI finals itself, actually. Yeah.
I can't think of a team that deserves some interview time more than Mandatory, honestly. After there's been so many MDI weekends where I wanted to talk to them and they weren't quite able to win, so it's going to be a delight. And yeah, Mandatory. So for those who are wondering what we're waiting on right now, Mandatory would like several of their team members to join in this interview, so we're just getting them all connected, and then we'll be able to have a nice big interview.
The family reunion. We gotta get a bunch of people on.
Is it really a reunion? They've been together for the entire tournament.
Well,
probably in the same call, even.
Good question, Taddles.
Well, it's a reunion to the broadcast, okay? Listen, we haven't seen them on the broadcast in a hot minute. They're reunited with us.
It's been a long time, I suppose, like since that's been the case. Yeah.
Well, they won a TGP Cup, and I think we interviewed them then.
Yeah, but that was a while ago, though. That was a couple of years, wasn't it? That was Shadowlands, wasn't it?
That might have been season 4 Shadowlands, yeah. Dude,
don't remember.
It has been a while,
say yes.
but it's okay.
It's been a hot minute, as they say. Well,
dude, I feel like such a nerd being so excited over the MDI finals. What in the world?
Why? This is real human competition, man. You should get hyped.
This is sick. I am hyped. This is sick.
We're seeing level of play. We're seeing level of play we have never seen before. We're seeing unprecedented finishes that we've never seen before in MDI. If you're not hyped about this, I question your WoW cred.
There's
Me and our producer were sharing.
Where... Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No. You finished up.
All right. Yeah. There's just this moment when you're watching that Black Rock Hold and you're like, you can't let yourself believe that Echo might lose this run, right? That Mandatory might win until that death from now, and then you're like, okay, like this is actually happening, right? Up until this point, I've let myself believe that a team was going to beat Echo so many times in these weekends before, and it just, it never works out right. You're just always like, okay, we got to temper our expectations. But this time around you could see the light at the end of the tunnel. You could see that moment with like 5 minutes left in that run where Mandatory had a lead, and they were through the worst of the dungeon, right? They just had to hold on, and they did. It was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I've been saying it for like multiple seasons now that for predictions, you really can't pick anyone but Echo until they lose. Well, it's wide open now. Pick whoever you want going into TGP. I mean, like, it's anybody's game. And in the future seasons, pick anyone. I'm fine with it.
God,
I might even pick someone other than Echo.
We have TGP in season 4. Oh my gosh.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be great. And we can finally pick someone other than Echo to win it.
Dude, me and our producer were yelling back at one another whenever I was doing replay. we were just like shouting.
Headphone warning. Well, we're still working on apparently the audio connections with the players, so stand by. We will do an interview with at least some of the players of our winning team, Mandatory. That's right, you're not mishearing me. I'm not misspeaking. It is indeed Mandatory, who have won the Mythic Dungeon International. And we'll chat with a few of the players in the near future. But until then, what's everybody playing in the next Mythic Plus season? What's your main going to be?
Before we answer this question, I do want to say...
Oh, all right, never mind.
Does production actually have like footage of our cameras as we were casting? Because I swear I was just like sitting like this in front of the screen.
I was standing up.
I saw you. I saw out of the corner of my vision. Yeah.
I had all of these expressions. I want to see that camera footage.
I don't believe that they'd have it, but man, that'd be funny.
That actually would be funny.
Are we allowed to put Echo as a dark horse for TGP now?
Either because I muted them on Unity, so.
Oh yeah, I will officially allow Echo as a dark horse pick now, unironically.
Oh yeah,
Tettle's
we're
vindicated.
So back.
No, that's still not allowed. That's still not allowed. No,
then Echo wins the next one. It's so over. Had to get in there at some point. Yeah. Well, hopefully you're all doing great out there. Why wouldn't you be? You've just seen history made at the Mythic Dungeon International.
Oh my gosh, I hear somebody clearing their throat straight into my ears. Who was that? Hello.
Me too. I heard something. Oh, hey, look, it's Mode
wow.
Crimson Stove. I always wondered what they look like.
Does this work?
There you go. Hello. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, this
Yes,
thing's
we
on.
can hear
Big
you.
technical issues. I'm
Can you
sorry.
hear us? Oh no,
Yes,
you're
I can
good.
hear
All
you.
good.
Okay.
All
perfect.
right. Well, congratulations on winning the Mythic Dungeon International. I guess my first question to throw out there is, what's the victory celebration going to be? Do you have anything planned? Did you come into this being like, all right, when we win, we're gonna do this to celebrate?
I'm turning stream on
I
in
don't
5
know what
minutes.
I'm
so I
gonna
have to
do.
listen to
I don't know what I'm gonna do with the rest of my life right now. It's gonna be empty for sure because there's no MDI anymore. But I definitely order some pizza, drink some Peppy Max. Yeah.
All
It's
right.
a lot of
So I'll
things.
jump right back into
let's go.
competition
Yeah.
ASAP, huh? Yeah. All right. Anyone else want to?
How was the Blacker Cold for you guys? Like, when did you pick up that snapshot? Was that something you had going into this weekend as well, or was that something that you
Yeah, we
yoinked on
did
Friday
practice it.
and perfected by Sunday?
We did practice it for a bit, yeah, and it was like a solid 20-second gain on the best run, but it was somehow hard to execute sometimes because it was incorporeal. So you had to like pre-feint the potion so you don't get combat with incorporeal, like global combat, and it was pretty hard to do, for sure.
All right.
Nicely done. I do have one question about the group stage performance versus the global final performance, because we've seen you struggle a little bit in the group stage. What did you guys do to recover from that and perform so well and so consistently, like not having basically any deaths the first 2 days of the tournament?
Is she gone?
Oh, she's
Yeah,
Lucky.
he's gone.
just
Oh, no.
assume that she finished
What
her thought.
happened?
Yeah, group stage,
All right.
then going into the global finals.
Yeah, so basically I think...
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Stop. Go on.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think going into group stage, our routes were like very hard to execute a lot of the times. We had some crazy snaps and stuff, and we were required to play basically like AI to get the run done, right? And that was not doable all the time. So we decided to go a little bit safer, look for some time gain elsewhere instead of going like bigger or like making the pulls harder. And I think that was a good call.
All right.
Mode.
Tell us.
Buddy, how you enjoy DPSing both as Balance and Ret Paladin? Hello, Mode?
I can't hear
Oh,
him
no.
if he's
He's gone.
Mode.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
he's
no.
gone. Maybe he hates us. Him and Nagura.
I can speak
Everyone's
for him
running-
though. He definitely prefers
it.
playing Lord Paladin over healer, for sure. He hates
Really?
playing
I
rest of
prefer
the
to
game,
play
Red
for
Paladin.
sure. He definitely prefers Red
Alright.
Paladin over any healer.
So what do you think about the whole?
Are you guys going to play
go ahead.
TGP? Are you guys have plans for competing in that next season?
Right now,
definitely.
I go to sleep. I don't decide. I don't know what's gonna happen. I just can't believe that we won. It's been like
A lot?
how many seasons? Oh, Mode is back.
Hello, Mode.
Man, like 6
Okay,
or
yeah.
7. Something
Yeah,
like that?
I don't know. I had some mic issues. I mean,
good.
Red Paladin was really fun, and Boomy as well. And I really didn't like playing Restager, to be honest. But as a Red Paladin, you feel so powerful. You have so many heals, utility. You know, it's great. I'm gearing my Red Paladin on live right now. Sorry, my throat is a bit messed up from screaming.
That's
Dude,
understandable. I think
understandable,
we're all
honestly.
feeling that. Yeah. So would you
Yes,
like
I
it in
got
the
it
future
here.
if there was kind of always a viable 4 DPS option, or do you feel like it should be mostly just a standard comps and occasionally 4 DPS, or would you like it if there was kind of always a 4 DPS possibility?
I feel like it puts a big burden on the healer to like learn every DPS spec on top of learning every healer, and that makes a really high barrier to entry
True.
for like any team that wants to start playing MDI. And yeah, I would prefer if it wasn't allowed, but I did enjoy it playing Rep Paladin a lot, so I don't know. I'm
All
conflicted. It's a cool niche, but yeah, don't know.
Nagura?
The ghost of Nagura showed back up. So,
Jump scare.
okay. I have a question for you guys as well. I was dealing with Skylark a little bit, and he said that this has been like a lifelong goal of his that it's achieved, and like he can finally cross it off the list. Do you guys feel like a similar sense of like relief because you guys have been so close? Like you guys have gotten second in the TGP, second in the MDI. Like, does this feel like a lifelong goal that you can like finally take this deep breath and exhale, and it's like this big sense of relief?
Definitely. Like, getting the gold medal is the goal, you know? This is definitely...
You don't even understand. You don't even understand. We've been playing for like 12 hours a day for like 2 months straight, yeah? There has been like a week break in between the practice, but oh man. This feels good. Definitely. This is amazing. It's only we can understand, I believe. Because Echo has been like, 6 times champions, and it's like second nature to them, but to us, this is something.
That's awesome. So looking forward, then, does this either inspire you to want more, or does this kind of like say, all right, we've done that, now we can move on to something else? Like, what does your competitive spirit feel like right now after winning something like this?
Stove, maybe? You want to answer?
It's a tough question. I feel like my competitive spirit has never been higher, I guess. I don't know. I enjoyed this tournament a lot, and I'm definitely looking forward to playing the next one. I hope it's soon. Hopefully we don't have to wait like 5 months for it or something. Hopefully it's in like 2 months or something, maybe. So we can chew for a bit, play some live keys, get on the ladder, and chew mainly, I guess.
Do we have TGP dates announcements today? Can't remember.
I don't think so.
Is it
I think we
actually
just have the
Yeah.
We have the sign-ups or something soon.
Stay tuned.
That's what it was.
Stay
It
tuned.
was the
Yeah.
sign-ups.
Well, we're getting there.
See, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember what the conversation was
Yeah.
at the beginning of today. See, that's what I was asking.
It's been a long day. It's been a crazy day of matches. I think, Dratnos, do you have any other questions? Otherwise, I think it's time for shoutouts. What do you think?
Well, I think we do have one map guesser that we can run here with our champions. This is something we've been doing
okay.
all weekend. So, if you guys like,
Alright.
you can join
Let's
along.
do
One of the most fun things we do here is take a look at a
yes.
dungeon run or a boss and try and determine which one it is just from the movement of the players. And we've desaturated it as well, so you can't tell from the comp, at least until the end. Okay, it's a whole dungeon. So it's Blackrock, Darkheart,
Wow.
Atoll, or Everbloom. What are you guys thinking?
Just by
Watch it. Turn at the
Everbloom so
start.
far, left side. I mean, could be everything so far. I think.
I think it's Atoll.
Maybe
Yeah.
not. No, you don't go left in a tall, right? Oh,
Oh my god, this was fast
You
movement.
do. Yeah.
Well, like, no,
look,
not
now
like
they're
that.
up
Can be
in-
sped
Whoa.
up. Yeah. Oh.
Whoa, is that a wipe?
Okay.
that looks like
No,
a
is that
Yeah.
a Warlock gate?
Yeah.
Is that an Everbloom Warlock gate, maybe?
That's Everbloom.
There's got to be Atoll.
Has to
It's
be.
got to be Atoll. Look, somebody went down the stairs to grab the 4 mobs at the bottom of the stairs, right? And now they're running down the stairs, and then they're jumping down to fight Razan right now.
Oh my gosh, it's
Yeah,
Razan
it's
again.
Razan.
I think it has to be a tall.
Okay, you
I think you're
convinced me,
right.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
As
about
usual, we
Everbloom?
trust
Yeah,
Ratnus. Ratnus knows those things. It has to be a tall.
Well, I don't know. Hang on. I don't know if I
You
can
You guys
explain
have a
the
lot
look
more
right
experience than
now.
us.
Hold on.
It could be Everbloom. You guys could be right. This could be just a Wither
Hey,
Arch
don't go
start
back now.
Everbloom.
Don't go back now.
Wait, what if
There's
it's
fast movement now.
Blackrook? Hold on. What if it's
No, no,
Blackrook
it's gotta
and
be
they're, like,
tall, right?
interlaid?
Now they're heading up to Volcall, right? Volcall over on the right. They're doing that trash pull with the shield bearers, and then up,
Yeah,
around
yeah,
to the
yeah.
left, around that
Yes,
pack.
Okay,
yes,
This is Volcall.
yes. This is
okay.
Ataldazar for sure. 100%.
All right.
100%, lock it in. Yeah, look at the way they're moving on Volcall as
That-
well.
Oh yeah,
There's no
yeah,
way.
That's very Volcall,
There's no way
yeah.
we're wrong now.
All right.
Somebody died.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a
died,
tall.
all right.
A tall.
Yeah.
It was not a clean at all. Okay, there was a couple deaths. It's fine.
It's a bow and
We've all been
arrow.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what it is. Everyone's locked in a tall Dazar, I would say.
I'd like to thank Dratnos for carrying us on this one. I would have definitely gone the wrong
Yeah,
direction.
thank you, Dratnos.
No problem. Here to help. Oh, it is like a
oh,
little boat there as well.
Tipping.
Oh my.
Yeah, there we go.
It is. There you go. Yeah, Tal Dazar. Yeah. He knew. He knew all along.
Bonus points if you can identify from the deaths which team's run it was when. I can't. I don't know.
It's an
I have
echo.
no
It's an
idea.
This is
echo
from
run because
last
they're
weekend.
running.
No, there's a Mistweaver. Look, look at the little. There's a monk in there. I
Oh.
think so. This is
Ooh,
old.
wait,
yeah.
never mind. You're right.
Druid, yeah.
This
Yeah.
is old.
No Red Pally. Yeah. All right.
All right, that
Is
was.
it-
well,
I guess that was my question.
we'll
Though,
leave that-
so think into shoutouts. Yeah.
We'll leave that mystery for another day. So, yeah, well, thank you, Mode Crim, still for joining us. Any final shout-outs before you depart and bask in the victory of your MDI victory? Bask in the victory of victory? Championship? You know what I mean.
I just wanted to,
You're first up. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go
Or
ahead.
anyone,
Max.
really.
He's
Yeah.
gone.
Okay. Anyone, just free for
Okay,
all.
I can
for
go
it.
then, I guess.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to my team, of course. First of all, I think we played really good, and even though we have our differences sometimes, we came through. And appreciate you guys so much for for playing. You know, it was a pleasure. I want to thank you guys and the people behind the scenes, of course, for making this possible and an enjoyable event to watch and to play in. And also want to thank the people over at Mandatory. Velahan, Zerator, everyone else, thank you so much for supporting us and for being with us. Thank you so much for the help.
All right.
Yeah,
who's next?
I wanted to thank everyone who believed in us, in me, since I started playing. There's been many friends. I couldn't respond yet to anyone, but yeah. Thanks to all, and thank you to our amazing organization, Mandatory. They took best care of us that is possible, I think, in my eyes. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you. It's been a long road.
Yeah. And similarly, like, thank you, Mandatory, and thank you to all my viewers over the years and the people who have supported me. And I'm so proud of this team. Like, every single player is amazing. And this week we really showed up, and we carried through in consistency in the end. It was a really good week. So yeah, and thanks for broadcast.
All right. Well, thanks for showing
thank
us
you for
such
having us, guys.
amazing dungeon runs all weekend long, all season long. But Crim, Stove, Mode, thanks for joining us on the broadcast. Congratulations on your Mythic Dungeon International Championship. Now go forth and enjoy the evening. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Later, guys.
Good night to everyone.
Congratulations
Bye.
again.
Good night.
All right, there you
Well,
go, everybody.
I-
That was a few members of our victorious team. How about that, though, Tuttles? That happened.
Dude, I didn't know that this is how this is going to end. This is absolutely insane. You guys thought I was crazy whenever I said that I thought there was a team other than Echo that could win this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we always knew it was possible. It was just hard to believe it was true. I don't know if Nagura's with us or not, but she's with us in spirit, if anything else. Dratnos, what are your thoughts on the weekend here? On the whole tournament, honestly.
I mean,
we're at the end of it.
At this point, it's all about Mandatory right now. This is their day. This is going to be their week. There's going to be their month. They're going to be riding high for a while. What an incredible performance from them. The amount of maps where they made a big mistake was unbelievably small this weekend, which, especially coming off of a cup weekend for them where that happened a lot, is just so impressive. They clutched up, and they deserve all the praise they're getting. They deserve all their time in the sun. And I'm sure we'll see Echo and Nagura again, maybe next season in the TGP. But, they'll be back, I'm sure, both of them.
That's the hope anyway. That's the hope. I believe we might have something to announce. We'll see. That could be a complete surprise.
Hush, don't, dude,
Yeah.
don't look at me like that.
Oh my goodness! Look at that! It's registration is going to open in April for the Great Push Season 4, the tournament nobody saw coming. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be great. Everybody loves TGP. We're already to season 4. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I think that kind of ends it, right? So from everybody here at the Mythic Dungeon International, thanks to our production staff behind the scenes, putting everything together, doing such an amazing job of keeping the show running. Thanks to all of our analysts, Makes, who's and Zyronic, who are off, I'm sure, bouncing off the walls because of how crazy that last series was. Dranos, Tettles, thanks for joining us. Nagura, good luck with your PC repair. Hope everything goes well with that one. And thanks to you, the fans out there, for watching. Hope you had a good time. I know we all did. And we'll see you next time.